right, welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe, and let's party. Big shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back to watch this. Even though you missed the live party, guys, that is the best part. So make sure you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. So hit that subscribe, ring the bell, and you will never miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Let's also say thank you to MySickShirt.com, the only place to get your very own The Indian Jesus official merch. Only at MySickShirt.com. All right. Let's party. So, guys, I'm done. I cannot talk about war anymore. Unless something actually happens, I'm not talking about war anymore. But there's a reason that we call these parties. I am bringing in my good friend, someone we talk about all the time, Dr. Evil Genius. Welcome to the party, son. How are you?
I'm living, man. Shout out to the chat. Some of you guys know me from TSP, and you guys are very very supportive of what we do on TSP, especially the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party. I think Lutch is probably going to mention this in a bit, but myself and Mrs. Evil, who also co-hosts the Filthy Casual MMA Watch Party, we did a video on the original scandal causing car video that Miss I Hate Cheesecake did that sparked, really disgust among not only men but also women. You've seen women be forced to hold another woman accountable because this woman's behavior was so egregious.
Agreed. So if you don't know what we're talking about, we are going to jump right into it.
By the way, this is also Dr. Roxo. He's the rock and roll clown. He does cocaine.
Love it. Okay. So yeah, if you guys are not familiar, I don't know what you're doing and how you didn't see this, but the cheesecake lady, going in the car with the dude, and they're going on a date, and she says it's not good enough. They're gonna show the video, but it went viral. And now this guy, what is his name? Kevin Wesley. Shout out to Kevin Wesley. Has them both on the podcast to talk about it. If you don't know what we're talking about, let's dive right in. As always, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know.
Well, can we go back to the beginning?
This is the beginning.
Welcome back to the Truth Factory. This episode is going to be a little bit different. Typically, we talk about...
Can we go back to the beginning so people who haven't seen it knows what kind of behavior
I got you.
Devastating issues inside of relationships, and try to talk about the nuanced things in that relationship to heal it. This time we're going to talk about dating. So I don't know if you guys have saw the viral video, but there's a viral video where a woman is taken to the Cheesecake Factory, and she does not want to go inside of there. She does not want to be embarrassed. This conversation ended up going viral, and here we are. Alicia, it is a pleasure to meet you.
Yes. No, it's not.
Pleasure to meet you. Welcome
being
to the
polite.
show, and
Start
thank
off
you
being
guys
polite.
for being willing.
No,
here.
This meeting shouldn't even be happening.
I mean, I agree with you there. I think it's wild that they're even sitting down for this. And if I was him, I'd be like, hell no, I'm not sitting down here. But it definitely.
We're gonna talk a little bit in a bit why this appearance on the podcast with both people sitting there and within arm's length of each other after what we saw, how that shows how weak we are as men.
Absolutely. And so the reason I wanted to have Dr. Evil Genius here with me is because he is very, very much just more well educated, well experienced, just knows more about like the little minutia of this stuff. And obviously, I can hold it down for you guys, but Dr. Evil Genius really, really knows what it is. Shout out to Nicholas Luchetti, not Luchetti, Luchetti. I hope you're doing awesome today. Glad to see you. Always enjoy what you have to add to the conversation.
Yeah, I've seen him in one of the live streams on Filthy Casuals. Fun having you around. Appreciate you.
All right, so let's get into
I'm sure you guys have gotten a lot of flack maybe even some backlash and things of that nature from this video going viral.
Well,
before we get into it, we're going to take a moment and just relook at that video. It's been a couple of weeks, so here we go right here.
Put a 1 in the chat if you have not seen this.
Oh, so they showed the actual video. Oh man, I'm triggered. I'm triggered like a liberal, man. Just seeing this chick in that.
So they're driving. They're about to pull up. He's like, Cheesecake Factory.
I'm just talking to my girls. Okay. So then I said hi. Yeah.
We already not feeling it.
Let me just
pause it right quick, man. I gotta say this, man. I gotta say this. I might actually ruin your stream tonight.
That's all right.
This is my position on this, man. As a man, because you guys are about to see, like I said, I've already covered this. If you as a man experience this woman the way this man experienced this woman, and you sit on the couch with this woman again, you deserve everything you get from the experiences of dealing with her. See, the first move that he made that was wrong was he sat there for an hour that she was late for that date. That was the first mistake that he made. Because not only did she not show...
Let's get into it. Let's watch the video first, and then we'll get into it.
I'm so pissed.
I know. So the video, so nothing really happened too much sound-wise in the video yet.
I can't sit here through this video. How is he able to?
He got me at the Cheesecake Factory, y'all. I ain't getting out this car.
So he's trying to open the door. And,
Wait, is that her car?
Oh,
or is his car?
No, it's not her car.
Okay. Yeah.
And even right there, yes. And he's like, do you want to go get dinner?
Do you want me to open the door for you?
That's some simp shit too. Like, she got hands that could work.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give, you know, I like to be a gentleman. I don't mind, you know, having those things, you know, being chivalrous. That's, you know, maybe to teach their own. That I'm not going to mark him for that. There's a lot I will mark him for, but not that.
Yeah.
It all adds up in the end.
True.
This is the Cheesecake Factory, y'all.
What's the problem with that?
This is a chain restaurant.
Chain
Who takes
restaurant?
Someone that looks like this to a chain restaurant. What?
I'm not taking anybody that looks like you anywhere.
I mean, I'm right there with you, but mainly because she's like 6 feet tall. But what do you think about I'm very interested in what you think of the idea of him being like, all right, instead of being like, all right, well then get out the car, I'm going home. Do you want to talk about it? Well, clearly she's recording him. What does that say to you about him?
Number one, a woman is... There actually was a video that went viral. I don't know if you remember this, last year, where a young woman told her, whoever on her social media, she told younger women, don't date older men because they're really strict. And then she goes on and she recounts how she takes out her phone. She claims that she took out her phone for 30 seconds and he got up and walked out of the restaurant. Right?
Yeah. I think
now, you're in the car with this woman and she's already recording. Who the fuck could you be recording for? Or to? On a first date, I don't even know who you are.
Yep.
Once I know that this is a chick that's addicted to social media, I'm turning the car around.
Bingo.
Yeah. I mean, that's I would, again, say hi to my girls or whatever. That's fine. You want to take a little, I don't care. That's not going to be a deal breaker for me. But now when it gets to like, oh, we have a problem and I'm recording this. I'm like, all right, bye then. Actually, can we do that? Yeah.
I'm fine with talking about it, even in front of them.
Oh, yeah, I want to talk about it. Yeah. Come on, get up on in the car.
Look at her mannerisms.
Yeah, come on and get in the car.
This is a woman who thinks she's in control.
Mm-hmm.
right? She thinks that she is better than the man who she's sitting inside the car of. She does not have respect for men, period. Because she brought up her nigh 40-year-old overweight ass to the dating market. And she said, men out there, this is all you deserve. Shout out to Kevin Samuels. When an overweight woman shows up to the dating market and then expects what she calls princess treatment. Oh, we should be going to this expensive place. Oh, I can't be seen in a chain restaurant. Number one, our first date should have been at the gym.
Yep, gym, coffee, something easy.
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing, Lutch, right? You know how hard it is dating right now, right? For yourself, right? You understand how difficult it is, right? Now, you have a lot of potential as a podcaster. You are an expert with dogs. You're affable. You're very relaxed in social settings with people. You do all of these things, right? But a woman that says, I can't date your potential, you need to already be well established coming into the dating market to get any of these women to take you seriously. But this chick thinks she can show up overweight and entitled with a nasty attitude. And that's what she's bringing to the dating market. This is what she believes that men deserve in 2023. And you want to tell me that, hey, I'm not going to ding him for opening the door. She showed up with no collarbone showing. She needs to burn the calories. Let her open the door.
That's a fair point. But from my perspective, the idea of being chivalrous is not about her. It's about me. I am a guy who opens doors. So I'm going to open the door. It's not about you. And so that's, to each their own. If that's not,
but I have to read the room, right? I'm not going to give chivalry to someone who does not respect me.
I mean, I think as specifically with chivalry, it comes down to I'm going to be a good person and do what I think is, socially accepted until you give me a reason not to. So
she had already done so. We've already established that she had already given them a reason.
Okay.
Many reasons.
For you. But this dude has already said, being all over social media, all of this, he's already said he's okay with that. So if he's okay with that, then he can't be mad that he's putting out there what he's accepted. So maybe the issue is from the first, from even further back. We know that obviously he wasn't like, oh my God, she's so hot. It was just like, well, she looks available. She looks like in my range. The fact is, we know that he was coming from scarcity. Scarcity.
I almost had a stroke just now. He says she looks available. Oh no, she looks single. Like very little options.
Yes, exactly. And I think he saw that and he knew that and he's like, all right, I mean, whatever. And so let's stop back in before we get into too many details because we have a running poll right now. Who was in the wrong? 4 options. Cheesecake Factory lady, her date. They both had a point. That's option 3. Or 4. What the fuck are you talking about? If you don't know what's going on, this is what we're talking about.
There should be a 5th option. They're both wrong.
There should be a 5th option, but
they're both
right now. So we'll see. All right. Well, if they we'll come back to that. So yeah. All right. Yes, glad to see Nick is alive. He was gone for a while, but he is back alive and well.
Look at those fucking shower curtains that she pasted onto her eyelids.
Okay. So remember, he's like, I'm not getting. She's not getting.
Look at that.
She's
look
like,
at
I'm
that.
not getting in the car because
look at that. Look at it. Look at it, Lutch. Look at it.
Look at it. And so far, she's like, I'm not getting out the car because this is a Cheesecake Factory and I'm too good for this. And now he's saying, okay, you want to talk about it? Let's get back in the car and talk about it.
So yes, let's talk about it.
That's why I have a problem with the door opening. It's not just the door opening. It's everything he did.
Is that right?
Shout out to Stephanie. Welcome to the party.
I mean, you're supposed to.
You're supposed
when you take out a beautiful woman.
And where's the beautiful woman?
Because I get courted. So you're courting her, right? You're supposed to
pause a second. I have to focus on this. She says I get courted. if she's on the date with you, who's courting her?
I was just going to ask you that. If you think that this idea of I need to be courted is not a reflection of how she's usually treated, but how she thinks she's supposed to be treated. And it must be. It must be. Either that or she just saw him as, short brown dude and I'm just better than him. And he's just but sounds to me like ain't nobody courting you.
So you asked me about sprinkle before, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's this level up chick. I explained it to you. It's this level up chick. Her whole thing is treat men as, stones that you can squeeze blood from in the form of resources. Her whole thing is men aren't human beings. They're just conduits for you to spend their money or whatever, right? The type of person that does that level up bullshit is usually an unattractive woman, because attractive women don't have to learn these nuances of how to try to manipulate men to get money from them. Men are just throwing money at them. They don't have to make
This is why we have him here. This is why we have him here.
Like, attractive women don't have to go on the internet to find out how to get money out of a man. We just give it to them. The women that don't make demands get the most resources.
Well said.
So when you're talking about a woman who is, she's trying to manifest. I'm going to manifest your money into my belly.
Literally.
Right? I get courted. That's what somebody says when nobody's courting them, to try to trick you into competing against yourself. She's trying to tell you that there's some competition out there, but she's sitting in the car with you.
Bingo. Bingo. Nail on the head, brother. Nail on the head. Hey, we got Kelly Green in the building. Welcome. I do like the song "Use Me" by Bill Withers, though. Always glad to see you, brother. I'm sure you have seen this, but if not, check this shit out. Again, so far we're at Cheesecake. Not happening because she's too good. He's like, let's
Kelly
talk
Green
about
is a
it.
dude.
Cover her. You're supposed to protect her, cherish her, treat her well. Right?
Yeah.
That's what you're supposed to do.
I agree.
I
Went into this date as I expect, with the expectations for myself, to keep you safe, to respect you, to pay for your food, of course, pick you up, of course.
Again, look what I wanted to was saying is that she's not engaging her date, she's engaging her audience. He offered to sit down and talk about this. Yet where is she looking this whole time? Where is she looking this whole time?
Pay for your food, of course, pick you up, of course, and just treat you like a gentleman, which I believe I have done.
I mean, you've been.
How did you not get out of the car? Because you certainly didn't open the door, and he was trying to open the door. Okay.
And then,
Cheesecake Factory.
I, on the other hand, have certain expectations for a girl I go out with on the first date.
That is probably the only thing right that he did. The only thing. To at least say that I do have standards, even if I'm not going to stick to them right now. I do happen to have standards somewhere back at home.
I expect her to be respectful too. I expect her to be cooperative. And at least,
what did I do that wasn't cooperative?
Bitch, you just sat in the car. He took you to a date. He picked you up from your house. There's something else that I'm not spoiling from the video. And you're acting.
She just
like
got finished saying that she is not going to allow him to open the door. In what world is that cooperation? Loser.
Crazy. Yeah. So not technically live stream. It was a TikTok, but basically, yes. Wonderful said her random smiles and occasional look changes. It's weird AF. Yep, that's because she's not interested in this conversation. She's interested in this content.
So let me explain the random smiles. Hold on a second. Let me explain what Unwanted Foe is seeing here, right? This is not a random smile, and it's not an occasional look change. It is overt body language to send a point. She is actually communicating to you how little she respects this man.
Yep.
Right? She is looking at the camera like, this nigga got me fucked up. I cannot believe that he's only going to spend $14 per slice of cheesecake. I'm worth more. How
After
dare he
$120
believe that
entree.
I could ever be seen in a chain restaurant? How dare you? Right? That is what you're seeing, right? So she's going to say, oh my God, when you take out a beautiful woman, I was going to ask the chat, right? Because beautiful is 8 and up on the scale, right? I want to know from the chat, from her physical appearance, what rating do you give her? Because beautiful is in that 9 to 10 range, okay? So I want you guys to kind of and let all of the ratings come through. And ladies, don't lie. I don't want to hear all of this. Every woman is a 10 garbage.
Nah, we got some good
for real.
We got
right?
some for real ladies over here.
If you're
and
a
one of them
decent looking
now,
woman in Lutch's chat right now, and you know that a guy would walk up to you before they would walk up to her, don't lie. Everybody
lie.
knows what the scale really is about. I want to see the numbers.
1 to 10. What do you think? Shout out to
I'm gonna
MJ. Welcome to the party. So this seems fake and set up. So let's just. I'm gonna start this. We'll address this in a second after we finish it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give the first rating. She is a solid 4 out of 10.
Okay. All right.
The reason why she doesn't make a 5 is because she's old and she's overweight.
Amontepo said if she didn't speak 3 tops, savage. And glad you are doing well. All right, so let's like I said, MJ is saying this all seems fake and set up, but we let's get through it and then we'll address that.
To be cooperative, and at least
what did I do that wasn't cooperative?
Hey, shout out to Mrs. Evil. Welcome to the party. Coming in as savage as you can. Said negative 43. Oh my God. Can you even recover? Welcome to the party.
You guys need to go watch the video on TSP, the commentary that we did. The cheesecake is not enough.
Cheesecake is not enough. How long is it?
You need it's about 20 minutes or so. It's a good conversation.
So all right, because I skipped through this guys. I said I'm not talking about war. I'm not talking about war today. So this is going on. This is gonna be a little bit more lighthearted, a little bit more fun. And the podcast itself is interesting in the sense of how it plays out, because of whether it's fake or not, how the how the situation played out. It's an allegory for a lot of stuff. But if we do get bored, we might just go over and check that out before we
because remember, there are a lot of women acting like this, and it's not a skit.
Yep.
This is something that we men have been complaining about and continue to complain about on a daily basis.
Yep.
That's why it was so easy. Let's say it is fake, Lutch. It's so relatable because it happens every day. It's easy to believe that's real.
Yep. All right, let's dive back in.
Well, I mean, even when we were walking to the car, you wouldn't put your hand around my arm or anything like that, or hold my hand or anything like that.
I mean, it's too.
But you're gonna hold the door open still.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can respect that. When
Go farm with him.
Got to your apartment to pick you up. You didn't want to invite me in. I can respect that too. We're not there
yet.
Okay.
Fair point from her.
No, hold on. But this is the point. This is the point that I love, and I'm glad you're giving me the platform today. See, we're not at a place where you can invite him up to your house, or you can hold on to his arm. But we're at a place where you can spend all of his money.
Funny enough,
at that place in the relationship.
That place is everywhere. That time is every time.
But
I mean, I feel like I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do as a woman.
Are you there? Come on, bitch.
But I got myself all made
nothing
up.
wrong with the Cheesecake Factory. Right?
Yeah, also, shout the fuck out to the Cheesecake Factory. If you hate on the
I've never
Cheesecake
been there
Factory,
before. Now I'm gonna go.
I mean, it's good. It's expensive. It is expensive.
Oh,
It's not
you
like-
don't say.
It's not like what's the one that TLA always talks about?
Fogo or something like that.
I'll go to chow or something. Yeah, it's something like that. But it's no Chili's. It's no Applebee's. It's a step up at least. At least. I've never taken a girl to something that even that expensive. But all right, moving on.
Yes, there's a lot wrong with the Cheesecake Factory.
Okay, well, look at look at my plan where we were gonna go.
Oh, all right. So the Cheesecake Factory is not good enough. How dare he?
How dare you?
She is a beautiful queen. She deserves the best.
Of what kingdom?
And he chooses without consulting her. She was very surprised when they pulled up without even consulting her to go to the Cheesecake Factory.
Originally.
Can we talk about this whole queen thing? What kingdom?
All right, right there.
So he's looking at. He's saying, "Look at my pointer."
See, now that's where we should have went. All right.
Oh, the restaurant name that he has
Look
in
at
his
the
planner.
ugly looks on her faces.
They're all ugly. But why?
Ugh.
Why did he have the name of a restaurant that she would want to go to down in his planner? But now they're at Cheesecake Factory.
Right there. Call him.
No.
Call
What do you
them.
mean?
Not can you call them? Call them. Call them.
Look how entitled she is.
I
I know you
specifically
didn't.
told you both yesterday and this morning that I'd come to pick you up. at
Yes,
4.
unwanted
Wait.
fellow. Yes. Kawade!
I got to your place at 4 p.m.
Shout out to MTR.
Come downstairs for another hour, and so I was waiting.
Now, I don't think $100 is enough for her. She's really hungry. Can you see?
Hold on. We missing the plot here.
right? And this morning,
All right.
I come
Hold on. We got everybody pay attention. All right, everybody pay attention.
originally.
See, now that's where we should have went. All right.
That's where we should.
Right
Look
there.
at that look on her face.
Call him. Call him.
No,
What do you mean now?
What do you
See,
mean now?
I
know you
specifically
didn't.
told you both yesterday and this morning that I'd come to pick you up at 4 a.m. At 4 p.m.
4 p.m.
And I got to your place at 4 p.m. You
Punctual.
didn't even come downstairs for another hour. So I was waiting downstairs.
I understand.
For an hour.
But I wasn't
Mm.
expecting for work to take me so long. I got home a little late. And like I said, I don't know
Nobody really
Was there an apology anywhere in there?
into my apartment.
Even in her apology, there was no apology. But we'll get there.
And
That is not possible.
And that's why I'm saying, I'm thinking, okay, if we're not there in the relationship to, meet at your apartment, then maybe we're not ready in a relationship for such a nice, fancy restaurant as Aria. Especially if I'm paying for the whole thing.
So the plan was to go to Aria and for him to pay for the whole thing at 4 p.m. But they couldn't make a reservation if they're leaving her house because she had work and she had to get all beautiful. Did you though?
And she failed.
She failed miserably. I mean, I'll say she looks nice for what she can look like. I think, she's put together for what she can do.
I disagree very strongly, and this is why.
Let's be fair. No.
I'm gonna tell you why I disagree.
You think she looks like that, fresh face out of the shower in the morning?
That is actually my fucking point, Lutch.
Okay.
Right? She just lied to this man's face by putting on a face. Again, did you see the fucking drapes hanging from her eyelids? What the fuck is that? She looks like one of those Fraggle Rock Muppets. Your face is not your face. You're a liar. You're selling false goods. If it rains, you're going to look like a completely different person. So no, I don't know if that's the best that she can do because that ain't her.
I didn't say it was the best.
Oh, and by the way, I cannot see a single collarbone. So she takes major demerits on lack of fitness. Period.
Yep. Quamtech said, what's that rat utopia experiment where it ends with the rats constantly sitting and grooming themselves? Definitely she's one of the beautiful ones. Yeah, the
That
rat
rat utopia experiment. There's a lot of social commentary in there.
Oh yeah. And the ironically though, she would not be one of the beautiful ones. She is not one of the beautiful ones. The only way that she can convince herself that she is one of the beautiful ones is because of modern feminism. She is convinced.
Because they're all tens.
She's convinced that despite being an Amazonian fucking tube of trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice. Despite all of what we can see going on right over here, she thinks she's one of the beautiful ones. But no, she's not. So he was going to pay for the whole thing at Aria. It's her fault that they couldn't make that reservation.
Which I'm still willing to do.
I
I
mean,
would have been,
Still willing to pay.
but if we're late,
What do you want me to do?
I mean, I told
we
you
weren't
twice.
late. It wasn't that late.
We literally
Come on.
left your place.
Yeah, not even looking
Excuses
at
and
him.
deflections. Not
Yeah, yeah.
taking any accountability whatsoever.
Nope. And again, not looking at him, not conversing with him, as Unwanted Foe said earlier, talking to the audience.
Can I respond to what Unwanted Foe said just right here? Because this is one of the thoughts that I got in my head, right? See, women are delusional, but they're not that delusional. You know how you know?
How?
She didn't just say woman. She said beautiful woman. Now, if every woman is a 10, then every woman would just be woman, and then that everybody's on the same standard of beauty. You wouldn't have to put the prefix beautiful in front of woman. So they know that there's a difference between a woman and a beautiful woman.
I mean, I think that one's a little bit of a stretch. I think you're applying a little bit too
know.
much logic, but at least I'll give you maybe it's a Freudian slip.
If every man was 6
She's
feet
certainly
tall,
not-
would any man be tall?
No. I mean,
Exactly my point.
But I mean, I take your point. I'm saying I don't think that she's using that word for that reason, at least not consciously, maybe subconsciously.
Not consciously. Yes, definitely not consciously. She definitely is delusional. But I'm saying they're not that delusional because the sister code says that they all have to say that they're 10s. But if everybody's a 10, then nobody's a 10.
Nobody. Yep.
So you would not have the need to put the word beautiful in the sentence if you're a woman, because all women are beautiful by default. If
Bingo.
that is supposed to be the sister code.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's
The
continue.
reservation was supposed to be.
Oh,
And I specifically said 4 because maybe we could get there early and even have some time to get to know each other on the way there and while we're in the parking lot.
What a horrible guy. These are the kinds of guys that you need to watch out for, ladies. Honestly, I think the beautiful ones were the ones that didn't have any social cues and just constantly groomed themselves. Notice that she doesn't acknowledge him and is constantly pulling on her hair.
But that ain't her hair. That ain't grow out of her head.
He said that ain't her hair. Oh man.
Yo,
All right.
somebody took hours to tug on the little bit of hair that she does have on her head and affix that shit to her fucking scalp.
Yeah, I still.
Her actual hair is being tortured right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know
And
about.
you want me
how
to rate
I'll do
her
that.
somewhere above a 4. Okay.
Fair. Shout out to CT223. Welcome to the party. So she's delusional and entitled. We should have pulled up to a nice restaurant and left her there. That would have been great. All right.
Have her call an Uber for herself. Go take yourself to Aria. The
Yep,
fuck?
Exactly.
You're an empowered modern woman, right?
Exactly.
You can go to Aria by yourself.
Exactly. All right.
I specifically said 4 because maybe we could get there early and even have some time to get to know each other on the way there and while we're in the parking lot
I mean,
and waiting for a
She
reservation.
ain't interested in
just
getting to
wanted
know you.
each other. Isn't there another restaurant you can call that, like, the
No.
equivalent to that? I mean,
I
you
literally
don't
just said,
understand. Look at me. I cannot go in the Cheesecake Factory.
there's nothing.
I'd be like, oh no! Get the extra cooks out the bag.
I will die. That's
Okay.
embarrassing.
Listen, as I said, I have very specific certain expectations
Oh,
for that.
no.
I can tell it's not gonna be there. And maybe we're not right for each other. So respectfully, I'm gonna just drop you off.
Oh no, you didn't.
Can we? I want to pause there.
Well, hold on. The fact that she had no idea that was coming. How?
I'm going to explain it to you. That's why I wanted you to stop it right here.
You see-
See, this is where he actually put City Boys up by 1,000 at this point. And I'm going to explain this why it is so important for men to be willing to walk the fuck away and not come back. In our society here in North America, we are outnumbered by women. Why is it that we are flouting the laws of supply and demand, which states that the more rare commodity is the one that should cost the most? Why is that? Why is that not happening in our actual society right now? Because men have fucked the game up. There are 47 to 53. There are 47 men for every 53 women here in the United States.
I didn't know that.
But you're out there chasing these hoes. So now we've gotten to the point where the pool of people that have to do the most competing don't believe they have to compete at all. So she's shocked because, well, I'm the one that's supposed to do all the rejecting. Oh, how? There's no way that a man is going to be willing to walk away because men have it so hard in the dating market. See, me, I could call up any guy to come clap my cheeks. But that guy, man, no, I don't know, man. I don't know if that guy is going to be able to get another match on Bumble. How is it that he has the audacity to do the rejecting that only I'm allowed to do? And do you know where the women got that from? Us. We're at fault. Because we are chasing women that don't care about us and that aren't really that attractive. A lot of these women don't have a lot to offer you and you're chasing them. So you're fucking the market up.
Yep. And then it comes to a place where then, you know, there's a trickle effect. And the, you know, a big reason why I wanted to have you here for this is because we have very different romantic experiences,
circumstances,
lives, if you will. And so I'm definitely, if we were going to put this on a spectrum of me, him, and you, it would be him and then me and then you. He's the bottom of the simp ring. I'm somewhere in the middle, and you got to figure it out. So,
but it's all about your level of access, though, right? Like they say, a man is only as loyal as the options he has, right? This guy is sitting up here with a woman that's between 30 and 40 years old and going to open her door. Do you understand why it's a problem now? It's not just that he went to open the woman's door by baseline. I don't have a problem with that. But read the room, guy. You were over here pulling out the stops, trying to be Prince Charming to a chick with no options. How does that make you look? And do you think that the guy that she's actually attracted to would have to do any of that? She would be getting out the car, opening his car door, and paying for the date.
Okay, so
but you're doing if you got to do all of that shit, she's playing you.
Yep.
She's not attracted to you. A woman that is really attracted to you is not talking about Aria. She wants to be around you any way she can.
Preach.
At any circumstances. That chick, the guy that she's really attracted to, hey, take a walk with me in Central Park. She'll get there before you. She will quit her job to make sure that she is there at the park before you.
Shout out to Dr. Evil Genius for going the fuck off, and shout out to Unwanted Foe with the $20 super chat. It's communion time. Morning, come up here. Oh, come on, $20. You gotta come up here. Let's go. Come. Come here. Come on up. Let's go. Good boy. I don't care if you were sleeping. Unwanted Foe has come through. We bless in the name of Monty and the Indian Jesus that we eat peanuts for Unwanted Foe. Thank you so much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. What does Unwanted Foe say? So gather around, children. It's time for communion as we learn to bring common sense back to dating.
I thought he said communism for a second.
Oh, hell no. We don't do that commie shit over here. We don't do that commie shit over here.
To the no.
Good one. As always, guys, when we get a new sponsor, I love to jump back into the video. And of course, how can I follow up with Dr. Evil just said? So that's
I
that.
have very specific certain expectations for that.
No.
I can tell it's not gonna be there. And maybe we're not right for each other.
Y'all think?
So respectfully, I'm gonna just drop you off at home.
Oh, no, he didn't.
I'm up.
So you just want to call it a night?
Of course.
I mean,
Yeah.
isn't there some kind of compromise or something?
Bitch. Cheese Factory was the compromise, much more than you ever deserved.
Ladies, can you believe this?
Again, the quiet part out loud.
I'm sorry, y'all.
Don't be sorry.
I
Sorry to yourself.
If I don't feel
Can you
respected,
see?
I
mean,
not
Look
gonna-
at her body language has completely shifted, has done a complete 180. Notice that.
I mean, you are serious. You're really leaving.
And this is why
I mean, you
I'm.
didn't want this person.
Wait, and you really leaving from a place you said you didn't want to be at?
I understand that I was late. I understand that. I understand
Okay.
that I could have been a bit more cooperative. You made some good points.
But you still posted this, didn't you?
That's why I'm willing to compromise. Are you sure you want to go home?
I don't have a lot of rules. I don't have a lot of expectations for a first date, but I've already set them, and you've broken every one.
Oh
So
my
Yeah, did you notice how he says, my standards are not very high?
Mm-hmm.
That is the
Well,
average man.
Yeah,
We're not
and that's
asking for a lot.
exactly, and that's exactly why I think you are perfect for me covering this, because I'm not too far off from the mindset of this guy where I don't have a lot of options. I'm not looking for a lot of options. So if something comes around, then I'm not going to defile my standards and whatever. But there's a different level of like we were talking about, scarcity and lack. Now, if you understand that is the case, then maybe don't be putting yourself out there to be shit on like this. And so I usually don't. But that comes with an understanding that I know, not that I'm a bad person, not that I'm too short to be cool. I'm not any of that. I understand what the landscape is like.
Right.
It's just that simple.
Mm-hmm.
MJ said, okay, that is offensive to say about deciding if the visual of a person is worthy of you opening the door.
You guess what? Reality is pretty offensive. Do you
I'll
know
go
what's
with that.
offensive? A woman that thinks that she's entitled to your hard-earned money because she decided to show up in your vicinity. That's offensive.
Absolutely. And like I said, I think that if the person decides, who this is, sees who it is, see what it is, and you're talking a little, and you decide to go on that date, then if you are a chivalrous person, then that's how you should act. That's my position on it.
Let me make one thing clear to the ladies in the office, all 1.75 ladies that are in the chat. Let me make this very clear. Your value in society and your value in the dating market are two completely different concepts. I know that many of you are professionals and you're intelligent and all the things that we don't give a fuck about when we go to date you. But how you've treated in the real world, being strong and independent and all that, that's great. I'm happy for you. In fact, I'd like to meet a woman that has interests in intelligence. That's great.
I said, shit, me too.
However, since the beginning of time and until the US and Russia drop all their nukes and burn away the atmosphere and we all die, up until that time, we care about what you look like. And that decides your value in the dating market. Your age, yes, as a woman, your age matters in the dating market. Now, should you be discriminated against in the workplace because of your age? No. But the dating market and the workplace are two totally different arenas. And everybody's value in different places are going to be different.
Yep. And so this MJ is kind of saying what I was saying earlier, is that good manners are good manners and they're about you. But so if you're talking to just it doesn't even have to be within dating, just in normal social interactions. If you're being polite to somebody, at what point or what can they do that would stop you from being nice and having good manners? Is there nothing, like if somebody's punching you in the face, and please stop, or can we admit that there's a point at which good manners are not appropriate for this situation?
Also, what constitutes good manners? Because every day, everywhere, women open up their own car doors. So if he had not opened the door, that would have made him less of a man, less of a gentleman, while he's there, willing to spend his hard-earned money and waited for a woman for an hour. Again, it is not just the appearance. It is her attitude. It's her body language. It's her lack of respect for his time. Her lack of accountability. I can go on and on and on. All of this stuff had already occurred before he got out the car to open the door.
Yep. Yep.
Like I said, I don't have a problem with a man opening a woman's car door. I think it's a little bit cringe because you're kind of signaling to her that maybe you're not worth all of that much, and now you're placing her on a pedestal. Yep. And in today's atmosphere, you're sending a bad message because now she thinks, well, maybe I didn't get the prize here. Maybe this is not the guy that I'm really attracted to because this guy is trying to do everything to get my attention. Most women like the guys that don't give them any attention.
Mm-hmm. And that's
so when you're trying to go so hard to be Mr. Chivalrous, in effect, what you're telling her is, I don't get no buns.
Yep. And shout out to Ray Pest. Welcome to the party. And that's exactly why, you know, it's frustrating when you, because like you said, these guys fuck up the market. Because now, if I'm just talking to somebody and I happen to be just a normal, like not a nice guy, but like a guy who happens to be nice and happens to be thoughtful and happens to be whatever. Now I have to fucking pretend that I'm not that person and treat you like shit because you're expecting that a nice guy is going to be, you know, some simpy loser when, and now it's all these games. Like, when I don't want to play games, and then I don't play games, and you're like, well, this is getting too serious. I'm like, bitch, I'm just fucking talking to you. Chill the fuck out. Why? Why?
Right.
Why? Because other small, brown, skinny men act like this. Get your fucking shit together because it's hurting the rest of us.
Agreed. And you're 100% correct. Because I used to be that guy too.
Yep. Yep.
Because I used to be a lot skinnier. Trust me. I used to be a lot skinnier than I am now.
We already hit an hour. We didn't even get to the podcast. Let's
A lot of expectations for a first
Now we
date.
breaking the shit down tonight. You fucking dragged me on here.
We're going to be here for a while.
I'm sorry. We're dropping you off home.
And so actually, yeah, that's why
Zippy
I
is
originally stopped
1,000,000%
here.
correct.
Because the reason that I stopped it here originally before you went off is because I feel like I would act very similar in that situation in terms of, like, we're already here. I'm going to try to salvage this social situation regardless, because that's the kind of person I like. Even if it was me and you and we were hanging out and like some shit went off, and I'm like, all right, well, like, sorry, bro, I don't know what's going on, but I'm just trying, you know what I mean? So that's what, and I know that it's something with me that maybe I don't necessarily always see the difference between a general social interaction or the effects of a general social interaction and the effects of a romantic interaction.
That's a good point
issue.
because, you know, MJ was not very happy with what I had to say, but I have to point out that different places, the etiquette is different in different situations. Mm-hmm. So if a guy holds a door open for a woman, which I do every single day, because I'm always having a woman trail behind me to go into a door somewhere, right? Nice. It is not in a romantic environment, so I don't mind holding the door open. It doesn't affect my public image in the negative to hold the door open for a woman, you know, in a store or an apartment building, or, you know, the door that leads to the elevator, to the garage, to the cars, right? Like, it's not that I don't hold, you know, doors open for old ladies. I do that all the time. But in a situation where we know that in 2023, it's more of a power play than anything. Because again, when you think about it, they didn't need to go to Aria for them to get to know each other. That was not necessary. But
nobody needs to go to Aria to get to know each other.
Right, but she wanted to make it about resource extraction. So we know it's a power play going in. We know that she's going to do a bunch of shit tests. She's going to do a whole bunch of things that we men hate when we just want to simply get to know you. So the normal conventions of human interactions do not apply when there is a power play at stake here. If I am too nice to this woman, she's going to tell me, oh, you're just like my brother. I only see you as a friend. Well, we know as men.
If I had a nickel for every goddamn time, like, oh, you're so nice, I don't want to hurt you.
Yeah.
You're not going to hurt me unless you're doing this right now.
Yeah.
Just like we were enjoying talking, just continue doing what you're doing. Stop projecting whoever that fucking asshole is on me, or whoever that fucking loser is on me. Talk to me.
But she's not. She's trying to tell you without losing your attention that she's not attracted to you.
Yup.
She still wants your attention. Yep. And all that goes with your attention and affection without reciprocation.
And exactly. Stephanie Miller, shout out, said, when did opening a door become a power play? So glad I'm not dating anymore. Lucky you.
And you know what it is, Stephanie? It's really sad that you noticed that. I believe it was Dave Chappelle, the venerable Dave Chappelle, that said this on stage. Do you know why chivalry is dead? Because women killed it. Absolutely.
Words of a genius. Words of a genius. All right, let's jump right back in here.
We're dropping you off home.
Are you serious?
All right, whatever.
You know what's really sad?
What's really sad?
It's like opening the door as a power play. Did you see the shift in this woman's body language? When he stood up for himself, the only time he stood up for himself, that was the only time she even approached the accountability table. Have you seen that video yet?
When the second one she did?
The reality show where the women have to take accountability for $100,000?
No.
Oh, we gotta look at that. That is one of the funniest skits I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, it's like a short
The first women to go to the table and take accountability would win $100,000. All three women was like, nah, son, I can't do it.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Shout out to Soil to Soul. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. Hope you are doing well as well. We are diving into Cheesecake Factory lady and what is going on. My good friend, Dr. Evil Genius.
All right, whatever. Well,
I don't even care.
There's the acceptance. Yeah, there's the acceptance.
I don't even want to go out with you.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
I was about to hit the button.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, now you're sorry.
It only took how long?
8 minutes. All right, 8 minutes. So now that we've got through the entire thing, Zippy says, fair play died. Not by the hands of vigorous men, but by the hands of weak women. Well said. Ray Pass said she ratchet as.
Nah, let's be fair, Ray. She's not ratchet. I know what ratchet is. That woman's not ratchet. I'm not going to disrespect her like that with a lie.
Okay, let's take a quick aside. I need a little lesson here. What is not? Because actually, never mind.
She's not hood.
Okay.
Believe me, if you saw a hood, believe me, you would know ratchet. She is just your typical entitled modern woman. Okay. Very, very different from ratchet. I would 1,000,000% deal with Miss Cheesecake than some ratchet bitch. Please, they're not the same. Please do not disrespect this woman that way. That is completely unfair. Let's be real. Is she a 4? Yes, she's a certified 4. Okay? But to call her ratchet is a disrespect. Cardi B is ratchet.
Okay, now it makes sense. Perfect.
She's beyond ratchet. She's criminally ratchet.
Yeah. So the Soul was asking about the poll. So we just finished watching the TikTok of Cheesecake Factory lady, and long story short, her date made a reservation at a nice restaurant, showed up on time. She wasn't ready, so made him wait an hour. Then they had to go to the Cheesecake Factory. Drove all the way there. He gets out of the car, and she won't open the door because I can't go into Cheesecake Factory. This is a chain. And then the rest ensued. But now they are on a podcast together to talk about it.
And this dude, he could smell the money he's about to make for having him on there too. Look at him.
Yup.
He put that weird fucking welcome to Good Burger hat on. Like this dude. Ooh wee.
All right, so let's see what they got.
Yeah, she's definitely not beautiful. Beautiful reserves for 9s and 10s. She's on the low side of average. She's not average. She's not beautiful.
Nope.
We are.
And you cannot see her collarbones. All you see, she's got several creases in her neck. Come on, let's again. I tell you, women will lie for other women. Stephanie, if I looked at you right now, I would be able to very quickly tell you whether a guy is going to approach you or her first.
True.
And we know this is the truth. We know that 6s hang out with 3s so that the 6s look like 7s. We know that trick already.
Yep.
Come on.
Yep.
It's like, stop lying.
What you guys discussed in the car, I'm sure you've had some time to think about it. Before I ask you any questions,
she's not obese. She's just overweight.
No.
No second dates.
Not yet.
Okay. So I'll start
Delusion.
with you, Jay. What has dating been like for you since that?
Yeah, but the
Why do you
heavies.
think she was pushing them up in the camera?
Yep, the heavies
To
don't
take
count.
away the focus on the double chin.
Let's put it straight right now. The heavies don't count if everything is heavy.
And she had to push that
If
shirt
no man
really
is
hard
tall-
up against her to make them look bigger.
Yep. If
We
every man
know
is
the
tall-
tricks.
If
Stop.
every man is tall and no man is tall, if everything is heavy, then the heavies don't matter.
That video went viral.
Well,
Look at his posture. He looks like a browbeaten, broken down man that hasn't had sex in 18 months. That's what he looks like.
So we can. I mean, she is tall. She is tall. But again, you can see the angle that she's sitting straight up.
Yep.
He's slouched over, and
Yep.
it was kind of unexpected. It's like, bro, you saw how the internet had your back, and at least people like me were like, yeah, tell her off. So,
But he
where
didn't even
is
tell
the
her off. He was super calm.
But I'm saying I can see again. I could see myself being in a situation where if it didn't go that far, that I would be in the position of trying to salvage the situation, and then the decision to say, okay, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to take you home. Not a lot of guys are going to do that. And maybe that is a low bar, but the bar is there. A lot of guys are like, okay, yeah, okay, we'll go over here and maybe we'll call around. Let me check the Yelp reviews. And that's how most guys are going to be. So I completely get what you're saying. Like, oh, he should have been gone way before that. But you got to remember, Dr. Evil Genius, you're of the upper echelon there. You're not.
But I think that every man under the situation, because if you're thinking with that scarcity mindset that you talked about earlier, and a whole bunch of men around you are thinking with the scarcity mindset, it changes the prices of the market upward. So every single time you don't stand up for yourself and voluntarily end the interaction with the person that you're talking to, you just boosted their price and you lowered your own. So you're not just, when you go to chase that pussy that you ain't getting, because I'm telling you, he could have spent all the money at Aria, but the fact that he had to meant that he wasn't getting no buns. He was going to have, if he was going to get any pastries at night, it was going to be that cheesecake, because he wasn't getting no buns either way. Because we know the men that get the buns are not the ones that have to spend all the money at the restaurants. That's also something that men are starting to wake up to. Indeed. Look at him.
Indeed.
The dude was basically told, this is what he was told by every girl that he ever liked, but called him a brother. And they all told him, oh, to get the girl that you want, you should treat them like a princess. You should watch all the Disney princess films, act like the prince in the Disney princess films, right? And then you be super nice to them and you ask them about themselves. And when they show up an hour late, you just sit there like a good little boy. And you just do, and then you do whatever, that she wants you to do. And then maybe you'll live happily ever after. And it never works.
So MJ said, what is with putting prices and value crap about dating you're talking about? This feels like that Take Guys crap about dollar values. The whole mindset is cringe. Yeah, I mean, I would feel the same way if I was spending your money too.
Do you know what it is, MJ? It's called reality. And since the beginning of time, women have looked to men to provide them resources. So when the men court the woman, it is customary for her to expect him to give his hard-earned money, because restaurants, dinners cost money, and most women are not willing to pay for the date. Hell, women are talking about, I ain't doing no 50-50. That didn't come from Tate. That came from women.
Yep.
See, the thing is, you have to understand that men do what works, and then we go away from what doesn't work. So if you're hearing a man say the same thing as another man, that means we figured it out. And we didn't create these concepts. Nope. We're responding to how the women are responding. So we're figuring out who the women respond to and under what circumstances, and then we come back and then we reveal our findings.
If you want to be angry,
you want to kind of, You want to try to link the truth to Tate, and because Tate is a piece of shit, then you could throw out all the truth that has been said.
Hashtag girl math.
So understand something. On TSP, we don't support Andrew Tate because he's a piece of shit. But it doesn't change the fact that many of the things he said are true. Do you know how we know they're true? Because we observe them in reality every single day. And it is not men who are creating the dating market unless, they're out here simping. But it is the women that are telling them, you have to take me to Aria. That wasn't Andrew Tate that said that. That was Cheesecake Factory lady that said that. And she says, well, that's what you're supposed to do. You don't think that Cheesecake Factory costs money? You don't think that Aria costs money? You don't think money has value? Come on, let's be for real.
So before we react to this one, Stephanie, I want to make sure what you're referring to, because this could be a very similar situation to what we had in Discord the other night, where we were talking about dating, and somebody, a woman, I forget exactly who it was, could not fathom that all of us men have the same kind of experience, because you are not like that. That's why you're married, because your husband was like, oh, cool, she's not one of them.
Yep. So how many times have you looked at It's Complicated, and then they approach multiple women on the street and ask them, what percentage of men?
Which phrase?
No, he didn't bring the phrase to social media. He just repeated it.
Which phrase?
You think Tate created the recognition of female nature? No.
No.
He's not that smart.
Yeah.
He's not that smart. He just took the truth, mixed it with his poor character, and then poisoned the truth. The truth was always out there. So again, I really hate these all or nothing arguments. Mm-hmm. And this is one of the things that women have to understand about these conversations, and why the lines of communication are so fractured. Women, on the balance of probabilities, more often than not, when women enter these conversations, they are talking about what could happen, what the possibilities are. When we men do our cost-benefit analysis, we are doing it with a mind towards what is more likely to happen. So we try to cover all of our bases to the lowest common denominator. So it is never an all-woman thing, but there is enough women hijacking your social credit with men that is causing men to change up their dealings. Now here on TSP, not here on the TheIndianJesus, but over on TSP, there's a reason why we have Mrs. Evil giving her opinions on these types of subjects, because we want men to know that not all women are like this. But guess what's going on in the internet? The good women are staying shut. Oh, they're not just staying shut, but they're supporting the bad behavior of other women that they would not engage in themselves, because they have to conform to the sisterhood. So there are a lot of good women out there that are staying silent when women get involved in bad behavior. Mm-hmm. And the other women that disagree, they just kind of stay silent, so nobody knows they exist. So the only thing that you are left with is constant examples of women showing their lack of respect and value for men in society in a bunch of different ways. Those are all the people getting attention because those are the only women talking. Now, I've actually asked several women to come on my podcast, and I asked them to give their opinions so that men can see that not all women are the same. And he said, well, I don't want to get attacked by other women. I don't want to put myself in that situation. I don't want to lose my job. I don't want my friends to think that I've got internalized misogyny, because I took actual accountability for what's going on in society and the role that women play in the fracture. Because we still give the responsibility to men.
MJ. So you're talking about, from a woman's point of view, it isn't cool to feel like there's this. We're not talking about in general a woman's point of view. We are talking about this specific situation. And in this specific situation, do you think it is okay how this woman acted? Yes or no? If the answer is no, then nothing you're saying is relevant because we're not talking about the women who don't act this way. We are talking about the women who do act this way. We are talking about from the men's perspective. You are allowed to have your perspective.
Right.
Nobody's saying that you're...
And I want to break this down. I want to break this down very, very clearly. You see how MJ changed the argument? MJ changed the argument. Nobody says, number one, we're not talking about feelings. We're talking about actual interactions in reality. So bring back
Stephanie, real quick. Stephanie, this is exactly what I'm saying.
Back up.
Because you don't know any women like this. The assumption is that women aren't like this. How many women do you know? How many women
Birds
do you
of a feather
really
flock
know?
Together, right? Like-minded women travel together, right?
Legitimately. How many women do you know that you know well enough how they act in relationships? Do you think it's more women or less women than the average man knows how the average woman acts in a relationship like that?
Can you bring back MJ's other comment? Because that was not that one, the one before that. This is important. It isn't cool to feel like, well, your feelings are your responsibility. I'm giving you the situation on the ground as it is. See, it isn't cool to feel like there's an obligation because the guy pays for something. Well, you know what isn't cool? When the man feels like there's an obligation that he has to pay for something.
This is what I'm telling
that's
you, MJ.
why when I go out with women, I pay for mine and she pays for hers, and I take sex off the table. You know why? Because when I take sex off the table, now we have to deal as equals. Now I get to find out, do you actually want to get to know me, or are you just here for a free meal? Because as a guy, from a guy's point of view, it's not cool to feel obligated to come out of my pocket for a grown woman with a job or with 2 working hands that could feed herself.
MJ, do you want to come up? Because this is going so far left.
And again, really hold on. They both said the same thing.
Hold on. Yeah. So again, you're saying the exact same thing that Stephanie is saying when all men are saying most, not all, most women are like this.
Right.
How many women have you dated?
I don't believe it's most women, though.
I do.
I think that there's actually at least a slight majority of women
more than
who are
50%?
Not like this. At least there's at least 51% of women that are not like this.
Maybe for you. And where are we at? And then using TikToks. Excuse me, ma'am. This is not a TikTok. These are real human beings.
And it's really crazy. If a woman said that she was
even
essayed on TikTok, they wouldn't say that was fake.
Even if it was fake, the situation is we addressed that but before you got
is relatable to all men across the board.
It's an allegory to things that really happens. That's why it went viral, because people understand that this really does happen, whether that actual thing was fake or not. And again, unless these two need a deal in Hollywood to be in the next Marvel film, then they are keeping the act up amazingly.
Let me
that's not the
before
case.
You go forward, right? Because I really want to drive this point home, because this is where men, and I just had this discussion with one of my female clients who is dating a very wealthy man. Okay? I want to make this very, very clear. So Lutch, how tall are you?
5'4", short king in the building.
Okay.
Let's go.
How much do you weigh? How much do you weigh, Lutch?
Probably somewhere between 110 and 115 pounds.
I'm 6'3", 195 pounds of muscle. Like, I'm top 1% in the world in what, actually I'm top 2% in the world in height as a man who's 6'3", right? So you're actually below average on height and weight for a man, right? Mm-hmm. I'm above average in physical build and height. Well above average. I'm top 2% in the world.
So it would stand to reason that we might have
but we're saying
different
the same fucking thing.
Yet somehow you're living with 2 women and I'm living with none.
Right.
Yet
and we're still saying the same thing.
Experience. But no. You two who are married to men know better than us. My apologies. I
mean, if you look in the chat right now, and you talk to the men who are in the chat with you right now, Stephanie and MJ, right? Let's say, because the thing is, we already agreed that it's possible that it could be fake, but the reason why it went viral is because men across the board are saying This is how we're being treated on a daily basis.
Bingo.
And then again,
And I'm telling you, I am on the top end of average. Lunch is short. I love you, brother.
It's okay. I'm below average. I get it. I realize
Okay.
it. I know it. I'm a smart
But-
dude. I'm cute as fuck. I'm funny as shit. I'm smart as hell, but I'm short, and that matters. I get it. I'm below average. It's fine. If
Right.
you are smart enough to get past that, then good for you. Whoever.
Now, I was tall enough. And I had the genetics to put the muscle on to get past that.
So
Right?
MJ, how many of these sorority girls did you date? And then we had a very valid question from Guam Tech that I think I would also appreciate being answered. Where was it?
And I'm not
Guam Tech,
attacking the ladies here, man. It's just that every single time I have this conversation with a woman, they have their head so far in the clouds that they don't really understand. See, look. She keeps saying all women, and I keep saying not all women.
We've
That's what I'm
specifically
saying.
said
You keep changing
We've
the argument
specifically said that.
to fit your narrative, and you're not actually listening to understand. You're listening to tell me that my lived experience is not my lived experience, and that
here it is.
Lunch's lived experience is
Here it
not
is.
his lived experience.
So this was the question from Guam Tech. So Stephanie and MJ, are most of your friends married? Because that has a lot to do with your perspective on this.
Right. What did Kevin Samuels always say, Lutch? Single women keep women single.
Bingo.
Right. So the thing is, the kind of behaviors that single women
exactly.
right.
My
so
point.
you don't know that you do not know the experiences that men are going through and what they're expected to go through. You only know what you're supposed to get from them. Because society does not teach you how to value men. It only tells you what you deserve and what you're supposed to get from a man.
Libby said it's like with conservatives; they don't have a clue just how broken conservatism is. Oh, we
It's
know.
the same thing with the liberals.
I mean, that's a whole other discussion. But
Right.
yeah, I mean,
but it's no different than with the liberals. So understand, ladies, we're not attacking you here, and when I'm not talking about all women.
Exactly, Stephanie. Exactly, Stephanie. So you are one of the good ones. That's why we enjoy talking to you. That's why we want to hang out with you. That's why we want to have conversations with you, because you're not like her. That is the whole point.
But you know what the problem is, Lutch? The women like her, the Cheesecake Factory lady, since she's the one in the spotlight, she is the one that is hijacking your public image. So you should have an added incentive to shut her narrative down. You should be out there countering her bullshit to let everybody know
What do you think you hear?
that not every woman is like this. Let me give you an example. Let me give you a somewhat political example, right? How many times have you heard when black people talk about being unarmed and killed by police, the white people counter and say, well, the police kill unarmed white people for no good reason too.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what my response to that is, Lutch? Then you should be out there marching with BLM, because you should not be happy with people who are doing bad things to people for no good reason. And you should not be using the fact that it happens to you too to continue the status quo.
I understand your point, and as I
That's
agree with
I'm
the
going,
point.
I'm going slightly there. But the thing is, the answer to, wow, that's really fucked up stuff, it shouldn't be, well, we have to try to disprove everything that you've actually experienced and witnessed. No, it should be, wow, there are people that are like that. Well, I need to go out there and show people that, no. You don't represent me. You don't represent me. So when we talked about this situation with this professional basketball player who erroneously was reported to have broken his ex-girlfriend's neck in a fit of DV, and then it found out that A, she didn't even have a fracture in her spine, and B, the prosecutor that said that he beat her up didn't even interview the woman that they said was beat up. And then they find out that he never hit her to begin with.
I was already thinking of whenever you were done to say #believe all women.
Right. Right.
I mean,
but the thing is, when you get people who are pushing a narrative that doesn't fit you, the response shouldn't be, well, those people don't actually exist when we're telling you they exist. They exist.
Wait, hold up.
He's lying. Zippy is trolling. Don't.
I was gonna say, well, maybe with the 300, but are you really short like that? Like, yo, and you've been here all this time, and you haven't been telling me you're a fellow short king.
No.
Come on, bro.
Nah,
So Guantac says to MJ and Stephanie, you and your friends are actually what men want. Yes. It's not y'all. The reason you are so confused about this is because you are not the women that we are talking about. That is specifically and exactly why it doesn't make sense to you, because you are not this type of person. That's a good thing that you don't understand this. You don't want to have to understand this.
Right.
That's the whole point. If you understood this, then I probably wouldn't want to fucking talk to you.
Right. Exactly.
But
Can I ask one more question, Lutch?
Let's just finish this out.
If you
so
were
what
to
actually men want. Hold on. Guamtech said, you and your friends are actually what men want. You don't have to stand up for every woman. Just like I consider myself a good man, I don't stand up for violent pieces of shit. I think that is a comment of the night.
Yeah. Can I ask you this question, Lutch? At what point in anything that I said today did I say all women?
Don't think
At what point did I say all women? At where can if you can rewind the tape? At what point did I say all women?
Didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
So
the thing is, it's very difficult to have a discourse with people who are making an insinuation that you're making an argument that you're not making. Because, like I said, I even had to correct Lutch. Lutch said that most women are like this. And I counted and I said, what?
Hold on. You're answering because I'm answering this? Go ahead. What did you say? Go ahead.
You said that Dr. Evil thinks that he knows all women. If you go back, you said that.
So we got Dr. Virginia supplying my statement to something else because you said women don't pay, and you responded.
Generally, by and large, women don't pay 50-50.
Okay. I definitely saw it.
Yeah, because I saw it, and I responded to it. Stephanie also said, see, Dr. Evil Genius thinks he knows about all women. You said that.
All women. Oh, I love you guys.
You said that. Stephanie also said a very similar statement.
I love
and
you guys.
I never once said all women.
But
and even when Lutz said most women, I countered and I said that I believe that it is a sizable minority of women who engage in this, but all the women that don't support the women that do or otherwise stay silent.
I was the one who said it was most women. He said it's more than half.
That are not engaged in this behavior. That came from me.
Yeah. So I'm the one who's saying I think it is most women, but obviously not all women. So, unfortunately, as much as I love you guys, projection drink it is.
You get what I'm saying? But the thing
we got to keep it a buck. When somebody projects, we got to call it out.
It becomes very difficult to have the conversation in a rational sense. I'm just calling out the experiences of men on the ground. I'm not saying that women are wrong for being entitled. I'm not saying that no. Well, she is.
She is fat.
She is fat. She's overweight.
Is she not?
She's not morbidly obese, but I do see more than one chin, and I don't see any collarbones. I see more chins than collarbones. She's overweight. Do you know how I know? Because I'm in the fitness industry. That's how I make my money.
Yup.
I'm paid to know the difference between fit, fat, and overweight.
Yeah, Soul the Soul is agreeing with Unwanted Foe here. Oh, wait, not that one. Saying the closer you get to the big cities, the more common it is for women to act like Cheesecake Girl.
Remember that video you did?
Get out of the cities.
Do you remember that video that you did when it was one of my favorite videos you ever did, where you reacted to it's complicated, and they were talking to all the women in the Deep South, and you're like, oh my God, I need to go. That's what I'm saying. They know what it is. Okay, so
and yes, in the
can you go
Discord,
back to the other comment? Go back to the other comment.
I 1 second. In the Discord, we do have the girls only room. I am allowed in there for administrative purposes, but I'm not gonna come in and do your shit. So if you guys want to come and talk shit or go and talk shit about us, that is your safe space. Females only. Females only.
It would be a much better use of it to figure out how you can reclaim your public image, because your public image has been hijacked by a subset of women who don't care about you and you winning. In fact, because there are more women than men, they look at you as a competitor. So if you can't get what you want, they think that it's better for them because they have less competition.
Wait. But here you go again. When he says speaking men's experience, that means to me all men. Well, then that's not what words mean. That's not what words mean. You added all, and now I mean, that's projection, honey. That's what projection means. You said a thing, and now you're blaming him for saying the thing that you put in your own mind. That is what projection is.
I am not responsible for your interpretation of what I said. I'm responsible for what I said.
What's good, girl?
Okay? I'm not responsible for how you feel or how you interpreted what I said. I am responsible for what I said. When we say women, we mean in general. There are always exceptions to the in general. But by and large, when a woman shows up to a date, she does not show up expecting to pay for the date.
Nope.
This is something that is this.
But
this
it's
wrong
for us to have expectations. And I actually agree with that. It is wrong to expect that just because you paid for something that she got to put out. But
again, you keep saying all women. Women in general don't pay for dates. Do you know why? Because I don't understand this. Somebody can explain it to me in the comment section if you want to. But from what I understand is the person that does the asking out has to pay for the date. But guess who does all the acting out in society? Who is the responsibility? You hear women say all the time, "Oh, I can't approach that man. No, he should approach me. I'm waiting on the guy to come to me. I'm waiting on the man that God has for me." I know you hate that one. I know you hate that one.
Oh yeah.
Right.
But here we go again, MJ. It's like, how do you know? Have you ever seen this man before? We haven't even gotten into the video yet. And you're the one projecting all of this stuff about him.
You're talking about three different men in three different parts of the country on your screen right now saying the same exact thing.
Not to mention everybody agreeing in the chat.
I don't know what to tell you. Like, we men can keep telling them this is our experience.
Women that aren't you, that they believe wholesale. Believe all women, but fuck
you. Asked me about
men don't. Oh no, we lost him. I'm sure he'll be back in 8 minutes. So let's dive back in here. Let's get some comments. There, good.
Sorry.
Right.
So you asked me about Sprinkle earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many fucking subscribers she has on that channel?
Mm-mm.
Of women that are looking for ways to get over on men? She has over 100,000 subscribers.
Yep, that got me mad.
She's got many on TikTok. She's got a whole bunch of followers on TikTok. Made up of men that are looking to be used? No, of women who want to find out how to use men. And that's what I'm saying. If you want to make the women's only channel in the Indian Jesus Discord, you could use it to talk shit about men. Or you could use it to figure out how you can take back your public image so that women like that don't represent you to other men out in society.
Is that a great point? So I get you guys have been treated poorly. Well, okay, I get you guys have been treated, but is it possible that you go in expecting them to act like that?
If I was expecting them to act like that, I wouldn't
exactly
waste my
Why would
gas
I?
money.
Yeah.
If I knew she was going to do that, I would not even show up. How does that benefit me? I'm going to use my gas, drive to her house, sit in front of her house for an hour because she's late.
No, that makes too much. That's too. So, Stephanie, if you expected me to come up here and be like, Stephanie Miller, you're horrible. Everything that you say is wrong. You're bad. You're this. Would you expect that I would do that in the future or not? Because that would make sense. The reason you come back is because I don't do that. And I'm continuing to not do that at this very moment. And I hope that you understand that. MJ says, so it seems like the three men don't understand women and how we think. I guess not. Yep. MJ's right. She's the smartest person in the world, and all men are so stupid because they all agree that that what MJ says is wrong, and she's right. So we're all dumb and wrong and stupid.
Do you know why that argument falls flat, Lutch? Because this woman just sat up in front of a camera. She put a camera in front of her own face and told us how women think.
Yep.
She said, you're supposed to, when you court a beautiful woman, because I'm a beautiful woman, you're supposed to do this, and this. Don't you know that already? What do you think that means?
Yeah, so CT is asking that we keep saying we as if speaking for all men. I'm speaking for myself, and Dr. Evil Genius is speaking for himself, but that doesn't mean that we don't also have experiences from other men. We spend time.
Men actually listen when other men talk, unlike
Exactly.
women. Women don't listen when men talk. I actually have two women in the chat right now that keep saying that I said all women. I'd never said I'd never put all and women together in a sentence to make a point. Not even once.
To soul.
They both heard me not say that. And they both insinuated that I said it. So we already understand that women don't listen when men talk.
Well, Soil the Soul does. Shout out. Hold on. Let's
men.
give credit where it's due. Soil the Soul has been listening. Said all men means all men. Just saying men is a generalization, but doesn't mean all unless prefaced with it. Same with women. Specifics do matter, and often these days get lost in translation. Thank you very, very much. Sound a little angry though, bro. You mad, bro? You mad, bro?
No, it's so. Let me. I want to make this very, very, very clear, because this is a shaming tactic. When they finally realize that their points are not really holding water, then they have to go towards you're angry, you're emotional, you're short, you have little dick energy. Because that right there, that shaming thing right there, that is akin to you have little dick energy. Oh, you're getting emotional. Now you're less manly. Come on, I've heard
their emotions.
I've heard.
I thought that was a good thing. That's what they say in all the Disney movies and rom-coms.
But for me, I don't need to be angry. Do you know why? Lutch, you told them why, right?
What do you mean? Because you got two ladies in the house?
Right, because I got two women already. I'm good, right? The issue here is that you're trying to put words in my mouth that I did not say. And anytime you approach discourse with anybody in public or in private, and you try to insinuate that somebody said something that it did not say, they're not going to just stand there and take it unless they're a weak, simple little bitch, like the man sitting below Lutch, hunched over like this, like, oh my God. Right? Unless you're a guy like that, if you're going to argue in good faith. And one of the ways you don't argue in good faith is put words in other people's mouths. And then you go for personal attacks. Just admit that what we're trying to tell you is something that you were unaware before, and you'll look for it and see if other people have had that experience. Now imagine, Lutch, we flip this around. And these women tell us that before you
go there, because that's great. And before
they've been harassed
quick little thing. Stephanie Miller, you said, Dr. Evelyn, you just sound a little angry. Okay, maybe he's angry. Does that make him wrong? That's a good fucking point. Because I'm not angry. Even if he was, does anything that he said be wrong? That is why it's an emotional tactic. It's an ad hominem attack. You're taking the words and you don't like them, and instead of being able to combat them and refute them, you're calling names.
Right. Now imagine we flip it.
I bet you love when I do this. When we watch the video and it's like this, right? You love when it's like this. But you expect to be, I'm not pointing fingers, but I'm just saying I would not be surprised if I lost some subscribers from females after this.
Right. I mean, but the thing is, again, these conversations are.
This is what the show has always been.
Right. Let me ask you this, Lutch. Let's turn it around in the inverse, right? Yeah. If Stephanie Miller said to us, "What? See, look at the shaming language. Look at it. We've been hit with this before, MJ. It doesn't work on us. This is not the place for that. We know what you're doing before you did it.
Is this not you? Is this not you?
And they've used the same tactic. They use the same exact tactic in the same order.
So again, how is voice sounding not happy relevant to what we're talking about?
I don't know. We're not talking about me, getting a rub and tug. Like, we're talking about a serious situation where men are being disrespected in society. So the thing is, I have to flip the script, right, Lutch?
Oh, now we're going after looks. This is, I mean, the rules.
Again, I said that they were going to do this.
MJ,
and they did exactly what I said they were going to do.
MJ, you know that I would never allow anybody ever to come after your looks. Attack ideas, not people.
Right.
Attack ideas, not people.
Hey,
right?
do you see, Lutch? See these lines in my forehead?
But we're not calling
I've had
people
these
ugly.
since I was like 7.
That's not happening. There's plenty of channels where you can go and do that.
Yeah.
If you would like to have an intellectual conversation, like an adult, you are welcome here. If you want to call names, this is not the place for you. Zibby.
And the thing is, you know what's really crazy though? Like, this is a necessary conversation that I'm actually happy that we're having, right?
I'm happy that you came.
That's just the way it is. But let me flip the script. Flip the script, Lutch. I'm going to speak the lady's language right quick. If MJ was sitting up here right now in my spot on your screen, and she said, I have been SH'd, S harassed, right? I've been S harassed. And I know a lot of women who have been S harassed, right?
I didn't ask how he looked mad. I asked why that was relevant. But
now check this out, right? So check this out.
Nobody asked you for that. You're putting words in my mouth now.
So check.
I asked you why it wouldn't matter if he was mad. I didn't ask you how does he look mad. Run the tape back.
I didn't think that. Did you insinuate that she called me ugly? I never saw that she called me ugly.
When she said, a lot of lines in the forehead. I never said
But did you equate that to ugly? Because I didn't take that as ugly.
Okay, so then
none of us said anything about being ugly.
Fine. Then MJ.
Again, another argument we didn't make.
Okay, fine. Then I apologize. We're getting heated here. We're all friends, and I apologize.
Yeah, lines on the forehead and shouting are signs of anger. Not with me, but you don't know me. This is how I talk. No, I can't stop yelling. That's the way I talk. No, Stephanie, this is not a happy subject we're talking about. Especially when, as a man who has lived experience, you're trying to tell me that my experiences I have not experienced, and my observations I have not observed. So let me give you this example. If Stephanie Miller said to us that she had been SH'd, right? S harassed, right? You follow me, Lutch?
Yep.
Okay. Let's say she said that she had been S harassed, and many of her friends have been, right? And she says, S harassment is a problem in society. Imagine if I responded with, I don't know any men that does that. That's not actually true or real. You only saw that on the internet. Could you imagine if that was my response, how disrespected they would feel?
So she says they never said that. MJ, I'm giving you a whole banner. I'm apologizing for you. I'm not perfect. I misunderstood what you said, and I immediately apologize.
Yeah, that's why I didn't respond.
If that's not good enough for you, then I don't know what to tell you.
Right. So again, we addressed that. Okay. So again, I ask you, if Stephanie Miller or MJ was sitting up here in my spot telling your audience about their experiences of having been SH'd or having witnessed other women be SH'd or even SA'd, and we told them that their experiences, they didn't experience them, and keep telling them about how, most men are not like that. If we went on and on like that, would they be happy with that?
Nope.
Right? They would not be speaking in a joyful voice. They would be speaking in a very serious voice, right? They might even get a little passionate about what they're saying because the subject is very important to them. Would that be reasonable?
Sounds like it.
So I want you to understand that, A, we are not attacking you, especially not you, because according to both of you, you're not even in the dating market. We're not talking about you.
Nope.
So I have 2 women in my house that don't act like that. So there's no way I could be talking about all women. And I never said all women. And I never insinuated all women. I said on a balance of probabilities, more often than not. And many, many, many men are saying we are all going through these things. And that is the point that's the part that you just kind of close your ears. I am not speaking for all men. I listen to men when they talk. Remember how they used to call us Kevin Samuels followers? Mm-hmm. And they're flipping on them, Lutch. No, we're not Kevin Samuels followers. Kevin Samuels followed us, and he listened to thousands and thousands of men say the same thing over and over and over and over again. And then he was able to compile that data and say, this is what most men are looking for. This is what most average men are looking for. This is what most high value men are looking for. I have a large field to draw from. I have a large database to draw from to have an educated inference to say, most men are like this. Most women are like this. Most women want this. Most women want that. And it doesn't make you Andrew Tate if you listen to men when they talk. Because that's all we're doing here.
Yep. Let's give a big shout out to Unwanted Foe. As you guys saw, I tried to get him up here, but let's see if the sounds get him.
Why are you giving him peanuts? What happened to the treats?
Because I used to give him the kibble. I'm not giving him like treats. He's gonna get fat. But because these guys bless me so much. So it's whenever he's sleeping, we keep it right here for him. Thank you so much. I very much appreciate that. So all right, let's go back to So MJ is saying I wouldn't have said women get treated that way. Instead, I would say I don't do that. I don't think that. I don't XYW. I wouldn't say women do this or that. I'm annoyed at you for using men in your statement. If you had said my experience on a date that I'm expected to pay, I would have been fine. The problem with that is that while we are drawing from our own personal experiences, we are not drawing merely from our own personal experiences. We are drawing from other men. And I don't know every man, but it is reasonable to speak generally about things. As Soul of the Soul said, nobody said all men or all women. We're just talking in generalities. If you can't, I can't do a 7-hour show where every single time I say men, I say, well, not all men, but some men, but the men who are in the dating market who aren't gay and want to, that's not a reasonable way to communicate. So I'm sorry if I genuinely apologize. Number one, I misunderstood what you said about the lines. I apologize. I was wrong. You were right. I am sorry.
Did you say the word ugly? Because I didn't see them say anything about me being ugly.
No, I misinterpreted the lines and the things. She was talking about angry. I didn't ask why you thought he was angry. I asked why it would matter if he was angry. But fine, I'll take that out. I misunderstood what you said, and I apologize. If
but
I'm
do you
not
see
perfect,
the difference?
But
do you see the difference, Lutch? This is the core of the issue. When we're trying to correct them and explain exactly what the concept is, they fought and fought and fought and fought. As soon as you realize that you were in the wrong, what did you do?
Me? Apologize.
Yeah, you apologize. Did you make any excuses? Did you try to say not all a woman? You put a big thing up. See, this is the type of thing that men talk about that you guys are not listening to. Again,
go find another YouTuber who would do that.
Men.
Go find another YouTuber to do that and get back to me.
So I'm letting you know. I'm trying to educate you about what men talk about when we're not around you. We actually listen to each other when we talk. We actually listen to each other when we talk. Wait, go back to number one.
So number one, what we seem to have learned is that this group of men can't hear what I say as a woman, even though I heard what you said. I acknowledged that I misunderstood it and then said exactly what you said.
How many times did you apologize?
7, 12, 15, I don't know, but who counts? And number two, they're also unhappy that I, MJ, as a woman, hear what they don't like, how I understand it. No, you're just misunderstanding. You don't like it because you're either really understanding it and not being able to deal with the reality, or you are misunderstanding it, think it's being applied to you when that is not the case.
You know, we're really logical. Guys are really logical. How could I say how can we actually say that? How can we actually say that it's all women when I have two at home that I advocate for on a regular basis? How could it be all women if the women that I live with 24 hours every day for much of the past 17 and a half years, if they're not like that? And I've already said most women are not like that.
So here we go. Here we go. If you thought one thing and you weren't sure because I didn't say it specifically,
should have asked that question to begin with, and we would have
asked questions. So what percentage do you mean with men? That is a great question, MJ.
Right.
I would love to answer that question.
That's the right question.
So what percentage of men do you mean with men? And why get mad if I feel like you mean it means?
Well, we're not mad. We're trying to reason with you, and we're not speaking the same language for whatever reason.
Right, but let's try to build the bridge. And when she says get mad, obviously we took issue with it. So the reason, so let's work backwards. The reason we take issue with it is because the same way that all of us are told how transphobic we are because we won't let kids transition over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's frustrating. So just because you're the one who said that, just because it's the first time that you've said that, doesn't mean it's the first time I've heard it. So yes, I get frustrated when women or people in general misunderstand what I'm saying. That is a frustrating thing to happen.
I wasn't frustrated though, because I'm used to it. I'm used to women miscategorizing what I said, adding words to what I said, saying things that I didn't say.
Let's keep it moving.
And then looking at my appearance.
So you weren't mad. I was mad. We're moving on. So what percent?
No, but this is the perfect question. This is the question that MJ should have started with.
Okay, so I'll throw it to you. What percent of men do you mean?
So of course I don't have exact figures, but when I look across the landscape, especially when you look at the
so we're speaking generally based on one person's perspective.
More than 80% of men don't have sexual access, period. So when you look at there was over during the pandemic era and coming out of the pandemic, they did a poll that showed that 50% of men who are in those dating ages in the 20s and 30s are no longer interested in dating at all. They've left the dating market. They're not trying anymore. And I looked at that and I was like, God damn, like that's kind of crazy. So at least half of them are kind of like out of the dating pool. But for the guys who are left, that still leaves a good, of the guys that are left, you're still talking about, I think they did the studies on dating apps across the board, Hinge, OkCupid, Tinder, and they showed that women on average find that 85% of men are below average. Do those numbers even math? They also show that men swipe right 60% of the time on dating apps on average. Do you know how often women swipe right on dating apps? 5%.
So here we have another.
My dating experience and yours, not the same.
Right. But so hold on. So now we have yet another misunderstanding. Like nobody is blaming you for anything. We're just engaging the things that you are saying. Again, look at that. You said it. We aren't speaking the same language that women speak. And that's okay. So it's okay for you to misunderstand. That's why it's okay for you to misunderstand. But when you ask questions and we have answers, it's not fair of you to say, how dare you? You're doing this, that, the other. You're mean. You're this. You're angry. Why are you getting? It's just a conversation.
Yeah. And the thing is, I knew that you were going to understand,
and
which is why I'm not mad.
So why are you blaming me for you not understanding as a woman if I'm not a woman? That's the point of what we're doing here. If we already understood each other and could just mind meld, then this wouldn't be a very fucking interesting show because you would already know what the hell I have to say and I would know what the hell you have to say. We could just skip it and I could go to bed.
You wouldn't be able to get super chats though. You know what I mean? But yeah, see, the thing is,
okay, MJ, I'm sorry. We all should have started out this statement with exactly what you wanted us to start out with.
If MJ would have started out with
that. And so now we are going to be in the right by addressing it the way that is most appropriate for you, even though that we're not in your brain.
But do you know what? MJ actually changed the temperature when she asked the right question. MJ, you changed the temperature and got back
in both ways,
right back to where we were supposed to be, because you asked the right question. See, when we're talking, men don't think about possibilities. Men think about probabilities. What is most likely to happen? As a man, winning a lottery cannot be my path. It cannot be my plan to retire. Do you know why? Because while it is possible I could win the lottery, the balance of probability says I'm never going to win the Powerball. I'm not getting the $1.75 billion jackpot.
But you could.
But
maybe.
I could. So am I supposed to, right? And the thing is, even the most attractive men get rejected at least 91% of the time. Even the most attractive men fail more than 9 out of 10 times with women. So what do you think the average guy is dealing with? And of course, it's a bad economy, right? So if a girl can line up 5 different dates with 5 different guys, that's 5 different dinners she don't have to pay for. Nope. And there are women talking a lot about that too. Yeah, the studies are very, very clear, right? The studies are very, very clear.
MJ, you already won. I already said you're right, I'm wrong. What the fuck else do you want from me? What the fuck else do you want? I made a banner. I said I'm wrong. You're right. What the fuck else can I do? What the fuck else can I do? Yeah, you just say exactly what you want me to do, and we'll make the whole show about you because I'm such a terrible, awful person, and you're so perfect. Get the fuck out of here. God damn it. God damn it. Why do you think women do that? I have no fucking clue. If I could understand, then that's the whole fucking reason that I stopped talking to all of you.
Well, the reason why women do that is because
Jesus fucking Christ.
Women don't have the same burden of performance that men do. No. Women want to believe that they could have the same burden of performance, which is why they want to compete with us.
Well, why didn't you say that? Why didn't you say that? How am I supposed to know that? You should have said it like this. Do you see how that doesn't work? That's the exact same thing that you just said to me. I starred all of them specifically.
Lutch, I have to defend.
I wouldn't have said women. I would have said this. I was that. I would have done that. I would have been fine. I would have been completely fine.
Lutch, I have to defend MJ. I knew who she was talking to.
Okay, but I didn't.
Right. So I was going to say, hey, let's slow down on MJ for a second. Let's slow down. I knew who MJ was talking about. Right.
But the point is, how come I'm allowed to say something that you don't understand and I'm in the wrong, but when you say something that I don't understand, I'm still in the wrong? How is the math ain't mathing?
Right.
At what point am I not an asshole?
Because she wasn't talking about you. She was talking about me.
Okay, but now
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
No. But now I'm the asshole because I wasn't even talking to you.
Right. But like
when I don't understand, it's my fault. When she don't understand, it's her fault. It's my fault. When everybody doesn't understand,
right?
I asked if you want to come up.
And here's another thing too, right?
Let's all take a drink. Let's all take a drink. We're all friends. We all love each other.
Yeah.
We only can get here.
Yeah, I can remember. I told you I wasn't angry. I'm still not angry. Why? Because I have these kinds of conversations with women a lot, and I expect to be misunderstood.
Fair enough,
right?
MJ.
Look,
fair enough.
So here's the thing, right? Would it make sense for me to say?
I do want to take a moment and just I do want to take a moment and Wusa and MJ, Stephanie, Soul the Soul, all of you guys, you guys know I
have no problem with any person.
You guys know that this is just who I am, and I would treat Zippy or Nick or Annie or Dr. Evil Genius the exact same way.
He likes to go at me.
I mean, I'm sorry.
When I said that the families of white victims of police brutality should march with BLM, he almost blew a gasket. I don't know if you guys caught that shit.
All right, word up, MJ.
I don't know if you caught that shit.
Can we all put MJ in the chat, please? MJ in the chat. Shout out to MJ.
Yeah. I gotta say this, right? It would be illogical for me to say that all men go through this, right? Because Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson exists. Does that make sense? I can't rightfully say that all men go through this because Leonardo DiCaprio exists. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson exists. They're not going through this.
I'm.
So there's no way that I
got
can
you.
actually say that all men are going through this. I'm not an idiot, right? But the thing is, whenever you talk to a man, and that's why I always pay attention to trends, and I also pay attention to patterns, right? Now, Lutch is a guy who is nothing like me, right? Except that we both share some Indian blood, but that's besides the point, right? But I am more physically fit than him. I am considered to be more attractive than him on the balance of probabilities. Most women are going to talk to me if they thought I was single. They would talk to me before they would talk to Lutch. We both understand this, right?
Yep.
We know that the people in the chat are from all different parts, and not all of them are in the United States. We know this. But when you start to see that people who are not friends, who do not know each other, who are coming from multiple different places, right? And you look at all of these people who don't know each other from a hole in the wall, have never spoken to each other, but we're all saying the same thing, that should send off a little signal in your head that there might be something to it.
So here's what I'm thinking. Because we are 8 minutes into this, and I'm very interested to see what you and Mrs.
We're gonna let it
Evil-
roll.
Well, hear me out. I'm very interested to see what you and Mrs. Evil had to say. I'm gonna watch it anyway. Are you down to pull an audible?
Oh, I'm ready.
Let's do it. Let's see what Dr.
But you're going to be
Mrs.
watching the
Evil-
video all over again, but you're going to get to see her breakdown.
Well, yeah. We'll get the. I think this is going to be more better.
More better. Yeah. Dr. Evil for TSP, and we have a very special guest that you MMA fans on the channel know very well.
Shout out to Mrs. Evil Genius.
It's very weird looking at myself.
There you go.
It sounds a lot like white supremacy.
And we're going to continue.
First of all, let's show Mrs. Evil some love. A couple days ago, she ran 31.1 miles in a 50K ultra marathon. So
I left my medal over there.
I hear you, MJ, but again, when it comes down to how it resonated with so many people, that's why don't be shy. Don't be shy.
People are sending you a message, MJ, with their response. The fact that it went as viral as they did, and you look at all the comments of all the men saying, wow, that's crazy. I went through this. I went through this. I went through this. Even if it was just a skit, if you look at the responses, those are real people. And I'm telling you that I've been in situations like that in the past. Lutch is telling you that he's acted just like the guy in the skit for real in real life. There is a trend. There is a pattern. Not everybody follows the trend, but the trend is real. And for me, as a person, like, I'll put it to you like this, MJ. When I'm on dating apps,
yeah,
I see
go with
women,
the two women, and then he goes on dating apps.
Right. When I'm
we
on
live
dating
different
apps,
lives.
Right. I can't tell you how many times I see women say, don't talk to me if you're not 6 feet tall or above.
Bye.
And do you know what I do as a man who is 6'3"? What do I do, Lutch?
Dip the fuck out.
I swipe left on the women that are looking for me. Why? Because I don't want to be associated with the type of woman that believes that the most important thing to a man is how tall he is, or when he goes to certain places, he can hit his head on things. Trust me, being my height is not all it's cracked up to be.
Oh, cry me a fucking river. Cry me
We
a
also
fucking
live shorter
river.
lives than men who are shorter as well. We live significantly shorter lives.
A really dark
on
joke,
average.
but I'll leave that.
I'm just saying.
All right.
I'm just saying.
All right, so back to okay, Dr. Evil Genius, shut up. Let's get back to Dr. Evil Genius.
Oh yeah, so that's the medal over there. So yeah, if you can't show the medal, it didn't happen.
That's basically it. Or if you join our Strava, link below, you can see my stats. But anyway, why do we have cheesecake on our
Yeah, so it's very interesting. How long have we been together?
17 years.
17 and a half years plus 8 days.
Oh,
At the
he
time of
knows it to
recording.
the day. He knows it to the day.
Yeah,
That's
we
adorable.
recorded on October 9th, okay? Wow, that's a long conversation, Stephanie, but I've been with...
The short answer is yes.
Yeah, I've been with the same two women. The first woman, we've been together 17 and a half years. You see her right there. The other one, just over 11 years. And I date sparingly because I don't tolerate disrespect from women. I don't tolerate entitled behavior. I don't tolerate all of it. So very rarely do I date. The last time I actually was in another relationship with a woman was the end of 2015.
Damn. But
So...
I mean, you live in the life, brother.
I said it with a slight question mark at the end. I forgot which year I just stopped counting. We're stuck with each other forever.
So, when we go to react to this video, and shout out to Thon Lexi, the Black Light podcast. I think this is like the first time I'm really reacting to his content. The link to his channel and the original video will be down below in the description. So definitely check him out if you haven't checked him out already.
You talk so goddamn slow, bro.
He released a reaction video that had me floored, and I said, Mrs. Evil, we gotta do this. And she's like, you know what? We need to put some content up on the channel. And little did she know.
This is what I get for pushing for content. And this must be a good one because I know you watch his channel a lot. And this is, I think, the first time you've asked me to do a recording with you.
Yeah, and the thing is...
Do you know what I would give to just have one woman who knows me like that? Fuck you.
Thon Lexi...
I am blessed and I am privileged. I've recognized my privilege.
Very, very hard on his craft. But what we're going to press black man today is we are going to take a look at a video encounter that happened where a woman thought it was a good idea to go on a date with a guy and basically show.
All right, so we know this. Let's
go
to the actual video.
I guess how
there was this entitled woman who played herself out of a date with a man who seemed like a decent guy. Let's go ahead and get right
reaction to reaction. Reactionception.
Let's just do that. All right, yeah, we saw it on. Oh no, she was talking right. Okay,
Almost there.
She's already putting on a production.
Find some parking.
I'm watching Mrs.
It's
Evil.
already terrible.
So if you missed it from the beginning, this was the
recording or live streaming. I'm sorry, I'm asking questions in the middle of this.
This was the original.
I wasn't quite sure because I did watch this once before. I wasn't quite sure if she was live or if she was recording here. I mean, it seems like you want to start here. A woman is supposed to be going on a date with a man that is either...
Hold on, I gotta stop this. MJ with a great comment. Isn't there a saying about what you get, what you give? And you got your chat to respond at the same level. You got something going good going. Thank you.
That's why I wasn't mad.
After what we just went, the fact that you guys get that and you specifically, that fucking means the world to me, MJ. That really.
Because you know why I gave MJ respect? Because even though she was not getting what we were putting down, she didn't take her ball and go home.
Yep. I'm gonna be honest. There's been women here who were like, "Oh, I'm not like the other women,"
and then they act like the other women.
Nope. But I shout out to MJ. Shout out to Stephanie. Shout out to Soil to Soul. Hey, and speak of the devil, where am I? Shout out to Bailey. Welcome to the party. We're talking about this Cheesecake Factory girl, and I have my friend Dr. Evil Genius here who did his own reaction with his wife, Mrs. Evil.
Either recording herself in the car and or live streaming.
Yeah, it hurts already. It does. Because she's putting on her glasses in a way, in a mannerism, as if she's getting ready for a big performance. Look at my tits all out. And look at this cleavage, and now I'm on stage. She's like prepping to be on stage in front of her audience, which is why I'm asking if this is a live. Like, it already hurts. The stomach.
It already hurts.
You know, it's weird. I only really paid attention to that detail in passing because the rest of it's so bad. But, it is.
You saw what I saw, right? As she's putting it on, she's like, "I'm now Beyonce."
Yeah. It's. And by the way, it just so happens that you had mentioned the one person that the girlies are not very happy with at the moment. But more about that in another video. But yeah, let's see this performance. And again, shout out to Don Lexi for being somewhat friendly towards people reacting to his content.
Nothing.
Oh, nothing. Because she knew what she was saying was wrong. She knew what she was doing was wrong.
So then I said hi.
Yeah.
I don't see her responding. I don't see her responding to a chat though. So I think this is just a video. But TikTok has that reach. I mean, it
Narcigram also. Facts. You can live stream that stuff too.
Facts. Beyonce, the married woman, the married woman that's keeping wing.
It turns out now it's crazy. On What to Foe, you opened this up. Sorry, Lutch, I gotta jump in on this. I said that me and Mrs. Evil, because I just said that the ladies are mad at her. Did you know what she said recently that got all the single black women upset?
I saw the quote unquote apology, but no.
No, she said that Jay-Z taught her how to be a woman.
Oh, you're talking about Beyonce. I thought you were talking about her. So
yeah.
Oh yeah, I bet they didn't like that
They did not like that at all. They were mad.
I mean,
mad.
I'm never mad about a titty popping out of any shape, size, or form.
I'm gonna defend Cheesecake Lady on the boob thing. I've always said this, right? And remember, I was very harsh on her when it came to the makeup, right? Very, very, very. I'm very harsh on women that wear makeup, but I am very accepting of women playing up what they actually have. Don't give me raptor clawed nails. Don't take, the fucking shades off the window and then tape them to your eyelids so you look like a Fraggle Rock Muppet. Don't do any of that stuff. But if you got some tig old bitties, and you're looking for me to spend that money,
hey, what works.
As long as you didn't go to the surgeon to get those tig old bitties.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the...
You catch the web that I'm spinning here, right? If it's yours and it's you in your natural state, play up what you got. I got no problems with that. Beautiful. It is a date, right? You do want him to find you attractive, right?
Stephanie poking the bear. Stephanie poking the bear. So you're also sound angry with Mrs. Evil. Before we dive back in, Bailey says that's the thing though. When your boobs are that big, they hang down to your belly button. She's wearing a bra, which is women wearing reasonable makeup. Yep, we addressed that. The hang down, the eggs on a nail.
Yeah, this woman is. What the fuck is that on her lips? And the concealer. You know what a concealer does? It hides your real face from the people that want to look at it.
I think in any genuine relationship that's going to be long term, we have to learn from each other. We definitely teach each other, or we definitely teach the other person how to treat us, and we hope that they listen.
Yeah, that is definitely
gotta run. Thank you so much for hanging out, brother. You have a good one. All right, let's dive back in.
We got to start at last comment because that was profound. That was a really good fucking comment.
Oh yeah. All right. So again, we still haven't even gotten to cheesecake. Okay, we just got to cheesecake. Now he is going around the door. You can see Dr. Evil Genius already mad.
What?
Yes. Would you want me to open the door for you? Okay. Are you're recording me? Yeah.
Yeah. This is the Cheesecake Factory.
Yes, welcome to the
It's a
conversation.
dramatic removal of the glasses. This is a show for her. This is a show. It's not about the date. She's putting on a show.
That's exactly what Unwanted Foe said. Good call, Unwanted Foe. As Unwanted Foe comes back with another one. So the audacity
Piss me
of
off.
trying to
You wanna
lock
ask me
someone
if
out of
I'm
their
mad?
own car.
Now, somebody said you sound angry. That I was actually angry about. How the fuck? Seriously, how the fuck are you gonna A, refuse to get out of someone else's car, and B, lock the door like it belongs to you?
Yeah, right. Shout out
Where
to
they do that at?
Lee, man. You actually just came in at the perfect time because we are kind of going over the start with the original TikTok. So you are here at the at the perfect time. Welcome to the party.
When you look at her, how old does she? What age range does she look like she's in?
Ooh.
The thing here puts her, and okay, to be very transparent, I think I overheard that she's in her 40s because you were watching this and I happened to walk into the room because I was getting dressed and then got out. So I didn't see the whole thing. So
I didn't catch that part.
yeah, I believe she's in her 40s. I think I overheard that part. And she does look like she's in her 40s.
She definitely looks like she's in
Now,
her
it
40s.
does not mean that women who are in their 30s and 40s are worthless human beings.
Preach.
But in the dating market, that's not what most men
Ideal.
want.
It's not ideal.
Because one of the things that they've shown on dating apps, if you talk to men from 80 years ago, the saying goes, men who are 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 are attracted to 18, 20, 22, 24, and 26 years old across the board. Do you know do you know when it starts to fall off? 27, 28, 29.
And
They still
real
get
quick,
some attention, but it's starting to trail off.
You heard
and then
from
once you
0
get
to
like
100 real
35,
quick.
40,
It
it's
goes
just-
from 100 to 0 real quick.
Yeah.
And Lee, man, we were just talking about this before you got here. It looks like she got nice titties because she's got the
But that shirt is so small. Yeah, she's like fucking shoving them.
Yeah.
I mean, she's shoving them, but she's working with what she got, man. I can't.
Fair
hate on
enough.
that.
Fair enough. And if she had the right attitude, I would. That's
I would
perfectly
totally
fine.
bypass
That's
it. yeah.
perfectly fine.
That's another thing too. I would
can't
not have
talk to
been so hard on her appearance if she didn't act like this.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
This is a show for her. She's on stage. Yes. Can I open the door for you? Okay. And then he goes to open the door. It hurts. Okay, go. Just go.
You know,
Get out of my misery.
Oh, I was like, I thought you were talking.
when you put the age up to her behavior, does this look like a woman who is looking at dating with urgency?
No.
And you know, one of the things that I see from this is that there's a fundamental disrespect for men, and there's a fundamental misunderstanding of who men are and what the purpose of dates are supposed to be.
Bingo.
Yup. Absolutely. The purpose of a date is supposed to be to learn about the other person, to see if you want to continue learning about that other person,
Right.
not to get a nice dinner, not to show off for the plot.
Food.
Come on. Let's see what Genius say. We need an edit to you doing the boob shove. Come on. It works. It works. I know. We know the tricks. So she's acting so classless. She doesn't even deserve Cheesecake Factory. Max Chili's.
I heard
Women with-
Cheesecake Factory is expensive. That's what I heard.
That's what she said. Yeah. And
You know what
that's
else I
what
was
she said.
thinking, Lutch?
What's that?
The Cheesecake Factory's stock price had to have gone up because people must be flooding that mofo now.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
Because I'm
It's
definitely
like-
going to try to find one and then
Yep.
find out what all the fuss is about.
I mean, it's good. The main thing is that their menu is they have everything. So like you can't not find something you like. That's really the big thing. And they're like, they're a level above the Chili's, Applebee's. It's definitely a nicer chain restaurant. It's a chain restaurant, but it's a nice chain restaurant. But
yeah, I can't eat at Chili's, man. The way they clean the tables stink.
Fuck with Chili's, bro. Applebee's all day. But Bailey,
they clean the tables
here,
with dirty rags, and then the table smells like dirty tables.
They all do that shit.
That's
Whenever
awful.
you ever work in fine dining, it's the exact same shit. They just make it.
I've never experienced that in fine dining, so
but
I can only tell you how I experienced it.
The key here to
thank you, Mrs. Evil.
Hey, welcome. Oh, look at that. What? Anyway. But the key here to what Bailey is saying is that women with class handle uncomfortable situations with grace. With grace. Exactly. So she's in dating with entitlement. Exactly.
Right. That is the stuff that gets men upset.
Yep. Lee Man says, I'm in my 20s, late 20s. Now, maybe last year, 29. See, it's different. Are you... I'm afraid to even ask, but it says man in your name, so I'm assuming that you're a man. For men, we got much longer timeline. It's the women who hit the wall at 30.
Now the thing is, the women that Lee Man is attracted to are the same women that I'm attracted to in the same age range. Did you know that what's his name?
Gotcha.
That Robert De Niro just had another kid.
Damn, isn't he like 80?
83. Do you know the age of the woman he had the baby with? 28.
Damn. Spark up for 710 wherever. I mean, it's 10 o'clock at night here, but get you some. MJ said Sophia Loren, right? And Jane Mansfield. That photo explains how I worry about boob explosion. So how do I
mean, we know about Janet Jackson, but then again, she doesn't really, she had like sandbags compared to probably the women you're talking about.
This is what MJ is referring to. How I worry about
look at her. Look at her looking.
Oh, I didn't notice that. I'd be like, shit, me too. I said, God damn. Hey,
she don't know whether to hate the woman or nurse on her.
Exactly. That's what we've been saying all goddamn day. That Cheesecake Factory is the shit.
Yeah, for real.
Bitch like this should be fucking happy.
She doesn't know, she doesn't know whether she's turned on or if she's envious. She doesn't know. There's a lot of internal conflict going on there.
Shout out to Allison Jerkalani. Welcome to the party. Nick said, men can age like wine. Women are more like beer. I'm just kidding. Don't hurt me, please. All right. So
He's like, I'll see myself out.
I mean, why not? So if you're just joining us, then Dr. Evil Genius and his wife had covered this directly, and the fact that he's here, their thing is much better than what we were going to get into. So let's continue. So at this point, they've just gotten to the Cheesecake Factory, and she locked his car door that he picked her up in her house at.
What number date was this again, Lutz?
This was date number 1.
So she actually had the audacity to act like she had ownership over another person's property on the first date.
Bingo.
Yep.
Disrespectful part is you are in someone else's car and they go to open the door.
Oh, just wait, Lee, man. Just wait. The plot thickens.
For you.
Mm-hmm. And you let them get out the car with the intent of disrespect. Oh, shit.
That part right there is disrespectful. He goes to open the door for you and you lock yourself in someone else's car. This is not your vehicle.
That's why Stephanie Miller took my comment so personally. Did you see what she just said? Put her comment back up. See, I understand exactly where you're coming from, Stephanie.
I had no idea.
That's why I wasn't mad.
Exactly.
Right? We know who is who. If you're on the Indian Jesus as a woman, I can trust you with the conversation.
Bingo.
There's a reason. Even if
you're not understanding me.
There's a reason that we can tell that you're different. There's a reason that you can't understand.
Look at my forehead. Look at my forehead. Look at the
angry.
lines.
Why are you so goddamn angry? Stop being so angry. And we were just what were we just talking about it with that? I forget it exactly, but the
when I'm angry, I don't speak at all. That's a weird thing about me. I stop talking when I
Oh,
get
I'll
mad.
you know what? Let's do this. Let's do this. Anybody? We getting wild. We getting wild on this one. It's already we already getting close to 2.5 hours, and we ain't even really start. I just dropped the link. If anybody wants to come on up, come on up.
To the east side, we finally got a piece of the pie.
Happy birthday
Yo,
to E minor.
I feel like I've got one foot in the grave. Eminem is 50. Come on, son.
Fair enough.
No, can you put that back up?
What? She's a real person
she's
doing
a real
things.
person doing real things, and she's an unpleasant person. How did he not know this before asking her on a date? Which is why I blame him. This is why I get mad at men.
Yes. Oh, shout out to
Hey.
Alani. Welcome
Yo, what up?
to the party.
I have so much to say about this bitch. I watched this video the other day. I got so aggravated. First of all, I just want to open and say hello, but also, have you ever had their Tex-Mex rolls? They're so fucking good. This bitch is out her motherfucking mind, and she don't look small either. So what you complaining about? The food's real fatty. Get the fuck out of my face.
What do we say? What did we just say about the women on the TheIndianJesus podcast? Why did I just call it a podcast? What do we say on the TheIndianJesus channel? The women over here know what the fuck is good.
Like, I don't get it.
I am looking. But yeah, go off. I love Cheesecake
Yo,
Factory.
they killed me for saying she was overweight. I didn't say she was obese.
I used to be 320 pounds. Don't start with me, okay?
So you get the fitness guy and the person who used to be obese saying the same thing.
Okay, I'm not saying anything, but okay.
So, wait, what is? I can never look at these chats. A natural redhead, LOL. I'm not. This is not my natural.
Nice brown hair, right?
Naturally red.
I was gonna say, how the fuck did you know that? I didn't want to dox your hair color if you didn't want
How
it.
did you know that?
That's what I'm saying.
Yo,
that's what
who
I'm
went to
saying.
high school with me here. That's weird.
Yes, she's a natural redhead.
Yes.
And,
Yeah, I'm weak for redheads.
People were like,
Weak.
I said shit. Me too. Sorry. Go ahead. You got the floor. The floor is yours.
I've been on dates with men who have like literally said like, oh yeah, I have enough cash to like cover your portion if you want to get me later. And I'm like, we could just split the bill. Hey, listen, that's where it ends. Do you know what I mean? Like you do that and you go, okay, yeah, no, I'll pay. And then I'm never going to speak to you again because that's weird to frame it like that. Like it'd be like one thing is like, hey, I didn't come with enough money. Do you mind splitting it? Fine.
You just talk. I'm running the show. You just talk.
But what you're not going to do is act like, I don't know. I've been in weird situations financially like that, but I've never rolled up to a restaurant and been like, do you see me? Do you see what this is? Do you see these big titties now going into the fucking cheese? Who are you? And I bet you this bitch has fucking kids because that's some shit a single mom would do.
Oh, shit.
Being too savage.
God damn.
That's some shit a single mom
You're
would do.
probably
Act like you should get her kids food because have you ever seen that video that she's like, you were 20 minutes late to the date. You have to pay for my, and I'm like,
Yep.
You were at Applebee's,
She was 1 hour late.
Yep.
You were at Applebee's, ma'am. So act accordingly. Get the $1 margarita and sit down and say
and be happy with it. It tastes like shit, but you're gonna get drunk anyway. Either way, so
it's made with like grain alcohol. It's so bad.
And again, I have to ask you this. I have to ask you this question.
Yeah.
Do you care how expensive the restaurant is if you're actually trying to get to know the guy?
My first date with I dated someone. My last relationship was like almost 3 years long. But we went to like a hole in the wall shawarma place that I was just like, I really want the rice with the like carrots and raisins. I think my meal was like $7.
I'm too good for that shit.
Is it easier to get to know a guy if your meal was $47?
Great question.
No, because I'm scared that I am gonna get it all over myself or look foolish or, you know, I also don't want that pressure of like now I owe them something. I don't want to owe someone anything.
Pressure? What
right there.
Pressure?
Right. So like
pressure.
Like, there are men who will ask you to go to like these fancy restaurants and they feel entitled to a thing thereafter. Like this dichotomy sucks on both sides, right? So like I've absolutely been on dates where like men have been like, I make 6 figures, and I'm like, you can make 2 figures and I really would not care. your behavior matters.
3, baby? But
Yeah, I don't know if you want
2
somebody who's
figures.
like
Like,
homeless.
goddamn.
Like,
You
2
can't put
figures,
together a
come
C note
on.
in a whole year shit.
Listen, as long as they have motivation in life, they got $20 in their bank account and they're like, hey, I just invested in a bunch of shit. Or like,
And they ain't asking you for none.
and I'm not asking you for anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as someone has motivation and some gas in their tank, like you can make something out of nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, it's
Like-
so funny that you said that. Because, like, we've all talked about how I've been a different person. And I learned a lot of shit about not listening to Disney movies and rom-coms, right?
That shit is porn for women, though.
I may or may not
Oh, no. I was like, what? Are you talking about the
taken some
food?
money
Are like porn
from my
for
ex.
women.
And y'all know how that went. So, yeah, don't do that. That's a stupid thing to do. But again,
Yeah.
this is the whole point of this show, is that a lot of us don't have anybody to be like, hey, if you take money from her, she's going to lose respect for you and think of you as a little bitch, even if you're not a little bitch.
Mhm.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. When someone frames it
Now
like,
I know.
I can cover your porn, like, I have a firm belief in this. So, like, whether it's with friends or my mom or anybody, if I ask you to go to dinner, I'm paying.
Isn't that what I said? That's what I said.
I'm paying. And if you ask me to dinner, the expectation is that you are paying. Right? Like, that's
Mhm.
how that's societal norm. Like, hey, want to
Allison, who does the asking in society? Men or
Yeah.
women?
Shout
Who
out
does
to
the
Toxic
asking?
Topping. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
So in society, because I know that is the thing. If you're the one that asks, you pay.
Yeah, I think
Who is
that's
expected to do the asking in society on a
Men.
balance of probabilities?
men.
Is that's not a hard concept to understand?
I don't believe so, but I think it's because if you don't show initiative as a man, you just kind of look
She's
like
not going to be interested
Yeah, I'm not trying to chase you down to hang out with you or be
unless you're really
People think
attractive to
40
her.
other dudes trying to get in that bitch's pants, you're out of your fucking mind. So
Yup.
if you want something, you chase it, right? But like that also requires you having money in your bank account. And for some men, they're like, all she wants is my money. Maybe this woman who thinks Cheesecake Factory is low rent.
There you go. There you go.
Again, I've never been there
There's a
before, so
premium.
I don't know the
I'm
the
gonna tell
scale.
you right now, their cheesecake, you walk in and I think they like must pump that smell like a
Oh
casino
yeah. Oh
through
yeah.
the air, like
I
whatever.
don't even like cheesecake, and I fucks with Cheesecake Factory
They
cheesecake.
put crystal meth in there to keep people
I don't know
coming
what's
back.
in it.
I wouldn't be
don't know,
surprised.
but the cheesecake sizes are like they're like this thick. They're like half my face, and they're like
Toxic Topping getting his money's worth for that one comment.
they're like $12.
Like,
But so good.
it's worth it. It's worth
Oh,
it.
okay. How does it compare to Junior's cheesecake?
Oh no, nothing is like a Junior's cheesecake.
Okay. Okay. All
But
right. So
like for
that
me,
lowers
for
my
me, are like the one you
expectations a
get
little
at the
bit.
grocery store. 'cause
Wait,
when you
wait,
get
wait,
the grocery
Lee
store-
Man. Hold up. You think this woman here is healthy?
Wait, who? Wait, can we pan to the part where she shows her whole body though? Where she goes like this? She does that whole thing, like this thing?
Well, we're kind
You
of
think
so.
me?
we're-
And I'm like,
oh, we got Bailey in the building. Welcome. Oh, what is that? Yeah, let's do like that. Welcome to the party. Good to see ya.
Hello. Hi. I just got out of the shower, but I had to join because this is really interesting. And you
No 14 pounds
made-
of makeup to get on camera. I appreciate you.
are you
The women of the
We're
Indian
gonna
Jesus.
find Dr. Evil Genius.
No, so
I
I made a point. I made
I'm
a
just
point
out to dinner,
earlier.
okay?
No, I made a point earlier about how the way that she brought herself. I'm talking about the original one that we're reacting to,
Yeah.
and how she just calls herself beautiful, and it's like, wait. Let's break this down, right? Like that's not even like what you really look like. So chill out with the I'm beautiful stuff. Just chill out, right? So
okay.
the place that I was going to with it is if you're gonna make this lofty claim about well, when you take out a beautiful woman, who said you was beautiful? Chill.
Yup.
Are you?
So that wasn't for you. That wasn't for you.
I feel like
that was for her.
her calling herself a beautiful woman is just like an added layer of narcissism, which is just super wonderful.
Oh.
I don't know, because I think that naturally women do have the added benefit of like physical beauty as something that men don't necessarily have as much of, right? Like
Good point.
whenever it
You
comes
call
to
me ugly?
Yes, no, I'm kidding.
Nah,
So
I'm the ugliest motherfucker over here, son.
but like
I mean,
when it
Lunch might
comes
be
to
short, but he ain't ugly. All right.
no, I'm kidding. But like when it comes to a woman getting into a relationship with a man, it's more frequent that a woman is going to like not get with somebody whose physical characteristics necessarily match her physical characteristics. But a man doesn't usually do the same thing unless he's entirely desperate. And so like I don't think it's wrong to value yourself based on your appearance, or at least to add that into whenever you look at yourself as someone who in the dating world has things that other people want to think about you. Like that's fine. But at the same time, I think the point here is that like it's not natural, right? The majority of that at least is not natural. And I think that she is putting on this facade of like, oh, I'm so pretty. And she doesn't actually think that about herself. She's been told that she has to think that about herself or else she has no value. And so instead of like adding it on to what she already has available, that's like her whole identity. And she thinks that like if she's not treated as though she's gorgeous, then she has no value.
Can I add one thing to what you said?
Real quick, I missed David. I missed David saying, "What up? Welcome to the party, David. Good to see you. Always good to see another liberal in the chat." So
I like that. You need more liberals in your chat.
We do need more liberals.
Because the thing is, I get exhausted with your talking points and the stuff you cover, and I can only make it to some. I can only make it to some of them. Okay, I just want to add something to what Bailey just said.
Loser.
And it is like super important that women understand the words that are coming out of my mouth.
All right.
It's one thing for society to tell you that you're beautiful, or you have to call yourself beautiful for the sisterhood. Every woman says that's one thing. But understand when you're interacting with somebody else, you are not operating under how they view you. So you don't get to decide if you're beautiful in this particular instance, because you're looking to extract value. In this case, this woman, the cheesecake woman, she is looking to extract value from him. So her opinion of what she looks like is not going to get her the value that she is looking to get from him. He has to believe that she's beautiful. His opinion, if the attention and or monetary value she was seeking to extract from him is what she cares about in that moment. I just want to add just that one point to it. It's like, great, you think you're beautiful. Great. But the money's coming out of my pocket, not yours. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely 100% agree. I think that what she doesn't get here is that like where he's taking her does not show how much he values her. Like the majority of men are going to want to impress a woman who he's taking out on a date, regardless of like if he thinks that she's the most beautiful woman that he has ever seen, or if he is just interested enough to take her out on a date. And that like if he can only afford Cheesecake Factory, first of all, like why didn't she ask him where they were going originally? Like that's always my first question. It's like, oh, like where are we going, so that I know how to dress.
Because she was an hour late.
Yeah, initially,
she was an hour late for the
date. Or he had planned to go and bring her to Aria, which is like a nice restaurant that is also a chain. But it's a nice restaurant.
To say that. He stole the words out of my mouth. I fucking hate you.
You dumb bitch. And he's like, okay, I set the reservation. I'm gonna pick you up at 4 p.m. and then we're gonna go and this nice dinner and I'm gonna pay for everything.
Well, first of all,
he
I
shows
just
up
want to know
at
what grandpa is picking up a person at 4 p.m. Like,
Yeah,
why are we eating? Why are we having like?
Well, he said, and this is
he had a whole itinerary for the night.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's nice, but still, I don't want to eat that early.
But I think that, but the thing is that they were supposed to meet at 4. But remember, this occurred after 5 p.m. because she was over an hour late for the date. And so they missed a reservation. So he had to go to the next thing in line. So when she was running and flapping her guns, he's like, actually, this was the plan.
No, she was working late.
Her baby dad was late to picking up the kids. It's not her fault. There's no way that this woman does not have children with another man. And he's like, yeah, you fucking take her. I don't fucking need this bitch and this shit in my life.
You hit the nail on the head. So we have a couple people.
That's the energy she's giving. And if she doesn't, then Lord, I hope she doesn't reproduce, because that kind of entitlement is crazy.
Well, she's run out of time either way. So
we got people in chat who are not too sure, and we're right in the midst of the plot here. So let's go through the plot.
What's the problem with that?
So they just pulled up to the Cheesecake Factory.
This is
her hair.
That ain't even her hairs, but we're not gonna go there.
You know what I mean. I just okay. And it's not even a nervous play. Like, I'll nervously play with my hair sometimes. This is a look at me, I'm so gorgeous play.
See, the reason why I stopped it here,
yeah,
is she made her judgment based upon the fact that it's a chain restaurant.
I haven't even commented on that part yet.
Which again, Aria is a chain restaurant.
Because there was so much before we even got to that part. Cheesecake.
Like, and look at the look on her face. It looked like she smelled onions mixed with rat piss.
Monisha, what you confused about? I got you. Just tell me. I got you.
I'm not attracted to a woman that keeps facial features like this.
Say again?
I'm not enthralled. I'm not interested. I'm not like, smitten by a woman who keeps facial features like this. Like,
We watching it, bro.
It doesn't endear me to her. That's not endearing.
Yeah. So what? Okay. So Monisha, what we were watching is this woman was picked up by the guy to go on a date, and they pulled up to Cheesecake Factory, and she said, "Oh no, I can't go in there. I'm too good for that." That's all that's happened so far.
This car who spent his gas, spent his time. And this is the thing, like in a lot of these dating situations, a lot of women have this impression that only their time matters when it comes to dating. No, that guy is taking time out of his date. That dude took time. Like, I hear, oh, but I had to look good and I had to. Well, if he didn't look decent, you would not go on the date with him. So he had to do that too.
That ain't true. I mean, women will date a man who look like a potato.
We got a new panelist. Welcome. Is this better? Yeah, that's
Hey,
better.
there goes
Welcome,
MJ.
MJ. Welcome to the panel. So glad you are here.
I gotta go in.
Yeah, you got to turn the YouTube off.
We're taking over the stream, guys.
Yeah. I was going to say, we're outnumbered. Allison,
Yeah, right.
in this situation, we're not talking about men having to like put up like a full face of makeup. Like he has to take a shower, put on cologne. He has to look like a decent human being.
True. I will, however, say when a man flakes, and he flakes within if you flake after 3-hour limit, you should go straight to it. It is equivalent to having a destination wedding. Like
when you said flake, what do you mean?
Meaning like, oh, can we reschedule? I'm like, bitch, did someone die? Are they in the hospital? I ain't playing these games with you. I just took a shower and shaved my whole fucking body. Get the fuck out of here. Reschedule. That's time. Like,
but you know how men look at it? They're like, damn, she's looking to exclude me. I'm looking to include her. And a lot of guys, if a woman flakes, they'll give her multiple chances to waste their time.
That is your fault.
And what have I been saying? That's exactly what I've been saying.
If someone is rescheduling on you, it means they don't value their time.
Hey, boom, right there.
Yup. That's it.
You know who they don't flake on? Guys they're really attracted to.
Yeah, they'll make it work. That's who that's who a woman will flake on you for. That's who a man will flake on you for. It's people who they actually give a shit about their time.
I made a joke earlier when I said, if a woman was supposed to meet the most gorgeous rich guy ever at 4 p.m. for a walk in the park where there's no money spent, she will quit her fucking job to make sure she's there at 4 o'clock.
I also say, whenever any of my friends are late, and I've always had this, I don't keep people in my life that run late typically at all. And before I stop talking to them, I say, if I told you I would give you $100,000 and all you had to do was show up on time, what would happen? They'd be like, I'd be there. And I'm like, and you would be 15 minutes early.
Facts.
Because you wouldn't want a fucking moment to miss the opportunity. And time is the only thing in life that you cannot replace. So you waste an hour of someone's day, Girl, you shouldn't even go to Cheesecake Factory. I'll take you through the McDonald's drive-thru and drop you back off.
She don't even deserve that. She don't even deserve that.
I'll get you one of those Wendy's potatoes that
at the
taste like
20-minute
garbage.
mark. I do give women a 20-minute grace period.
Yeah,
I say 15 minutes without a text. If I'll give you 30 minutes, but if I'm just sitting here for 15 minutes, get the fuck out of my life. It's not that hard. It's not that fucking hard. MJ, you good?
I have no idea. When I change,
we can hear you.
Well, you sound clear. We can hear you.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Sound like they're on the floor.
Well, can you hear us?
You guys 100% up on here.
Okay. Well, what did you? We can hear you loud and clear. So speak your piece. There's no excuses about keyboards or anything. You got a microphone, and the floor is yours, my dear.
I didn't really have anything to say.
She just.
What the fuck are you doing up here? That's right. That's right.
So
That's
like,
right. You just want to hang out. That is totally.
And now
She wanted to be a part of things.
That's cool. So Kelly Green says, I disagree. Rescheduling is respectful. Ghosting happens way more. Well, yes, but there's a spectrum. So going to the date is ideal. Rescheduling is better than ghosting, but ghosting is worse than rescheduling.
You know what I'll do when a woman reschedules on me?
Right? Like, I accidentally planned to hang out with somebody while my friends are coming from Houston or from Dallas. Oh my God, I said Houston, but they're coming. And I was like, fuck. Hey, I'm so sorry. My friends are going to be here. Can we do this day? That's the way you reschedule, right? Like you make a mistake, you apologize, you tell them why, and then you make an actual day and time. When you just say, hey, can we reschedule? And you leave it open and there's no room for like, now you're just left in this weird limbo where you kind of have to like figure out, is everything going to work? Is it not going to work? Are we going to go on a date? That's too much. It's and it feels kind of slightly manipulative.
Yeah. I'll say this. If I'm ever in a situation,
Spangled Spaniard.
If I'm ever in a situation where a woman is looking to reschedule, I'm letting her know that she's gonna have to make it up to me, because she also did waste my time in a way. Like, let's say before I leave the house, right? I got the whole anxiety because when we look at the dating experience for most people, the dates are approached as if the woman's a hiring manager and the man is the applicant. So he has to be the one that has to kind of like prepare himself and has to like, measure up to these standards. Like Allison said, he has to, work hard to impress her. But nobody's saying, hey, that woman has to do things a certain way to impress him. Nobody talks about that because it doesn't take much to, as long as you're here, we'll accept that, because just getting you there is so difficult.
So Lee Man is asking, make it, I missed the actual, make it up to you, huh? Like this is a transaction?
Yeah.
Everything in life is a transaction.
Yes, sir.
Everything
Welcome
in life
to
is a
dating.
transaction if you think about it in some, whatever that currency that you're trading actually is. Like, love and sex is a transaction between two people. It's not monetary, but it's absolutely a transaction. It's I give, you give, I give, you give. That's a transaction. It doesn't have to be something negative, but like there has to be a balance. Otherwise, what are you, my employee, and I'm your sugar daddy / sugar mommy?
Exactly.
Like that's not. Then the transactions are imbalanced.
Right. Well, I will say this. I don't look at it transactional. When I say she has to make it up to me, what I'm saying is I don't want to disqualify you because I feel disrespected and I'm tempted to delete your number and ghost you. That's what I'm tempted to do. But instead, I want to see if you actually give a shit and respect the time that you wasted of mine. So on the flip side, now the ball is in your court. Now you're going to show that you actually valued me, because the first thing you did, your first impression, is you let off with disrespect because you wasted my time.
So where do you draw the line for that, though? Where do you draw the line as to, shit happens? Like if I schedule something with you on a Friday night and some shit goes down, like, my mom died. I'm not fucking going out with you. So,
well, like,
and I don't even like my mom.
I do this with my male friends too. I'm like, listen, the next time we go out, you got me on lunch. I'll tell my friend like, yo, you canceled on me, or sometimes even with my clients, they late cancel on me and
Your
I have
mom
to pay
died?
money to the
Now
facility
you
to
owe me
train them,
lunch.
and they late cancel, or we have something where we have an agreement and it's really important. I'm like, listen, yo, you have to show that you recognize that you kind of fucked me over here. And it's good to show, hey, because for me, I'm one of the type of people, if I fuck up, I'm going to be looking to make it up to you because I respect everybody that I come into contact with. So if I fuck you over, believe me, I'm going to try to do something above and beyond to show you that I didn't mean to disrespect you, but I recognize that I did.
I think it's
Question I want to ask with that, and I may have missed something because my sound was messed up. Did you say there was a time consistence of like how long or how short in advance they told you they had to cancel? Like
me?
And
I said that.
No, Evil Genius or Dr. Evil Genius was saying,
is there?
You would have to make it up to me, and I'm like, well, was that because it was the last minute, or we made a plan and we're not on that day yet, and I have to?
Oh yeah. There's context there. There's context there.
What was the context? Because I didn't hear that.
Well, the context would be like, I'm, getting ready to leave the house. I'm already fucking jittery because, again, the burden of performance is on me. I'm the one that has to do all the impressing. I have to make sure that I go there and pick her up. I have to make sure everything is good. And like, I'm like in the last minute, and then I'm like going to go. And it's like, oh, and by the way, as I'm about to walk out the door, like, come on. But if like we're supposed to go out on Friday.
You're not the only one impressing. You don't think that
no, that's not how it works for us.
That we need to have some question. We need to have our, we know that we look good, or am I looking bad? Am I going to be embarrassing? Am I going to be okay in this environment? We have the same feelings, I think.
But the thing is that there's a shared understanding that there's a power imbalance when you go on a first date. The man is not in a position of he doesn't have the leverage there. She has the leverage, and we know this going in. We know that she has the power.
You have a look on your face, Bailey.
Yeah, I think that used to be true, and it's still true to a certain extent, but I don't think it's as true now as it probably was whenever you were younger, and even 10 years ago. And 5 years ago, I think that now men have been told and believe that they do not have to prove themselves to women, and that it does not matter, and that they don't have to put forth that much effort. And I mean, if you're a man growing up in a world where I mean, literally, if you're a man growing up in a world where feminism is prolific, right? You're going to believe, okay, well, women are equal. Why am I having to make this much effort? Why is she not making that much effort? And so I think on the younger generations, it has become more true that women are having to impress men. And obviously there's always going to be the genetic factor that comes in where like men are most likely going to be impressed if a woman is attractive, regardless of necessarily how much effort she puts in. But I think when you're talking about the actual date itself and like how women feel they have to dress and all of that, and it's because of social media and stuff like that. I think that it is more true now that women do feel as though they are having to impress men that they're going on dates with.
Yeah, keep cooking. That's
what I'm saying. Shout out to all of you guys. I was very not excited about doing this show. All that anybody is talking about is the war. I'm like, all right, let's try to do this. The thing was kind of thin, and I'm like, oh, you guys are awesome. You guys.
Can I say something in addendum to what Bailey said?
Please.
So some of you may not like this, but I'm kind of savage with it.
It's gonna be me.
Just spit it out.
Well, it goes like this, right? Bailey actually is onto something. When I go to meet a woman, in person or on a dating app, I approach her directly by how she approaches the situation. So if she is on some serious feminist stuff, I'm going to treat her differently than a woman that is approaching me traditionally.
Why are you dating any feminists really ever? Oh.
But the thing is that I, again, as a man, I'm not looking for reasons to exclude you. I don't date the way the majority of women date. The women are always looking for a way to say you're not good enough. Men are the inverse. We're looking for excuses to make it work. We are trying to see where we can fit you into our lives. So I'm good with women that disagree with me, right? And I'm slightly left of center. I'm more socially conservative and more fiscally leftist, you know, within reason, because I like expensive things and I work hard for them, right? But if you're a person that's leading off with your feminism, you're paying for your own part of the date. Like, I don't play when it comes to that. If you're going to talk to me about how the future is female and
Yes,
and the women
Dr. Evil
are,
Genius is
are,
a rich hot guy.
you know, now I'm not rich yet. I'm getting there.
You're a lot
I'm not
richer
rich
than
yet.
me. I mean, shit.
But if you're approaching me with all of this, you know, feminist stuff and anything you can do, I can do better, you can pick up your half of the check better than I can pick up mine. But I'll still pick up mine. Don't worry. But I still pay for fuel. I pay for my own fuel. I don't ask for gas money or anything like that. But if she's approaching me traditionally, I know when I drop my platinum Amex, I'm not asking for her to hit me back for any part of it.
Yeah, like, so
would you
I don't
counsel
do
to
Dutch
ask them?
dating, and if I do, that's our last date. Because I was raised
No.
in a very traditional household, and
Right.
I date very traditionally, and I don't play those games with people. Like, you're those, so like, the way that my grandmother and grandfather both explained it to me was like, you want someone to show you that when if you're capable of holding them down, their home, their emotional life, their children, that they can take care of you when you can't work.
Right.
And I'm like, okay. So don't not have a job, but also like leave room in your life to be able to take care of another person. Because eventually that's what you want to do. But there are men who think that if women don't pay on the first date, like there's this weird dichotomy now where it's like starting to shift to men being very bitter and resentful toward women. And I think can be really, if it makes you feel better, genius. Oh, someone would smash you.
Pretty sure
I
that's a
like
dude
that.
because he's been hitting on
But the
y'all,
thing
y'all
is,
three the whole
so
time.
let's say I met Allison, right? This is hypothetical. Let's say I met Allison. Allison, are you going to be talking about how superior you are to me throughout the whole date?
No.
Exactly.
Who does that?
So,
a sociopath?
Allison, you're not out here in these streets like that, because I'm telling you,
sure
and
it's
that's
not
why
gonna be
I'm
Y'all
starting a
three
new
are in
series
the
on my
same
channel.
boat.
I
where-
literally had men on dates talk to me about the rise and fall of the Greek Empire. Like went on a tight 30 about the rise and fall of the Greek Empire with zero conversation involved. And I sat there and went, I might just hand the woman my whole credit and say pay for everything. Like I need to get the fuck out of here. Like
No,
I don't
that's not how I roll.
I
read the room.
There are
Read the room really bad.
I'm 32 years old, right? And I've been on some of probably the most heinous dates. Like last year, when I first became single, a man booped me on the nose twice and then called me a good girl.
What?
Yes.
And you didn't boop him on the nose with your knuckles?
No, I got up and I was
That's
like, I think it's time
disrespectful.
for
I'm
me to
not
go
taking
home
that.
now. Hope you have a great night. And then he stood in the I live in New Jersey, and we were in Jersey City, and he was like, no proper goodbye, screaming in the street. And I was like, see ya.
Nah.
Where did you find that person?
I'm nice and cozy.
He owns a bar in Jersey City, which is probably the most egregious part. I wish I could dox him, but I really don't want to do that. That's really terrible.
No, doxing.
Don't.
Hey, we got Hugh Janus back in the building. Welcome to the party.
Do you know what I mean about reading the room? The kind of
but I'm
energy
saying,
that a
like,
woman
there are
leads off
so
with.
many people now, I think men and women who do not know how to. So like
Right.
they've just been conditioned to talk to everybody this way.
The same way, right? And that's not
And
fair.
And don't do that. Like,
don't.
There's this
speaking
guy
of
that I follow on
temptation
YouTube
sitcoms-
now, and he was talking about like how everyone's like, you should be 100% of yourself. No, don't stop. Stop it.
Slow roll.
Stop you're embarrassing yourself. Like if you love to get shit faced, you don't do that on a first date. Or if you like to like be aggressive, try to like work on that and don't do that. What are you doing?
Don't boot people.
Well, maybe
on
they're
the
really
nose.
showing you the
Yeah,
nasty
don't
side.
boot
If you
people
can
on the nose.
survive it, they know you're the right one.
That's a horrible way to go out in the world. So it's just like
no, I'm working for them.
So I've been wanting to bring this this comment up because I think it's very important. And I am a man who needed to be told this very thing. Now I know it, but in case anybody out here don't know it, if they ghost you, you can't hit them back. Beta energy.
Yeah.
Very, very.
It's either
I will say
100%
there's an
yes or
exception.
it's no. in everything in life, either it's 100% yes or it's a no. Why you keep giving people all these chances and it's a waste of your energy. That's like energy. That's like energy, like sucking to like be like, hello, hey, how are you?
There's one
if I thought that somebody was talking to me like that, I totally would be like, I don't think this is gonna work out. But you know,
there is an exception though. If I've already been on the date with the woman, I need to hear back from her for safety and legal purposes. I don't want to be the last person.
What's that second part?
That was heard, and then a detective shows up at my door. I need to know that you got home okay, that you don't want to go on another date. So I have that in my message history. So no detective shows up at my door. I don't want none of that. I don't want none of that. Please let me know you got home okay. That's really important.
Yes. And one last thing from the comments that I've saved so far. We were talking about Dr. Virginius when you're saying how you put things to women, regarding paying. If you would like to share, there was a time that we were talking about DV, and you told me that there's something that you tell every woman that you get involved with. Is that something you'd be willing to share? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because we debated on this, so we disagree with this, right? So I make it very clear when, it looks like we're about to go to a certain space, and I set the tone by letting them know that your woman card gets thrown out the window the minute you put your hands on me. If you put your hands on me in a violent manner, expect that whatever you gave out, you're about to receive back. And do you know why that is effective? Do you know why that is effective? Because my entire adult life, I've never put my hand on a woman. Do you know why? Because she understands that she gets no free hits. There are no free rides. She's not going to be able to be violent toward me and then hide behind the fact, well, you can't hit me. I'm a girl. She knows going in that you're not going to get that kind of protection if you throw it away yourself. And since I don't put my hands on people who don't put their hands on me, I've never been in that situation.
I think
I literally thought you were going to go in the direction of like, I'm gonna let women know that I discipline by hitting them.
Hell no.
That's kind of how I heard it.
Keep your shit to yourself.
I was like, you say this to women, just like Stephanie. You say like this though.
I just want to let a gal know that I'll give a good smack on the face and one firework, please. Like I literally thought this.
Nah, I don't play that. I expect women to be adults and to control themselves.
I'm very
curious. But that's really what it's about. It's about self-control.
I live in and I'm gonna tell you right now, you want to throw hands with a grown man.
Equal rights, equal fight.
Bitch. See what happens.
And I'm not a violent person.
Who's ever hit a guy? Raise your hand.
I've hit a man in defense of someone else.
I hit a man. I
not in defense of somebody else. Somebody you're dating.
I broke a guy's nose and then he pushed me down the stairs.
Just ladies.
Oh, okay.
I don't date men that I could feel like I could physically assault.
Absolutely not. I
didn't think about it. It just never occurs to me to hit somebody.
Well,
the fact that you have women out there, that's alien to me.
Well, it speaks to like the idea that like if you're dating a man and you feel like you can physically beat him up, the idea that you think that he's a protector or someone who could keep you safe. There you go. It's almost zero. Like you're like, oh, this guy can't even like. I could beat him up. What would be his efficacy in a bar fight? What am I have to do?
Why would you get a bar fight?
Wait, what did I miss?
That's like the natural part of your brain, right? Like hear me out.
God damn.
No, hang on. No, wait. Pause. I have to address that comment. No, I did not. He hit me, and then I hit him, and I punched him in the face, and I broke his nose, and then he pushed me down the stairs. And
he's wrong.
I obviously never went and saw him again. But I think specifically, about what Dr.
He was in the wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't care what a woman says. I don't care if she talked about your dead mother. You don't put your hands on her.
He said, "Your mama dead."
Period.
Sorry.
So the fact that you were defending yourself, that's not what MJ was asking. If you hit a man, we're talking about you were initiating physical violence.
Right.
Because I told that to my sister when she was dating a guy. If you initiate the violence with the guy, I'm not coming to save you. You got what you got because that's what you signed up for.
Call the police.
But if he puts his hands on you first, well, I can't say on the internet how that's going to end. Only thing I can say is, it's been nice knowing you. I'm no longer free.
Okay, but I have to be so
physical
for real.
part
Hang
reminds
on.
me more of what a guy would do to a guy. And I guess if I felt like maybe I needed to get even somehow, and I know I'm not able physically, it's not going to even affect them. I'm going to do the wily women way, which may not be effective against a guy either, but I'll feel better about it.
No, it's very effective. Men have killed themselves over revenge plots put out there by women. You know,
because that's the only way that I, as a woman, that's the only way I feel like I would have any effect. Like physically hitting a guy, probably wouldn't be able to do anything in the first place, just annoy him and maybe hurt myself more. But I would never even think to go to the violent stage. I'd probably scream at somebody,
right,
and slam a door and leave and stay away for quite a while.
Do you know who I blame? Do you know how I blame in situations? Because if you look at the facts, data, and the statistics, when you're talking about DV in heterosexual relationships, women actually instigate the violence.
Bro, the lesbian
DV
rate is up to 75%.
But is that from TV and movies, how they've changed since, say, the 70s, as to who the quote-unquote aggressor hero, quote-unquote, is the lady's going to beat up the guy and I'm going to get even, and is that where we take it real life?
Well,
the real difference is they had to be like dipped in like they had to be like dipped in some sort of like chemical and then became super before they were capable of beating men up, like Spider-Man-esque chemicals, where like
I remember
the Tomb Raider, the hero of that one,
Lara Croft.
But she had more skill.
Beat everybody up and
exactly.
Like that. I mean, is that
I remember
people's false ideas that maybe they should be at the same physical.
Women are definitely becoming more violent.
Absolutely.
Yes.
But I remember even back when I was in college and I was with my college girlfriend and we were always arguing about shit and it never got like physical, but she would get real fucking, I mean, these short Italian girls, she was like 4'11" or something. So I'm like a big dude. No, 5'10".
Okay, let's watch.
Anyway,
how we talk about height, guys. Don't be rude. Okay,
I don't know why height always has to come up.
I'm
either.
sure. Right,
okay.
But it was just a weird moment because we were getting the argument was getting heated and she was starting to not try to throw hands, but she was getting physical. And so I did that thing where just hold her wrist and push her against the bed, be like, you need to chill the fuck out. And she's like, this is I'm her boyfriend. I'd
probably piss her off more.
She knows what's good, but she's like, oh my god, I didn't know you're that strong. I'm tiny, and you're tiny, but
that sounded like an insult. I didn't know you're that strong.
It is, but that's what. It kind of is. But whatever, it is what I'm little. I'm a little fucking dude. Even if you're 4'11", you still want to date the 6 foot tall dudes, and all of her exes were big dudes. And Dr. Evil Genius is gone again. But she just didn't expect that a man of my size would be stronger than her.
Well, let me tell you what it is. It's in the movies from even prior to the 1950s, right? Where when a woman would act up, and I'm not saying that this is a good thing or that it's a bad thing that this has gone away, but when a woman would act up, what would be the immediate reaction of the men around her? Exactly.
I'm not even sure that was the norm.
That's why I was like, I'll have one shot of firewater. That's like the transatlantic accent, and it'd be like Audrey Hepburn, and she'd get a smack in the face when she spoke up.
And I don't think that was necessarily. I don't think that necessarily happened in every household, and that's
I don't know if that was the norm.
But at least in the media that you
it was more common
that time period. Absolutely. And so women were aware. Hang on. Yeah, it was normalized. It was in the media that people watched back then, and you can't. Okay, shut up.
I'm just kidding.
But in the media that women would, or that everybody would watch back then, that was normalized, right? And so that doesn't mean that it was necessarily true, but it was a thing.
Thirsty, Lutch. What is this?
Oh my god.
Well, remember, we're looking at what normalizes, what's survived.
Come on, Ron.
And
and
what gets written about. So what is it? Even in social media, you're talking about this crazy cheesecake lady. I've never been to the Cheesecake Factory in my life.
Me either.
I don't even know where it was at, but So I don't know if it's good,
Your
defensive or
CT 's
whatever. But this whole thing seems so fake and inflated, and everybody's saying, "Oh, it's got all these hits." Well, one, how many of them are real people? How many of them
movies
are
you watch?
bots that are
How many movies you watch?
responding?
You ever watch a movie
TikTok
that hit?
maybe.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Are you sure that TikTok might not be doing an algorithm of fake accounts, adding things on and hyping something up that to get?
Well, I mean, there is an
that
algorithm.
section. Like, do they have an agenda of some sort to put that out there? Because we do talk about that in other places. We've talked about it before. Like, is there controls of these media places of what you see, and so it ends up on anyone. But I hadn't heard of this thing. I'm like, what the heck are you talking about, Cheesecake Lady? What the hell is that? And you're like, it's got all these hits. I'm like, it's not on anybody's radar, on anybody in where I work at, with a wide range of people, age-wise. So
It's
not as wide as
yesterday.
There
really
is an
shows-
algorithm.
That really shows how decentralized the algorithm really is. That there's a whole world of people who are obsessed with this, and then there's everybody else, and that's the case with everything.
Can I add this?
Please
Can I add this? See, whenever something goes viral, I know that there is multiple things at play, so I factor in all of these things. When me and Captain Paul, only on the Talking Shit podcast, when we make good content, sometimes the best content that we get gets 47 views. But when we put somebody's name in there, we get 3,000 or 4,000 views. So, how do I put this?
Did the Cheesecake Factory make this up so they could get people to come to them?
I thought that could have been a possibility. However,
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, that's not really how that company really does their marketing. But I'll tell you like this: even if I conceded
doesn't use transes,
the possibility that it was a skit and it was fake, right? I don't just look at that as the guiding factor. I'm also looking at other patterns. Where are the lines of similarity that are stitched across other men who come from all over the world? And they're either saying, where I live, this doesn't happen and it's not like this, or here in the United States, you're getting guys that don't know each other, that are not related, that just randomly pop up in Lutch's stream or in my comment section, and they're like, I'm from such and such place in the United States, and this happened to me. Yes, second that, and third that. I end up getting more views on a channel that is shadow banned because my platform also is a pro-male platform. So we're shadow banned and we're still getting thousands of views because people see it and it resonates with them.
Exactly.
There's plenty of
really quick, guys. I want to give a big shout out to Ron Southall. Thank you so much. Every single sign up or donation comes with a treat for Morty, my co-host dog. He's sleeping. Let's see if we can get him up here. Morty, come. No, he doesn't want it. But Ron, this treat is there for you, for him. Thank you so much for joining. And definitely make sure you join the Discord if one of the mods could drop the link, because that is where the after party is. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Why does your speaker look like it belongs in SpongeBob?
It's this special edition. It was that usually is just black, but on Black Friday, they had the special edition for the same price.
It kind of looks like a minion.
It does look like a minion. Right?
I didn't know that was a speaker.
I was like,
I have a piece of like something else on your table.
No, that's where my Stream Deck doesn't work. So like the sounds, they're not coming through the system. They're coming from here, and they're going through my
from
mic.
behind you?
It's so annoying, but
the house.
it works just enough that it doesn't make sense to fix it. So
Okay, so
your
I want
neighbors
to know
fucking
this from
hate
people
you.
who are
If
currently
I didn't hear
being-
that shit until 11 o'clock at night, I'd freak out.
the walls are pretty strong.
How many
Sorry,
people currently, what would you think if you got into the vehicle and your date that you're going on for the first time has their phone out recording? Is that?
I don't think
that is so alien and weird.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be like, well, I don't even want to get in the car with you. What are you doing?
I don't think he realized that she was recording.
That's why I blame the man.
But that's why I don't
we
think
can talk
it's real.
all about
Why would you
we could talk all about women's behavioral patterns all we want, but we men set the standard for how they treat us. You can't have her whip out her phone when she's an hour late for a date, start recording you, and you think, oh, this is normal. I'm going to explain myself. No, get the fuck out of my car.
But why would you even want to be recorded? Because now that's property of theirs, of you, that they can do anything with.
But most guys believe that they don't have the leverage in these situations. So
Well,
they
because
put
they don't.
up with
He
a
doesn't even
lot
know,
of
he
shit.
doesn't even know her. He can just walk away right then. Oh my God.
Yeah, but then he's
That's
letting.
scary.
But
That's
then
terrifying.
Exactly.
But the thing is, from the
lady made it home okay. Shouldn't
Right,
you be
but,
saying, I'm
but
sorry,
the
I'm
problem is,
sorry,
let me
I'm
take this
not
one, Dr.
from the
Virginius.
male perspective,
let me take
that's
this one. Let me take
sexual
this one.
access walking out the door. I'm not just going to
Exactly.
easily give up on that.
The idea that if you only have a very small pool of women to choose from, then each one of those women become exponentially more important to your sexual life. That's why a lot of men are just like not dating, because it's like, I'm not going to put myself in this position where if some girl talks to me, I'm going to be like, oh my God, I need you. Like, I'm just not going to do that to myself. And I implore a lot. Like, I know that I'm working on my shit. This is going to have money soon, but not really. I mean, tonight you guys have been blessing me. Again, shout out to Ron Hall and everybody else who has donated, but not enough for me to quit my job just yet, which I've slowed down until I'm not getting money. I got to hit the gym. I know that I got all this shit that I got to worry about before I am looking to expect that I'm going to get attention from the type of females that are the type of women that I want to date by and large.
But that didn't set
That's
a red,
okay.
Would that set a red flag off for you instantaneously or not?
What set a red
If
flag
they just whipped their phone out and started recording, or they were holding it. Maybe he did. Do you think he knew he was being recorded? I mean, he kind
No,
of
think he
like,
did
when
until-
goes camera.
So
He
let's
He
did
probably
until
thought
she-
she was taking like a Snapchat of herself.
right. That's
And
what I
but
would
then
assume.
like,
It
So
like
let's take a
turned
look.
south real fast.
Let's take a look, because
Basically.
this is the moment where he gets out the car and then he goes to open her door, which again she locked, and this is where the
That's weird.
actual conflict is. So let's see how
Lutch, they won't let me
You're-
become a member on YouTube's app on
Guys, I
don't
fixed
even
it.
get-
Go
I don't
to
even
the
get the
desktop.
opportunity. Look,
Go
is
to.
that
I know how
messed
to
up?
fix it. Hang on. I know how to fix it. Go. So on iOS, you cannot join because apparently they take like 30% or something crazy. So you need to go to either another PC, or you can go to the desktop version. If you just Google like desktop YouTube, that's how you can do it.
Oh, that's
I
crazy.
just have envious feelings.
Thank
of
you, thank
your
you,
headboard
thank you very
on your
much.
bed. Is that your bed behind you? Because that's really
Uh,
fancy.
I'll join or something.
Wait, MJ, what?
Well,
Behind you, your
Oh,
decor,
my bed.
that
Yes,
is
thank you.
nice.
Thank you. My bed's not made. Thank you.
all right. So this is right
Sorry,
where
I
right where the conflict starts.
Entitlement.
And again, shout out to the Talking Shit podcast, hosted usually by Dr. Evil Genius and Captain Paul, but here with Mrs. Evil Genius. Just drop the link to their channel. Please go check them out.
From somebody who, again, we can run through it. We got the fake hair, we've got the 14 pounds of makeup, the unnatural color on the lips, the fake eyelashes, right? All of this extra stuff over the top.
Oh,
But the
don't
first
cook
thing
me
I'm
right
looking
now.
for, since I can see them, is can I locate her collarbones? So obviously she's overweight. Now,
I wasn't even looking for that because she made sure that the focus was on her breasts.
I was about to say, Katie had some big ass titty.
That's, she put the focus there. My
Mhm.
eyes went to her boobs
Right.
because that's what she
But-
said.
Said shit.
But
Me.
remember,
boobs.
certain women in society
coming,
are
it's coming.
over-sexualized by other people. They're not doing it to themselves.
I wasn't
It's-
supposed to look at her boobs. Did she put it on camera?
Yeah.
She makes a good point right there.
So,
Patreon.
but
I want to get to actual the conflict though.
But
because don't worry, I'm gonna watch
the thing
y'all.
that got me.
I'm gonna watch y'all shit on my own. I want to see.
I was
wanna
about to
show
make
you-
a point right there, though. But okay.
We'll make it right now then.
Oh, she's moving already though.
Go ahead. What's your point?
No, I was saying at that point, like
I
don't
know you,
remember what
but
I was
you're
gonna
here
say.
now. Say it.
Yeah, I didn't remember what I was going to say in that
trying to remember
moment.
what
But
All
you
right.
went
Well, it
through.
sucks to suck.
It's a look on your.
So he's at the. So this is at the point. He's like, "Wait, what's going on? You're not going to the cheesecake? What's good?
I'm talking about it even from them.
Oh yeah, I want to talk about it.
How is he not kicking her out of the car?
How does he not know he's being recorded?
No, he just a second ago, MJ, he said, like right before we got to that part, he said, "Are you recording me?" And so in the car, she was holding the phone up, and it looked like he obviously didn't know what was going on, or at least didn't figure that she was recording him necessarily or because of him. And then whenever he goes to the car door, tries to unlock it, he's like, "Oh, did you want me to open the door for you?" She rolls the window down, and she's like, holds the phone up to him.
So I got just the. Well, how does this work? Nope, that doesn't work. Okay.
Because before she said, I'm just saying hi to my girl. So he thought that she was only recording herself. And then when he comes on the outside of the door, she's like, "Wait, you're recording me?"
I think she was just recording. But let's just get the actual thing, and then we'll go back to the evils commentary.
Okay. So
yes, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, all that we missed, it was like, "Wait, you're not gonna get out?" He was like,
Can you go back? It looks like she's got some hair loss.
Oh, you're a savage.
You see that? Look when she comes down and she moves the braids.
Who takes someone that looks like this to a chain restaurant? You want to talk about it?
She do
She
be
does
looking
have hair
bald-headed,
loss.
but like that's her own fault.
Do you know why she has that hair loss, MJ? Because she gets that fucking weave that pulls and tugs on her hair at the scalp. It damages the hair and makes it break off. So
But
the
it's a pretty
hair
good
don't grow
style.
back in that spot, and it recedes the hairline.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not a weave.
Bobby boy.
Also, that's from like
Bobby
grooming,
boy.
too,
Yeah, they're
like-
box braid, but it's extensions. It's fake. But
So
they
they
tie
attach
it to the base of their hair.
Yeah, they'll have like
at the
this
scalp.
much hair,
Yeah.
and they'll tie synthetic hair. They'll braid synthetic hair all the way down. Like Wef is like.
She must have been
different
doing a
from,
long
Is that
time.
racist if I'm very not attracted to that?
No,
Yes,
because black
obviously,
men
Lex,
keep
that's
saying
incredibly
we are not
racist.
attracted to that, and they keep doing it and saying they do it because that's what we want,
What do you
even
mean
though we keep
stable
saying
belief?
that's not what we want. We want to see them in their natural hair.
They say it's a protective style and all of that, but I mean, historically, there wasn't like fake
Bullshit.
hair and stuff tied into it. And it was
All right, the
done
main
very-
event. The main event.
Okay,
Let's talk about it.
And we may
That was
have
his
an
first
oops
mistake.
coming here
Let's talk
any
about it.
minute.
Let's try to get through it because I do want to show everybody who. All right, we're gonna speed it up.
So
Oh, we got
Yes.
1.5.
He loves speeding it up.
Talk about it.
So you expect?
Well, this is the
a man
third time
to
we're
go
playing
all out
this.
on the first date. Is that right?
I mean, you're supposed to. Look at. I mean, when you take out a beautiful woman and you're courting her, because I
courting her.
So you're courting her, right? You're supposed to take care of her. You're supposed to cover her. You're supposed to protect her, cherish her, treat her well, right?
Yeah. And
That's what you're supposed to do.
I agree.
Not
I
at the
went
Cheesecake
into this
Factory.
date as I expect, with the expectations for myself to keep you safe, to respect you, to
This bitch is on the other side of 46. Can she take a breath?
of course, and just treat you like a gentleman, which I believe I have done.
I mean, you've been pretty
and then-
nice, but I mean,
And then
Cheesecake Factory.
I, on the other hand, have certain expectations for a girl I go out with
Go off.
on first date. I expect her to be respectful too. I expect her to be cooperative, and at least
Facts,
What
Bill.
did I do that wasn't cooperative?
Bitch! God damn! This is the third time I've watched this in this stream. What did I do? You locked the man's. Okay, all right, okay.
She's recording him without asking.
Yep.
Well, I mean, like even like.
Is she in a state that requires consent?
You wouldn't put your hand around my arm or anything like that, or hold my hand or anything like that.
I mean, it's too early for that.
I'm sorry. Can we take a second? Can we take a second and just go? You didn't. What kind of simp garbage behavior? You didn't put your hand around my arm,
Yeah.
and you didn't make me feel good. Not you didn't, bitch. You want to know how you weren't cooperative? You didn't respect me. You locked me out of my own vehicle, which, by the way, crime. And then
You were 1
told
hour
me-
late to begin with.
You were an hour late, and now you're complaining about where I'm going to take you. It's a free meal, while I'm sure whatever photograph she put on the internet looks nothing like the photograph of the woman that got in his car. How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
Oh, those angles.
Side of 40.
Bitch has been knowing about angles since MySpace.
Then treat someone like a king. That's how that works. Like, what are we even doing here?
I don't know. You sounded a little
Jesus.
bit like
Go.
Tate.
MJ, any response?
I hate Tate. And I hate this high
Response.
dollar value and this high value crap that you supposedly see these little clips of it. And I'm like, where did that language come from? It just like popped out of nowhere when that.
So if you have that
and it
question, why
seems-
wouldn't you
it's
look
so
into
offensive to me.
where that language
And
came
the
from,
ways
what
that-
it means, and what it means to the men who are paying attention to it? Instead
Well,
of just being like,
I'm gonna.
I don't
can
like it so bad.
Can I explain it to MJ? So people find terms for
Yep, Stephanie.
established behavioral patterns that they see throughout society. So we as men, we sit back and we look at the situation, and we're getting rejected 98, 99% of the time. The guys at the very top are getting rejected 90 to 91% of the time, which is a vast difference, right? These guys have a lot more options. And then we look at the guys who are getting the sexual access and the guys that are not. And so when you look at the fact that over 60% of women are actively having sex, but only about 20% of
Wait,
men
no, get rid of that one.
are actively having sex, then that means that a lot of these women who are having sex, who are heterosexuals, are having sex with the same men. So then we look at we cross-reference the traits of the men that they seem to consolidate around. And you know where they are? Six-pack abs, six-figure salary, 6 foot tall,
dick.
6-inch dick. They call it the sixes for a reason. So these are the men that are of higher value. Why? They are rarer than the rest. They also, when a woman gets a man to commit to her that's on that level, then that's how she competes with other women in the dating arena. And it is a competition. And women play the game much dirtier than men do, by and large. They will rip your fucking eyeballs out to get closer to that man. That man also knows all the women in the environment want him. And guess what? All the men in the environment know which of the men is more preferable to the women. We know this. We're not deluded. So then you got other guys that are trying to build up, what they have to offer. What do they have to offer? Free meals.
It's your dick, bro.
Free experiences, a trip. Now the whole thing about Birkin bags, where even some rich people don't have access to them because they're made in very small numbers. So we recognize the patterns, and then we see what is, the thing that we see across the board. And women consolidate around muscular guys above 6 feet tall with a lot of money. Those guys are more valuable than the guys that don't have those stuff. Those are high value men.
I think the men who obsess over their, specifically how women view them and how they can maximize the amount of women that come into their lives, right, are looking at it entirely wrong. I don't disagree with the whole high value man thing. Like, I think that is true. But if you are chasing the women who are chasing those men, you are doing it wrong. You should not be chasing the women who are chasing men exclusively for their money, exclusively for their looks, anything like that. You should be chasing women who are chasing men who have similar values to them. And obviously you want to be attracted to someone. Obviously you want to be able to survive financially. But why would you want to get with a woman who is a gold digger? Why would you want to get with a woman who is obsessed with her looks and who is obsessed with aesthetics and stuff like that? You're not going to be happy. I mean, like,
It's not a relationship.
at all.
I'm glad you
The
said it.
answer to that question.
Well, it's called
the answer to that
hypergamy.
question- Oh, wait. The answer
There's
to
a
that
word
question,
for
Bailey.
it, though. It's
The-
called
hold on.
hypergamy.
Right, but the answer to the
Boom.
question that you're asking,
But Bailey's
why
right,
do
though.
why do men deal with that? Because they don't have any other options.
That's not true. That is so untrue. That is so
I agree with
untrue.
Bailey.
That is entirely
I
untrue.
have to agree with. I'm gonna have to agree with Bailey as well, because I've been saying this to men for a long time. Her words verbatim. I don't understand why we have this whole thing about the stalker. If she doesn't like you, why do you want to be around her? You're an idiot.
exactly.
Go find
Yes.
somebody that wants to be around you, where you don't have to fight to keep them in your life. Like, to me, what Bailey says makes sense, but the thing is that because we know on a balance of probabilities, the average woman is going to reject us the same way the high value woman is. We're casting our net wide.
But is it
Hang on, I think
is it because they've been told that women in the last since the 70s with the feminism movement, that you have to do it all on your own and you don't need a man at all. And it's not because you're quote unquote not a high value person or whatever. It's because society has said that you need to have your career, you need to have this, you need to have that. And I think that is more the piece than like the first thing that turns me off is if like when somebody said, oh, well, you're a high value guy or whatever, I'll be looking at you like, I don't want to be your vibe, nothing around you. A more normal person who's a real person who is doing, because you can't keep that facade forever, and it's not a relationship.
And when you're talking about
person to person, it's just kind of doing that celebrity style where you get two people who come together, convenience, they stay for a while, and then they maybe move on to get fame, fortune, or whatever. That's not real life, I think.
Right. And so for somebody like me, who, you know, I needed like the Fresh and Fits of the world, the Andrew Tates, like I didn't have, you know, my dad is not. My dad's kind of a beta. He's a happy wife, happy life, and you know, it's a whole thing. So the fact that I did need this information is one thing. But there's people who need that information, and then they get that information and they sink down into this world of hating women and, oh, you're gonna be a high value man. Oh, what's your body?
You don't even
count?
understand.
Which, by the way,
this is a reference point. This
the
is
romance book or something.
This should be a stop to be like, oh, that's what I was fucking up. Moving on.
Right.
That's what Red Pill,
speak to this?
Manosphere, anything should be.
I don't know. Are the two of you? Are you two? I'm sorry, Bailey and MJ. Are you guys single as well?
No, I'm not. I'm engaged.
All right, tight. So like, I've been in the dating world for the last year because I broke up with someone, and it is a hellscape.
Shit show.
It is a hellscape. Bingo. I've gone on dates with men who and dear, whatever God in heaven, whatever, please don't judge me. Like men who are literally autistic, like pacing, like at a dinner table, like got up to pace. Or like men who are like, I'm really looking for a woman who's like trad and like, are you willing to give up your and I'm like, we're on date.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I don't know
Oh
what's
my
happening,
God.
and I feel like I'm on peyote.
And so, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Does that color how maybe like if you're talking to some other guy who, you know, maybe seems like he might be in that lane, you're much more likely to be like, oh, he's one of them.
Oh yeah, goodbye. Yeah.
Yep.
Because you could start to gather like tells, right? Like people have tells, and people are not as unique as they believe themselves to be. That's part of what I do for a living. So like I could typically tell when something is going to happen, if it happens more than once, and then you start to see like a pattern. You go, I'm going to stay away because I know how this one ends, and it's not well. It gets you getting up in the middle of a dinner table needing to pace because you have sensory issues. And I'm like, well, we're doing great already. I just really wanted a chicken Caesar salad today, and I could have done this without the pacing, but sure.
I dated a guy.
That's exactly how. Also, like, men have this really weird thing now where it's like, I feel like they've been taught that like all women want is their money, or like all the balance of dating has been very strange, especially now because it's all app based and you don't really meet people in person. And when you do, you're like, I feel kind of weird. This is not normal, but it's actually normal.
Yeah. Well, feminism ruined women's perspectives. And then the response to those damaged perspectives were the Fresh and Fits of the world that are now influenced. And now everybody, like every woman thinks, not every, I'm speaking generally, not every single, but in general, women tend to think, oh, this guy's either a beta, a simp, or a arpist. Or, and then on the other side, men are thinking every woman is a slut who only wants his money and is looking at, like.
And that's why I wanted to reset things. Can I add something to what MJ said?
Please.
I need MJ to understand that we probably agree more than she thinks.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
MJ was saying, you know, if you actually meet one of these guys and you go on a date, even as an average woman, right? MJ is not ugly. I put her, in the average range, right? That most men would do that, right?
Hey, you didn't give me a 3. I'll take that. As long as you don't give me a 3.
No. To be a 3, you have to actually have something wrong with you. Notice how I said even that crazy chick was at least a 4. I don't.
You're on the same level, MJ. Are you
Wait, did you just call her a 4?
The cheesecake lady.
The
cheesecake lady.
She's on the low side of average.
This lady's a 4.
Yeah.
God
Yeah, she's
damn,
a
I feel
4.
good about myself today.
Yeah.
No,
I'm a
you're
Gemini.
definitely you're somewhere in that 6.5 range, in my opinion.
God damn, that bitch is ugly. If I see your scalp, and your forehead look big,
savage.
I don't give a fuck.
It's true. I was an overachiever.
If I see your scalp, bitch, can we go negative? Put a wig
Wow,
on that head. What are you doing?
Bailey, was
Put a
it you
wig
who
front,
said
tack it
negative
down with the
43?
glue.
No,
Sorry,
it was Mrs.
Bailey,
Evil that said negative
Oh,
43.
shout out to Mrs. Evil.
But I want MJ to understand something. When you say you meet with the so-called high value guy and he's leading off with his money and right, that kind of thing, right? Yeah. Believe we use way worse terms. It's all good. The reason see MJ, those guys that are walking around like that, they're definitely privileged when it comes to sexual access compared to other men. But in real time and real numbers, even the Leonardo DiCaprios of the world are being rejected 90% of the time. Why? Because of what you just mentioned. Now, the fact is that they are successful 10% of the time. They approach 10 women, they're getting laid that night. So
could you imagine if every
right?
man on the planet made it with a woman, how many kids we'd have?
Right. Well, the thing is, I think the statistic on this is that only 40% of men who have ever lived have procreated. Who have ever lived on planet Earth.
Who was the one who
only
made that
40%.
statement? They went back and said X number of was a wonderful TED. I think it was a TED talk where the gentleman talked back about your grandfather and that they're still living, but I don't even think they said it was 10%, but it was a ridiculously small number if you look at all the human beings on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
That the man whose genes made it to current people alive right now, it was like
Genghis Khan.
Incredibly tiny number.
Yep.
Tiny
Genghis
number
Khan
of
has a crazy amount
men.
of people that come from his lineage on planet Earth right now.
Yep.
Yeah,
Right, so I
but
do
what
want
was
to
Genghis
actually
Khan?
get through.
He was a conqueror at the top of the world.
I do want to get through the actual conversation because I do actually want to hear your guys' thoughts on this. So let's jump back in. It's not too much longer. Let's hit it. We're already sped up.
Let's go with the bald-headed chick, according to Allison.
I could teach you bald-headed bitch in sign language when we're done, by the way.
Oh, that's too savage for YouTube. We're getting demonetized.
When I got to your apartment to pick you up, you didn't want to invite me in. I can respect that too.
It's not even. I'm sorry. It's not even the heavy.
What?
What is this?
I don't understand.
Sorry.
Okay. And then.
I mean, I feel like I'm doing everything I'm supposed to.
Wait for it.
But
I got myself all made
nothing
up.
wrong with the Cheesecake Factory, right?
Damn.
There's a lot wrong with the Cheesecake Factory.
Look at my planner where we were gonna go.
Look at his planner.
His planner. He's pulling out the planner.
All right, right there.
Oh, we should have went to Aria.
And you would have went there if you showed up on time.
See, I specifically told you both yesterday and this morning that I'd come to pick you up at 4 p.m. Right?
4 a.m. That's really creepy right there.
Look at that fucking face.
You didn't even come downstairs for another hour, and so I was waiting downstairs for an hour.
Right? But I wasn't expecting for work to take me so long. I got home a little late, and like I said, I don't know you well enough to invite you up into.
Pause that, Lutch. This is something that men complain about a lot, ladies. So buckle up.
And that's why
whenever a man says, "Hey, something here is incongruent," and then you go to minimize the effect of it. So I was a little late. You were 1 hour late. Own it. Believe me, we are much more.
That is.
We are much more forgiving than you think that we're gonna be. Just own it. You were 1 hour late. Don't be like, I was a little late. You were 1 hour late. Stop it.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, okay, if we're not there in the relationship to, meet.
Can you stop it 1 second? Is the gentleman wearing? I have not been to this restaurant chain they're talking about. Is what he's wearing what you would wear to that restaurant chain?
What is he wearing? I can't even tell.
It's a polo. Looks like his regular.
Is he one of the wrinkled polos that they do with the Downy?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, not what I would wear on a
He
first
doesn't seem very
date.
dressed up for something fairly fancy, and I was just
I mean,
thinking that
he's-
she
But
looks
Aria
like
is
she's
also
going
a
to the
chain
club.
restaurant.
Yeah, but I
It
don't
just
think
costs
he would,
more.
yeah, I don't think he would get looks like, oh, you're under.
Yeah, nobody
But
would.
like that is kind of, that's a good
And
point. That
she
is kind of the bare
saw
minimum.
him, right? When
See-
she came at the house, wherever she was at, she laid eyes on him and she wasn't ready, right? Her clothing doesn't match to the level of whatever he's wearing.
Well,
I
to be
would-
fair,
I agree.
to be fair, it is more common now for men to dress down for a lot of scenarios. and
Well,
so
yeah,
that's not
because
really
if-
that unusual.
Really?
Yeah, well,
Yes.
if I get all dressed up, then you say,
Even
oh
the
my God,
richest
he puts so
men
much effort into this. Oh my God, is
are
he in
in
love with me?
jeans,
Like, Jesus
sneakers,
Christ, I
and a
don't even know if I
blazer.
want to go on this date. He might be trying to fucking rape me.
No,
Mhm.
blazer is like really like I don't
I
think
meant like a nicer shirt.
most men
and that
don't
shirt
wear
looked like-
blazers on dates anymore.
I'm not expecting that. I just meant like that shirt didn't seem very.
No, I agree with you. I agree with
kinda
you.
looks-
This,
Yeah,
this,
yeah,
this
it
definitely
is
could
plumpy
be.
as fuck.
It
That
looks
could
like
be-
what's that, Henley, the one where the sleeves go a little lower or something.
I'm
He
loving
absolutely could have done better, but
Sheen
it's not
dress
that
though.
shocking.
That's a cute little
Yeah.
fit, girl.
For real, yes. Sheen,
But that
she spent
shirt
$10
does not
on
fit
that.
her, and you
Exactly,
can tell
CT.
because
Get
the
it,
cup
honey.
size
Let them
doesn't
titties
match.
pop out.
So this is the thing, though. CT's hit the nail on the head. If it's seen that you're trying hard, it's a turnoff. But
Entirely
just
untrue. Entirely untrue.
in
But
my
by and
experience and the
large-
experience
It
of the
depends,
people that I know as men, if they see that you're trying, then they're like, oh, I already got you, and I don't need
Really?
to worry about you.
Stop hanging out with women who don't value your time and don't appreciate you.
I
That's the
did.
problem that you
I
have.
did.
Our
I
choices
fucking
are
did.
so low. We take what we can get. We
I
don't have the
appreciate-
I think-
options
hang on,
you
okay.
have.
Shout out to
Hang on,
Indie
hang on.
Boom.
things too. Like
Hang
those
on.
little things, like I'm not expecting the door to be open, but if somebody did, I'd be like, oh my God, wow. And
Yeah, I was
you don't know
I was
the
gonna
little
say-
gem. I might not show it, but I'd be like, oh, wow, that was.
I think
nice.
that,
And that is actually better than the actual, anything else in that you could be planning or whatnot. You have no idea how that could. Now, I don't know, maybe not all ladies, and I'm not speaking for all ladies, but for me, those little things, and I would be really hurt, and that really bothered me, Evil Genius, when you said, if they don't look like they deserve it from me, and the way you were saying it at the time was their physical appearance, not having to be late, not anything else like that. I was like, oh hell no. I hold doors open for gentlemen, and it's really cool when they do it back for me. I'll do it for regardless if I think the person scares the hell out of me or whatever.
Mm.
I would expect guys to do the
Yeah.
same.
It's-
That's what
it's
Yeah, I don't give a
situational.
shit if someone goes, I
I'm not
don't
gonna
need you to hold
slam
my
the
door.
fucking door in your face.
Yeah, I don't.
What I'm
I don't
saying
even care.
is,
because
I
this
don't
is
goes
that he's
back-
going.
This goes back to what I
Let's-
was saying about chivalry. Is that I'm a person who holds the door. If you
Yeah.
walk in and you're like, I don't need you to hold my door, you're like, all right, fuck you,
I
bitch.
did it anyhow.
Oh
What are you
yeah,
gonna do
I
about it?
always hold
You
the door for
don't-
everybody, regardless of what they look
That's
like.
just
It's
brrrr,
situational.
Hey, we got Timothy Apollo in the building.
So-
Hey, some women don't have a lot of options either, because sometimes
Nah,
all
you can
men-
always get a
Hold
guy
on.
that want to bust the cheeks,
Yeah,
regardless.
Okay,
of
Okay,
the-
but-
hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on.
Hold on. You guys all get shout outs when you
That's
come
what
in.
you're
Timothy deserves one as well. It says men
I tend
don't
to-
have as many options. And true, but there's
But wait,
there is a
did
reason for that.
I sent you that thing, Lutz, right, about dating apps and why they're so toxic. Remember I sent it to you the other day that was like,
Mhm.
so basically that's not technically true. So like the algorithm actually is made for you to continue to stay on it. There's no app in the entire world that's made for actual dating. It's a lie. They want you to pay
But
for
that's
it.
what Hinge said. It's the app that's meant to be
It's a
deleted.
lie.
Deleted.
So what they do-
Yeah.
So what they do is they attract men and women to these sites, and they show women, they show women, I think 17 to 30 times more than they show men, but
Are you
men
sure they're
only
real
see about 1% of their matches over time. Which is so fucking crazy if you think about it, because what it does is it psychologically plays to the things that people like the most. Men get to feel lonely, so they're like, I'll pay for this thing. I want more
Yep.
matches. I want to keep dating. And women go, oh, I got a serotonin hit. I got a dopamine hit. Here you go. Here you go. And that's why they stay on for really long.
Yeah.
I think the other thing too is that women,
Tinder-
like a lot of
Yeah.
in the new era where a lot of men, like y'all are talking about men who call themselves high value men and who are aspiring to be that. A lot of them want to go for, like Allison said earlier, like the trad women, right, who have more traditional values and in whatever way that is. But the thing is, you're not going to find them in the dating scene. And so I think whenever people are talking about statistically, they're talking about women who are actively in the dating scene. And I know all of my friends who have those kind of values are either engaged or already married by like 20 or 21. And they're not with men who are more attractive than them, or who are, more attractive than them, or even like close to the way that they look. And they're not with men who make an insane amount of money. They're with men who clearly share their values. They found them fast and they got married. And so I'm not saying that men who are older are screwed, but I'm saying that you are looking in the wrong place. If you are looking for a woman who is actively in the dating scene, you are not going to find a woman who is well adjusted and who is prepared to do what she needs to do in order to have a healthy relationship. I mean, obviously that's generalized, but it's normally true, right? And as a woman, if you are in the dating scene looking for a happy, well-adjusted man, you need to get out of it. And so it goes both ways. If you cannot be happy single, if you cannot truly find yourself well adjusted as a single person, you are not going to be happy in a relationship. And so you need to get rid of that desperation before you do anything else, and especially as a man.
Yeah, I will add this to what Allison and what Bailey said. 70% of women that use Tinder admitted to intentionally using the app with no intention of meeting anybody off the app. 70%. So they go there for the external validation, which is why, MJ, I said to you, well, women don't feel like they have a lot of options, but for most women, the currency that they trade in is attention. They want the man's attention. So be it sexual or non-sexual, if you're getting the man's attention, that's a dopamine hit. So when you say that women don't have options, yeah, your options are about as low for what you really want and what the man really wants. The man wants sexual access, and you want commitment. In that way, our options are just as limited. But women get a really, really good consolation prize in the dopamine hit of, wow, that guy thinks I'm attractive. He tried to match with me. So when these women are getting on Tinder, they're like, wow, all these guys trying to match with me, I must look really good. And then they delete the app. And I've heard of women doing this a lot. And then when they need that dopamine hit again, they re-download the app and they rack up a bunch of match attempts again and then delete the app again.
But the thing we're totally missing on this is that this recent research is showing that our young people are under extreme anxiety.
Yes.
And there's a lot of anxiety going on. And just in general, it seems like human beings, men and women, at least in America, or at least I live in Florida. So in Florida, seem to have a lot of anxiety.
Blue state.
Yay, state.
Well, where in Florida?
Sarasota.
I don't know what that
find
is.
Her! Find her, guys! Find her!
No,
it's not Miami.
So
that was a joke.
No,
in case anybody's confused, that was a joke.
But it is a there's a lot of anxiety and there's a lot of self issues going on, and like that whole self help section that blew up in the bookstores before the bookstores went away and it became Kindle. That whole environment in the last 20 years, do people even know how to be happy together and they be happy with themselves? You can't even like yourself, and I can't meet up to the standards of what I'm seeing on the media or what I'm seeing on the TV or I'm sitting in here. How can I think that I'd be able to be okay for somebody else? And then are you really truly giving yourself at that point with the other individual, or even can you? I don't know.
No, because men are obsessed with
their topics, but I'm just saying, I don't know if there is a lot of healthy relationships with social media and Hollywood and bombardment of constant information being thrown at human beings in this day and age, and it may have nothing to do with high value.
But it's
at that point.
It's also that used to, whenever men, like obviously y'all are saying that, right? Men the majority of the time, whenever they're getting into a relationship, at least a large portion of their reasoning for doing that is sex, right? And used to be that if a man wanted to get into a committed, or if a man wanted sex, he would the majority of the time have to get into a committed relationship.
The good old days.
And if a
I don't
woman
know
wanted to
that.
get into a and if a woman wanted to get into a committed relationship, she had to deal with sex, right? And so in a time where the majority of women did not enjoy it as much, right? And so
It was more of
I
a
think
service
that
provided in exchange
that since
for the
we have
commitment.
yes, exactly. And so since we have gotten away from that, right? And men no longer feel as though they have to stay committed, then these, you know, quote unquote high value men are not staying committed and are taking up a lot of the women who are in the dating scene. And women
Why
are
would they
unhappy
stay committed?
because exactly, women are unhappy because they cannot find commitment, and men are unhappy because they can't find sex. And so it's like
Well, can
awesome looking
I
back.
can I make a slight tweak to what you said, because that was really interesting, but it also reminds me of this one crucial thing that women don't understand. A lot of times when women generalize men, a lot of the time, they're only thinking about the men
The
that
men
they
that
recognize
Yep.
as existing on planet Earth, which are the select men that all the women want.
This is
Now,
when
when you say that men are looking for sexual access, but they're not looking for commitment, the vast majority of men are looking for commitment because that they know that that's their only avenue to get sex. So men are not, they're not, you know, oh my God, I don't want to be committed. The multimillionaire
Careful how you say
athletes,
that.
rappers, and entertainers, they don't want to get committed.
No,
They
yeah,
have
I
a lot
agree.
to
And I
lose if they get committed.
Yeah, I agree, and I was not saying that, right? But to say men are looking for sex, right? Like and I understand that a lot of men that is still true for, right? They still have to be in a committed relationship in order to receive that, at least to some degree. But it is still true that a large portion of men, or not a large portion of men, but a much larger percentage than in the past are able to get away with not being in committed relationships. But at the same time, women are, like you said, able to get the attention that they need necessarily to be happy, right? It's a what's the word that I'm looking for? Like a monstrous version of that. It's not the best version of that, right? But they're able to get the attention through dangling sex over men's heads.
Well,
and so when you
we
go
have
into the
society
dating
saying
world
that, though.
saying, yeah, but when you go into the dating world saying, okay, I want sex, therefore I have to, as a, you know, mid to low value man, get
Why
committed.
don't say that? Don't say that to yourself.
So
Well, yeah,
that's reality. MJ,
Yeah, so-
I
Do
am
you tell
5
that to
foot
yourself?
4.
Do
I
you
have
tell
no
yourself in the
muscles.
day,
I have no
I'm
money.
an average person. I can do average things in the day, and that's what I'm going to be. No, you need to tell yourself, I'm a great person. I've got things that I can give out there, and give some value to yourself.
Okay, MJ.
Yeah,
both
but we
things-
know we
hold on,
have
hold on,
value.
Hold on.
But he doesn't have value in the
MJ,
dating
hold on,
market.
Hold on. Both things.
You do, but you
both-
don't
hold
realize
on!
society is
Both-
solving
oh,
us to buy the wrong thing.
Please don't make
We're trying to buy
Come
the
on,
wrong
MJ,
thing.
MJ. Those things are not mutually exclusive. I know I'm a fucking dope ass dude. I know
I
I'm
wouldn't
funny
be
as
here
shit.
if he wasn't.
I know I'm fucking smart as hell. I know I got shit going for me. I know all of this in 10 years. I'm going to be, you know, I'm going to have it figured out. That doesn't mean that I can't acknowledge the reality that I'm not that guy yet. I don't have to. Well, I'm like a good guy, and like I'm nice, and isn't that enough? Disney told me that. No, that's not reality.
Can I hit you guys with some reality that I think will be really applicable here? I used to be 320 pounds, right?
God damn. Sorry, somebody had to say it.
Damn, son, damn.
Yeah, I used to
look
be
good now, don't
morbidly
she?
obese.
She look good now.
And I
How tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
Okay.
So I lost a lot of weight. I'm not gonna tell you because I feel like the chat's gonna clock me. I've already been rated today, guys. I don't need to be clocked on my weight. But
wow.
I lost over.
No, just
100
letting you know,
pounds.
men are always rating you at all times of the
Yeah,
day,
but it
anytime
was
they
in
look
the
at you.
chat, and then there was a negotiation.
scout
I
your
was like,
eyeballs
well, I'm
out.
having.
Oh, you're talking about
right
in the
now.
chat. Okay, yeah, that was wild.
Yeah. So, if I didn't recognize that there was a problem, or I didn't recognize or was realistic about how I looked or how I was presenting myself to the world, then I could have never fixed it. Right now, if your face is ugly or you're fucking too short, like, it's unfortunate, but being aware of who you are in the world, your place in this world and where you stand is very fucking important, not only in business but in interpersonal relationships, because if you're so fucking deluded, the second you turn around, someone's be like, this person's nuts.
So I'm not saying that you need to be delusional about a reality, but the words you do use to describe yourself, there's a difference between saying, I am not a movie star, I don't have the movie star life, I don't have the movie star's money, and I'm a beta. Or
well, beta is really more behavioral.
This woman is sitting in someone's
Those
car.
words are so much different than to say, you know what I am? I may be here in Middle America, I am not super famous yet. But when people are using those little crazy terms that I've seen from the Tate world, I don't know where they originated from, but I'm going to say that because that's where I heard some of the things come off those little shorts. As a high value man, I'm like,
well, a beta is not a low value man. A beta is a guy that puts up with disrespect and he also gives more respects than he's given. That's a behavior.
A really negative. It is a harsher word than just saying, you know what? I don't have a Mr. Trump's personality. We would say he's all bombastic.
We
would we all
need
agree?
Harsh words. Soft words is how we fucking got here. We need harsh words. If you're fat, we need to tell you you're fat. If you're short, we need to tell you you're short. If you're stupid, we need to tell you you're stupid.
There needs to be a slight level between the two. Then I am a fabulous person in my 300-pound world at 5 foot or 4'2" or whatever, a crazy amount. There's a little bit difference.
We recognize
how
that.
harsh you need to really be.
You can be you can be a good person.
Listen.
Yeah, we know that Allison was a good person at 320 pounds, but there's a difference between being a good person and being valuable in society.
We don't take it to the far extreme and say like horrible words about yourself when you know there's a different.
What if they're accurate?
I'm saying,
but if the horrible words are accurate, then you have to use them.
To be nasty to you, but to be unrealistic with who and what and where you are in life is not only doing disservice to you, but you end up doing disservices to other people. Like this woman who I'm gonna do it right now. Bald head bitch. That's how you say it in sign language. Bald head bitch. Anyway, ASL is really great. I know how to curse, only really exclusively. But you know, if you're showing your scalp and then you're telling a man that he deserves to sit downstairs in an idling car waiting for you while you're not being respectful to him or apologetic, and then you get to your destination and you're not even like, you know what, let me be a little bit humble. I'm not a 10. I'm kind of pouring out of this dress, and like this guy's being super nice to me and he just wants to take me out. Like,
you tried to open her door for her.
Correct. Like,
how dare you?
If you don't understand exactly where you place in this fucking world, and you come at people like that, like you deserve everything you get. You deserve all the smoke you get. You deserve all the nasty things that are going to come your way because you are a vile human.
That's different.
I think
it's totally different when you're saying it about yourself. So
Why?
I'm overweight. I don't have to say you're a fat slob.
I didn't say that.
There's different words to that. I mean, maybe that makes you feel better, but that's totally different. If somebody else is throwing things at you, that's totally different. But when you say about yourself, that's
I'm just saying she could use some edges.
In a world where, right, prior to feminism, right, men understood where they stood, right? Men understood the value that they had and the category of women that they were capable of chasing. Now, that didn't require words back then necessarily, right? But they knew based on their wealth, based on whether or not they were a rake, right? Based on their characteristics, they knew what category of women they were capable of marrying, right? That didn't require words. Now, in a world post-feminism, where people are incredibly delusional, it does require words. And I don't think necessarily, here's my face, we don't have to be like harsh to each other and harsh to ourselves, because obviously being polite and being a kind human being and being empathetic is still important, but that doesn't mean that you have to lie to other people, and that does not mean that you have to lie to yourself. People need to know where they stand so that they can fix the things that are wrong with them. And while I don't agree with the talking points that most of these guys like talk about, where the things that they say make you a high value man, I don't agree with those. I do think that there are things that make you a man that more women are, or at least more women of value, whatever that means to you, are willing to get with you over, right? And so being aware of that, being aware of that and knowing how you can change that is important. And it's important as a woman too. I mean, it just is important to know where you stand. You don't have to, talk down to yourself, but people do not develop grit anymore. People are entirely incapable of having someone tell them you're wrong. And you need to understand when you're doing something incorrectly, and other people need to be able to tell you that, because we're so sensitive.
Yeah, I'm not
now.
saying
It's
anything against that. I'm just saying to yourself, and using the words like these terms that have kind of come up from the social media in the last 5-6 years or so. It's not healthy communication in any way, shape, or form for any of us. All the amount of time that's on social media and so forth. Instead of saying a high value man, why don't I say that women are somebody that a woman would be attracted to? And right there, when you're saying value in Western society, in America, that usually means financial value, dollars.
That's a large portion of it, yes.
Yeah.
For.
Women see
that
guys,
absolutely
women
is a
see
large
men as
portion of it.
wallets, walking wallets.
Is what I'm saying is that
Walking
we are
wallets.
a very what do you call it, capitalistic society that just what's when you just buy and consuming, where you consume. So basically, you're looking to consume me as a high value person, or I'm looking for somebody to consume. We sound like we're trying to devour each other like piranha. That's
You're
not
1,000,000% correct.
But it is.
Yep.
Wait, but can I ask you a
These are
question?
people that I'm attracted with.
Money is earned by what? It's earned by time that you spent and effort that you spent
dedication
to acquire it. Dedication,
There you go,
time,
Nick.
effort. Things that you can never get back or retrieve back. So when men look at the value of their dollar, they have to look at the return on investment. Like you do with anything in life. But you do that in anything in
We're all
life.
incentive-based
You make
creatures
a
as
value
human beings.
estimation of something. We do it with our money. We do it with the things or the presents we give to people, the love we give to people, everything in life, whether or not you want to, reduce it down to that, is the reality of it is that we look at the return on the investments that we put into people. And if we're talking about something monetary, right? I understand how someone could say, like, is it even worth the return on investment? Yeah, it is all about
that whole conversation right now makes you not even anybody. Why would anybody even want to have a relationship in today when we're using terms of, is it worth my time to get this out of?
Because if it's not, then I don't want to waste my time.
But that's what it's.
If it's not worth my time,
that has been historically true.
Since the beginning of time, we have looked at love, marriage, and relationships as a commodity. And I think we put a negative connotation on it because we're like, capitalism is terrible. But that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about it in the way of GDPs and things like that. We're talking about it in emotional return on investment, time return on investment. All those things are investments, and they have intrinsic value.
Yep.
Well, and to be entirely honest about money specifically, and this might get me hate, who knows, but whenever I
hate you.
Yeah, I know, it's okay. Anytime I've been in the dating scene, and I'm incredibly young, but still, it's
She's getting out early. She's smart.
I was privileged, right, to grow up a certain way, and to grow up with parents who were capable of fulfilling my wants and needs, and looking for a man, looking for even my fiance right now. That was a large portion, because I said, if I'm going to get with a man who is not going to be capable of taking care of me the same way that I have historically been taken care of and grew up being able to be taken care of, that will cause me resentment. And therefore, I have to know that he's willing to put in the work that he needs to do that. And luckily, I found someone who is perfectly capable of that, and it's not a problem. And I know that I will always be taken care of, and I know that that I'm, if I don't want to work, I won't have to. And so whenever women sit around and are like, I don't care about money, it's like, first of all, that's never true. It's never true. You might not.
Our whole life is supported. Our ability to eat food and drink water is based upon whether we have access to money. It matters.
Yep.
Yes.
And I'm going to say right there, absolutely not. It has not mattered to me if the person was earning $300,000 a year, or if they weren't.
But would you get with a couch potato?
What about
$3,000? What I'm saying is that is not
car, and you got to give him rides everywhere.
I don't look at the ex, and maybe this is a problem of having grown up when I did. I'm not expecting my spouse to be the person who is quote unquote taking care of me. And maybe that's bad for me to say that direction. I'm looking at that I'm contributing and I expect an equal time of a contribution back. And what I might expect from that has not been their dollar piece. So maybe I'm a weird person out here on that. But when they're like, I expect to be taken care of, I just cringe inside and go, really? Don't they expect? Doesn't the person I'm going to be with?
It must be nice.
Yes,
MJ.
yes, they do.
It must be nice, MJ. It must be nice, MJ. We have a question here. Hold on. We have a question from Unwanted Poe. When were you last in the dating market?
I'm in it now.
I thought you said you were dating.
Can I make a few points because you guys have made points?
Dating. I just am single. I'm not in a relationship.
Well, I want to make some points because you guys have made some really important things, and we're kind of pushing it to the side. I don't want to forget them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go for it. Yeah, let's give the floor
All
to
right.
Dr.
Bailey and MJ mentioned because MJ is talking about the words of affirmation and how important they are, right? Well, let's talk about those words of affirmation. I just did a video a couple of months ago. A black woman wrote an op-ed piece saying that this whole thing with the dad bod, especially when you're talking about white men with the dad bod, that you guys are trying to co-opt, body positivity. That's only supposed to be for us lazy fat black women, and it's not for you, the white man. So you need to get in the gym because the movement was not for you. Okay, I did a whole review on this. Okay, now I bring this up to kind of set the stage for you to understand that the rise of feminism is not and has never been in our modern era about empowering women solely.
Yep.
It also simultaneously works to try to destroy the self-worth of men in society and to downplay the value that we do have in society. Now, like I said, I'm 40 years old. When I was going through puberty in the mid 1990s,
you chopped your dick off? Sorry.
Chop your dick off. Okay.
Sorry.
Where did that
that comes from Aqua Teen Hunger Force. That's a Adult Swim reference. You guys are probably not going to get that.
No, that was more of a trans in general reference. But I'm just.
I was thinking about the the dick ship.
Go ahead. You were
the ship made of dicks that were chopped off. Okay. Anyway, so I was going through puberty in the mid 1990s, and if you were around my age, a lot of the programming that they were given to the kids around that time was centered around, and this is what the cartoons that we came to watch after school, it was centered around the principle of girls rule, boys drool. I don't know if any of you remember that, but they were putting this whole thing out there to try to really push feminism into the mainstream. They couldn't just say that girls rule. It was really important that they ended off that phrase with boys drool. They really wanted to make sure that you knew that girls are better than boys. So when I was going through puberty, growing up in a single parent household, my aunts were all single mothers. My mom was a single mother, and they're all talking about how they hate men. I grew up to hate myself.
Boys go to Jupiter so they can get stupider, okay?
Yes, I forgot about that. Thank you for reminding me of that one.
That's such a great one. Come on, it's like a nursery rhyme, but it's also really dumb.
Kelly's calling that a stretch. How is that a stretch, Kelly?
So I grew up with this whole thing where
that's what he's saying.
No, it wasn't boys rule. It was girls rule, boys drool.
Yeah.
And it was
I think
a constant theme.
Girls rule is, go ahead.
It was a constant theme when I was going through puberty. So that's already a very difficult time growing up as a boy. Granted, it's also difficult for a girl. I'm speaking from my perspective. So now I was being abused by my mother, both physically and emotionally. So I was going through that.
A bad.
I had the programming from television, all telling me that I'm a bad person because I'm a boy. So that was the message that I received. So when I was kind of coming up and my mother was talking about how awful men are, my aunts were talking about how awful men are, and these are the only people with authority in my, in my purview, in my environment, I grew to hate myself and I grew to be hateful and distrusting of other men, which made it difficult for me to be competent in social situations. So I had to take a lot of deprogramming from all of that. But what did it lead to? Several suicide attempts that thank goodness I survived from. Hating myself my entire life is hard. It's hard actively hating yourself and being hated by your mother.
It really does take
you're
work.
a male and your mother hates males and your aunts hate males because
And you
all men
remind
are
her
horrible.
of your father who left her and didn't get to
Bingo.
raise her child with her. So
Bingo.
that's exactly what it is. Psychologically, she's taking out all of her rage and anger on you because you are the person who abandoned her.
So now, as Bill Bradley very eloquently put, I'm not the only one receiving this messaging. And it's been going on for a long time over the past 30 plus years. So when you're talking about using words of affirmation, you're supposed to say this about yourself. That is not the message that we men are getting in society. Nope. We are being told that we're worthless, even though everything that you use in a first world society was created, built, and maintained by men. We don't need men. We're strong, independent. We don't need no man. Men are worthless. The future is female. Blah, 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 blah. So it's very difficult to use all of these positive words of affirmation and see things in these, traditional ways, like Bailey is saying, like, well, I had both of my parents and my dad took care of my mother. Well, guess what? The corporate hijacking of the second wave feminist movement had women thinking that they preferred to be wage slaves and that somehow made their lives better. And now they're all fucking miserable.
Go off, King.
Hey, doctor, I just want to let you know someone needs to give you a hug right now. You got real.
No, but the thing is, like, I'm remembering a lot of times. I
feel bad. You're talking about your mom being a bitch, and I'm like, I want to kind of like.
No, it was much worse than that. It was much
my
worse
mom
than
was a bitch. No. My mom was a bitch.
I want to be like, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah. My mom was a bitch.
Actually, I don't want to be disrespectful.
But understand, like, I was homeless here in this neighborhood that I live in. I live in a very expensive neighborhood today. And I was homeless in this neighborhood exactly 20 years ago. I've survived a lot of shit. And I'm very fucking grateful. I had a lot of help. Help from women, help from men. I did not get to where I am here. So I've done a lot of fucking healing. But to remember hating myself because the world told me I was bad because I was born with a penis, that's insane. It's insane. So it's great, MJ, that, you should use all these positive affirmations. We should, but that's not the reality. That's not the messaging that boys, we're not even talking about men. Men have been dealing with disrespect for 3 generations. They're like, whatever. But the boys are being told, unless you're acting like a girl, you're bad.
Right, and hold on, real quick. Real quick. I just want to piggyback off that, and then I want to hear from you guys in the response, because I had a very different childhood than Dr. Evil Genius. We've talked about behind the scenes, and it's very different. But the underlying thread, that even though it's very different situations, my parents were together. My dad's a doctor. I never once worried about where food was going to come from. I still had my own problems doing the same kind of shit. I started self-harming at 11 years old. I was suicidal until I was like 19 years old, until I finally got out of the church and was like, oh, God doesn't hate me. That's a whole other story for another day. But point being is that if you are a young male, then the default is that there is something wrong with you. At least one thing. That's the best you can be as a default. Until you realize, oh, that's programming. And okay, fine. I'm a short guy. I'm a skinny guy. I don't have money to throw around. But I'm a good dude. I'm a smart. Like, I can know that and still understand why I'm not getting chicks fucking beating down my door.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's the whole point to all of this. They're not mutually exclusive, and being direct, being honest, and sometimes being harsh is way better than using soft language and, well, you're not ugly, you're just differently beautiful.
See, I'm not saying that though. I'm not saying to say it that way.
Okay, well, I will tell you that when it
a variety of words, you can have like evil, bad, horrendous. They all mean something negative, but certain have stronger connotations than others. And I'm just saying, do you have to take the absolute worst one and apply it to yourself? No.
You don't have to, but that's
I'm
all we
saying
know. That's all we knew.
Human psychology is what it
Yeah,
is.
but I think
Yeah,
also we've been telling women for the last, I'm going to say the most heavy parts of it have been the last maybe 5 to 6 years. And it's gotten progressively worse each year. Women who are, look like burn victims, or like women who are, 700 pounds, that they are beautiful, and if people don't want to date you, then they are some sort of ist.
Yep.
They're afraid of you.
Like, you're fat phobic,
right?
or
But MJ,
your
what is
doctor asks you to lose weight because you could die at fucking 40, and life gets harder for you when you're 30, and do you get what I'm saying? Like, everything really is a phobia of someone. We're not fucking scared of you. We're telling you what the world is telling you what you are, and then
I don't
and then
disagree with you
society
on
is
that,
saying
but
that's wrong.
Hang on.
Hey, real quick, shout out to M169. Welcome to the party. Let me drop the link if you want to come up as well. We're doing a little bit of a panel here talking about dating. Come on up. Sorry.
So I was going to say one other piece with that. When we were talking, when Bailey was talking about how she has her relationship works for her, and with her fiance and her situation is what she needs for her life to feel good.
Star that comment, please, Lutch, and come back to it.
But that's different for me. So somebody's salary is not what I'm looking for. You know what I really would love? I'd love to find a mechanic, a plumber. They don't have to make a lot of money, but hell, if you can do the things
mechanics and plumbers make a lot of money.
Mechanics and plumbers do very well.
Well, I'm just saying the person who can do the things with their hands that I cannot do. That's what
that is them taking care of you.
Yes, that's also value extracted from that man.
That is them taking care of you. What you don't understand is for you to say, hang on, MJ, hang on, let me finish this. For you to say, earlier you said, I don't want to come to the table thinking that someone's going to take care of me. I want to come to the table thinking of what I can supply. And as a woman who's going into a relationship assuming that one day I will not continue to work, I am not going to sit around on my ass at our house not doing anything, right? The assumption is,
I never thought that part.
No, I understand, but I'm saying the assumption in my relationship, at least, is that if that is the case, I am still taking care of him, and that is just as valuable as what he is doing. And if you are looking for a man who is capable of doing things with his hands, you might not have that expectation of monetary value, but you are looking for someone to take care of you.
Right.
And you need to understand that that's what that is.
Try hiring that plumber instead of having him in your house.
Hold on. Let's try this from a different angle. So you seem to be, MJ, you seem to be in the position where like specifically me and Dr. Evil Genius talking about how, oh man, this and women that. And it seems that you're like so far outside of this that it's almost like, well, they must be wrong. Am I getting close? Like, I'm sure you understand that.
I'm saying why I was saying about the money and coming to the table is when I said, I'm not looking for somebody who earns $300,000. The look of everybody on the panel was like bullshit. That's what kind of
but here's why. Because
there's a lot of space between 30,000 and 300,000.
What percentage of women, MJ, what percentage of women do you think the same way that you are thinking right now about money when it comes to relationships?
To be honest, and I'm going to show my bias here, I assume everybody thinks the same way I think.
Exactly.
No.
That is our exact
That is the
point.
bias of human beings that each of us think. When you go around, you're not assuming, like when somebody tells me something about their family, I'm like usually shocked. I'm like, you do what with the toilet paper? Who does that?
You gotta put the flap on the overside.
Nope. On the back, against the wall. The only real way.
Jerkalani
don't even wipe.
What do you mean? You have a duvet? What the hell's a duvet?
I'm writing my notes for tomorrow. I have to bake a cake, okay?
MJ,
they've done shit, bitch.
They've done actual poll studies on this. Women, on average, find a man economically attractive if he makes 58% more than she does.
And that is not a bad thing.
And it's
you
not
should
necessarily
not
a
feel
bad
I'm not saying
thing.
it's a bad thing. I'm saying I don't discard a person, a man, as an opportunity to me if they're earning the same as much as me or a little bit less than me. That, you know, I want them to be actually earning something. Okay, I'll be honest. They cannot be a freelancer.
Right.
I feel like everybody should bring something in. So even if I wasn't working, I gotta have a small job on the side and bring something in.
But what you're talking about
somewhere along the line. But that's
you were talking down. You were talking down on using that language of value earlier, right? You are putting but you are putting so much weight on your ability to bring literal money into a relationship. Money is not the priority like that the majority of women can bring to a relationship. You should not be looking at yourself saying, what can I bring? Oh, it's money. But then you talk down on
That's
exactly.
not what I'm saying on it, though. You said when you're looking at what's the high, when you started the conversation, it was what's a high value man, and everybody was saying it comes down to financial. And at that point, I'm saying that's
not entirely,
but
not
entirely,
but
mostly. And it's when I said, hey, it didn't matter if they earned 300,000 or they owned their own business, they were bringing in $1 million a year, or the person who was earning less than I did. The other issues were the more important part, meaning the person who was earning $1 million a year with his business. Now, a lot of it went back into the business, so it wasn't like cash in his, in his hands or whatever. It's laying around. He put all his money back in.
Right.
He was putting so much of his money and time into that.
Thank you
no
so
time
much,
for me.
brother.
So
you have a good
that was
one.
not a good value.
Guys, when I start talking, you got to stop talking. I know that we're trying to all
left
talk over each other, but if I start talking, you gotta stop talking. So
I just want to say something to MJ Lutch.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So that you understand what Bailey is saying. Bailey wants to live in a household where she does not have to work, which means she would be bringing in $0 of fiat currency. Does Bailey still have economic value if she's not working? The answer is yes. Do you know why? Because you know how much a fucking babysitter costs? Do you know how much it costs to hire somebody to clean your house?
The only reason I brought up the money part is because they said a high value person is a person who's earning a huge salary, that they either have fame, they have property, they have.
Sorry, but I didn't see that.
That's the attraction to me.
Well,
that's the reason my main attraction.
Well, that's how men are judged. Women are judged differently, but they're both equally valuable. They're
but
just
everybody looked at
valuable
me like
in
I was
different
crazy
ways.
when I said that.
No,
when you use the number 300,000, that's top 1%. Women are trying to get the top 15 to 20%. There's a lot of space between the top 15% and the top 1%. So when you use the number 300,000, I was like, well, that's at the extreme range.
Right.
Most women just say six figures. They want somebody that makes 100, let's just say $10,000 a month or more, somewhere in that 100 to 120,000 range. That's what a lot of women are setting their sights towards, right? 300,000. There are some delusional women that are calling for 300,000, but the vast majority, even the delusional ones, are not calling for that. So when you say, "Hey, I'm not looking for a guy that's like, ask for 300,000," like that's not really saying all that.
Well, that's my
could be asking for 250,000.
That was his take-home money, and so that's why that number came out, because that was my experience. So sorry for not just
dating a man that has that much money requires it's a certain type of person that is really only capable of if a man has his own business and you're talking about the millions, that person has to be very fucking patient. That's not for every woman. Most women just want someone who's stable and consistent and communicative. And to some degree, men don't really communicate the same or as easily, but and is capable of being self-sufficient, and also self-sufficient with the plus, you know what I'm saying, or the asterisk of self-sufficient of taking care of the home and whatever, and then all those rest of those stupid little bills whatever you can take care of. But at the end of the day, most women just really want someone who's capable of taking care of things. It's not $300,000 is
all right, let's
decent amount of money.
Depending on where you're
let's
living.
welcome our new panelist here, 223. Welcome. What's good, brother?
It's been a great show. It's been fun listening to this banter. I think it's hilarious that we never even got through the original video one. But
because the video did what it was supposed to do, was to spark a conversation along these lines.
It's great. Have you all seen those man on the street interviews where the guy goes around and asks women their ideal man? And then he tells them the percentage of the population that it applies to.
Yeah, he takes it to a
0.35%.
website that tells them it's the delusion calculator.
Yeah.
And it says the guy that you want is like 0.0000073% of the population, and you never see a woman that chooses a guy that is like in the top 50%. It's always some guy, and it's talking about you just pick a random person off the street
They're just
and you
women on
bring
the
her
street,
over, and the results are always the same. Always some sub 1%, and God is going to send them to me. Oh, okay.
But no, like literally, I've done this calculation. So I've dated men who are like my actual height, right? And also who make like 80K a year. So I did this calculator with my friend who is like,
Could you talk? Can you say your height again? Because I forgot your height.
I'm 5'5".
5'5".
Oh, okay.
Like I'm 5'4".
Well,
now.
5'5" thick in the thighs.
You dated a short king. That's fine.
I was just trying to figure
Yeah,
out
no, like, listen, but do you know like the numbers of people who actually like people in the world who make more than like $25,000 a year? In the United States, it's a little different, but I'm saying in the world that make over $25,000 a year.
It's like 1%.
I found out that my, by the way, very open standard was like 6% of the world, and I was like,
it's really interesting because like
God damn.
Yeah.
That's why passport bros are winning. They're rich when they leave the United States.
No.
Yeah.
They're considered broke here. They're considered rich over there.
The whole passport
like
thing is real.
6% of the world makes over like makes over like 80K a year, and I'm like, you can't even pay for a fucking house in this in this state.
There are homeless people living in Silicon Valley who are six-figure earners.
You could buy an island for 80K a year in like half the world.
Damn.
In Tampa, if you don't earn $75,000 a year in Tampa, you cannot rent a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment.
Nope.
You don't have the income to meet the requirement to rent that apartment, let alone try to buy something up there. Good lord.
No.
Okay, so but
in
then
Silicon Valley, you have homeless 6-figure earners.
Right. So
living in
bringing
cars.
it back to the dating conversation, doesn't that make a lot of sense? Why money is such a big part of the discussion?
Absolutely.
I think it's
reasonably
interesting
so?
because I don't know if I'm just incredibly biased on this, or if I just had really obviously, but like, or if I just had a very low standards, but like I know
You want a man that's going to retire you. You have high standards, though.
I'm a drag
but like,
We've been going 4 hours. God damn. Sorry. Go ahead.
Cheers.
It's okay. But like I like obviously I know that I'm not insanely attractive or anything. Like I don't think I'm entirely ugly, but you get what I'm saying. And like there are plenty of other things that like
the full screen nod.
You are far from ugly, Bailey. Continue with your point.
Yeah, I would definitely say, the higher side.
I appreciate it. But I think
but that's just me.
Like I have been able to find multiple men who met every single one of my standards. And so like I don't know if that's just low standards, and obviously I get what you're saying, like looking for someone who's financially capable of like that's probably one of my highest standards, but I don't know.
Have you seen the economy?
I will say one thing. All the women that are in this chat keep acting like they are the average woman. The fact that you're here means you're not. Most women
that is very true.
Most people aren't plugged in. Most people have no idea. They don't go on YouTube channels and have this type of discourse with strangers. They just don't. So the fact that you're even here means you are the minority. You are not the average.
That's what we've really trying to get through to this entire time. That it's not that we don't believe you, that you don't feel this way about men, about dating, about this, about that. We believe you. We're just like, oh, okay. Remember, Dr. Evil Genius thinks it's more than half. I think that's ridiculous. I think it's maybe like 10% of y'all, but definitely.
Do you know why I believe that?
Absolutely. Wait, hold on. Absolutely, Guantech. Absolutely, same with ladies in the chat.
Everyone here, not just ladies. The fact that you're here having this conversation means you are not the average.
Yeah. So this is the reason why I say there's got to be at least 51% of women who are reasonable, right?
I just did the calculations. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Please.
How delusional are you?
Go ahead.
So I chose that they are not currently married.
Oh my God.
Important. Yep, there you go.
I mean, bro, like I'm not.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Jeez.
What are we doing? Breaking
up? Can't even be married anymore.
That's fair.
I mean, you wouldn't be breaking up my home, but whatever. Continue.
Enough with the attacks here. I'm not trying to break up your home. I'm just saying these.
Like
are the
I'm saying,
statistics
it
I'm
wouldn't be
doing.
possible. Just saying.
All right. Let's be nice. Let's be nice.
Oh, we're getting aggressive. You okay?
He needs a hug.
Oh, she doesn't know. She doesn't know,
Lux.
Lux. She doesn't know. She came in late.
I said it. I don't think she was listening. But
yeah.
He has. Wait, was it that you have 2 wives? Was that what you said?
Yeah. Some other woman being in my life is not a deal breaker in my house. So that's what I was saying. That would not break up my house. Yeah. So the calculator. Look.
Okay.
He's on that Tate lifestyle. You can't hate on him.
He's just Muslim. It's fine.
I'm not
married.
I didn't mean that as an insult. I didn't mean that.
I know. I'm not.
5'5"
right there.
Wait, can we listen to the calculator from Dracolati?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so not married, any race, at least 5'5", normal, not obese, and I put $70,000 a year. Do you know what the number turns out to be?
12%.
I'd say 3.
I'm gonna say
3.8%.
Entire world.
3?
That's what I said. I said 3.
I was gonna say like 17.
You want to
No, I
know
said
what
3.
included it? I'm going to tell you what made it worse. I started off with any marital status, and then it was, and that was 20%.
Tell you to consolidate.
20%.
That's a good way to narrow it down.
Yeah.
They all want the
not
same
married
dude.
thing, and it was like 3.8.
Yo, my God, that's insane.
Well, can you adjust one thing? What is it if they've been priorly married?
No, it's currently married.
No, but I'm saying what is it for like the divorcees? Can you
It
plug
just
that
means
in? Or?
that they're currently single.
No, they're just saying single or married.
It
Currently.
doesn't
just single
specify.
or
Okay.
married.
Real quick. Let's shout out to Dietrich in the building. Welcome to the party. It says women don't know what they want. Men don't know what they want. We all appreciate
Dude, I'm literally saying
I'm
that
reading
someone
a
can
comment. Thank you. Dietrich says women don't know what they want. Men don't know what they want. We all appreciate the malleable as we live stiff as rocks in our pursuits. Personal growth is the water and pride is the concrete. Fair enough. As you were saying, Jeremy.
I just
I'm
don't
just
think.
saying, if that is, by the way, that makes me 3 of 5 capable of being a cat lady. It's never going to occur. But
just the height.
What do you want me to do?
What-
Date
what?
midgets? Like,
No.
Bitch!
Put it to 5'8". Put it to 5'8". What happens at 5'8"? Because I think that's the average. 5'5"
Why?
is kind of like.
No, I'm just
I
kidding.
think 5'8" is the average.
5'5" is short.
5'9" is the average in America now.
So yeah,
Yeah,
make it like.
It
what
used
is
to be
The
5'10".
average man.
No, but you put it at 5'5", so you got to put it 5'9" to get like the average.
So if I were to try to date the average man,
Fuck you.
it would be
No, I don't know your
2.1%.
height. I didn't mean that.
Oh man.
No, I'm
It's
talking
okay,
Unwanted Foe. Unwanted Foe is very aware of my height and said,
It's okay, Lex.
fuck you.
Yeah, because she said she put it at 5'5", and then when he
And then-
said you put it any lower, you said no. What the fuck am I gonna do? Date a midget? Knowing that Lutch is 1 inch under 5'5".
No,
That
I'm
was
saying
I
savage.
like
didn't know
if
that.
I'm going to like 5 feet tall. Like, what
You
are we
could
doing
have just went
here?
to 5'4" to protect this male ego, this fragile male
Take some
ego.
mushrooms and kill that shit. That's not my
Hey,
fault.
listen, okay, I just want love, okay, and I don't know if
There's a
anybody's
great
ever
website.
gonna love me. I'm gonna spend my whole life alone, and nobody's.
I found this great website. It's called incel.is. I could send you a link.
Incels Anonymous. So
No, incel.is. It's like a whole forum, and they like rate chads. It's hilarious. Like they're like,
Are you guys?
well-
Are you guys aware of the origin of the term incel?
involuntarily
Involuntary.
celibate from
Yeah.
Reddit.
Yeah. Are
So
you
that-
guys aware of the origin?
No.
Are you talking about just the
If
word
it's-
or
Enlighten
specifically where
us.
it came from?
I know what the word means, but no, I don't know of a specific origin where it started.
So there was a group of women on an internet forum in Canada
It's always Canada.
who created this term to describe themselves. They called themselves involuntarily celibate because women of all attractiveness levels are presumed to have sexual access at all times. So even the twos are expected, if they call up any guy, that guy's going to come over and clap them cheeks. So these were women that were not looking for commitment. These were women who were looking for sex and were being denied. So they describe themselves, because when women are celibate, it's usually because they're in control of it. So they had to create a term to let people know, no, yes, I am celibate like other women, but also not like other women. I'm involuntarily celibate. Do you know why you don't need do you know why you don't need the term incel to describe a man? Because that is the baseline experience. You don't have to call a man an incel. You just have to call him a man. And you should probably expect that they are involuntarily celibate.
I just want to ask, is this group chat still active?
No, that was like in the 1990s.
I was going to ask,
1990s,
is it
early
still active?
2000s.
Can I get an invite?
but the thing is, wow, that was thirsty, CT. That was very thirsty.
That was a joke. It was a joke.
But the thing is, like, these women wanted to kind of make it clear that, yes, it is assumed that women always have sexual access, even if the guys don't want to commit to them or even be seen with them in public. Because let me tell you, fat girls are getting dicked down. They're just not being paraded around in public. They go to the guy's house and then sneak out the back door so nobody can see.
I've never done that.
I have a friend that goes for fat girls. That's like his thing. He loves it.
Right. That he's in the extreme minority.
Chubby chaser.
He is.
Right. He's a chubby chaser.
And
man.
I've watched
more cushion for the pushing.
I've watched him walk into a crowd of girls and he can just pinpoint the one he wants to go after and just go pink right to her.
Oh yeah, MJ.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you so much. All right, you take care. Thank you so much for hanging out.
Yeah, that was cool. And I was glad that we were able to patch it up with her because I got contentious unnecessarily, in my opinion.
The stream went off the rails for a minute there. It was great.
It did. But that's how we do here. This is real fucking shit. This is real fucking conversations. Like, you want to be in it or you want to fucking play nice?
But CT, like, I don't look at it as it having gone off the rails because I have engaged with women in these conversations on these topics and got the same response in the same order. Like, that's why, like, they're like, oh my God, you sound mad. It's like, no, I've been through this a million times. For me, I'm trying to take the emotion out of it. But when somebody keeps saying that you're saying words that you're not saying.
Yup.
Yeah.
It's like,
yup.
We have a communication issue. The subject is not the issue.
Right.
We have a communication problem.
Right. It's less about the situation. It's more about the fact that, like, no, you are thinking this thing, and that's not what I'm thinking. Like, I'm just telling you.
Well,
this
and
whole
it's like
shit,
you are live on camera.
Again to MJ. Thank you so much for hanging out, MJ.
I just wanted to tell you guys one thing.
Yeah.
I slid the scale all the way down to the furthest it can go to 4'9".
Yes.
Okay, and it only improved by 0.1%.
Do you think it's including?
Yeah, because there's not that many men that's that height.
That's true.
And shorter men make less money.
Yeah, we're a rare breed. All right, we're a rare
people, and it went up to 10%. So the problem is we're just fat and married.
Is it also including like not men? Is it including like boys?
Well, the average man in the United States makes $45,000 a year. The average man makes $45,000 a year. You put it at 70.
You can't live in this state. Literally, you cannot.
Just saying.
Literally eat food. Like, you couldn't go to the grocery store without making like $60,000 a year.
Hey, I know. I'm right over the river from you.
Averages on like a national level don't really work because the United States is so big, and especially when it comes to like average salary, like $45K in Kansas will buy you a fucking ranch, but like $45K in New Jersey won't buy you McDonald's.
You're living with your mother, and you're a fucking incel. Like, there's no way you're living life at 45.
I live down the block.
I'm living with my mother.
I live down the block from Billionaires Row. You want to know how much the apartments go for? You know, like 5 blocks this way or 5 blocks that way.
Do you live PA
Are you in
or New
Manhattan,
York?
Billionaires Row, New York?
I'm in New York City.
Okay, yeah. Cool.
Oh yeah, but I mean,
I told you I'm right over the river from you.
I used to live in Brooklyn. I get it, but like that's why you gotta leave that place.
Move
Brooklyn's
to Texas.
great now.
Everybody stop.
They renovated Brooklyn. Brooklyn's like a whole other city now.
I lived in Williamsburg for a long time. I loved it there.
Oh, you were in minivan
but now there's
land.
a Whole Foods, and I'm not a big fan.
You're in minivan land. They got near that area.
All right, guys.
Near that area, they have a Wegmans now. You need to
This is why you can't talk about living anywhere when people live near New York. It's just a conversation for 2 hours long. I'll keep going.
Speaking of conversations that are going on for too long, this one has gotten off the rails, and we still have the after party. That is right. We are headed right to Discord after this to have the after party. So let's go, ladies first. If you have any last words for the people who joined first. Bailey, did you join first? Or, Allison, I think
Allison did. Allison
okay.
did.
Any last words for the people before we head to the after party?
I just want to give her a reference for a lace front.
Okay, go for it.
There's a great place in Newark. It's on Market Street. There's quite a few very nice Haitian women who will love to help you tack your fronts down and have a good time. Hope you love Cheesecake Factory.
Well said. Well said. All right. Thank you so much for hanging
You're
out.
savage,
Hopefully we'll see you in the after party. Take care. All right. We lost CT for a minute, but we'll have you hang on while Bailey, final words for the people.
Yeah, I think everybody needs to try to have a little bit more class in general, especially women. And if you make that your top priority, you're going to find yourself in a lot better place in life. And that's it.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so
Bye,
much
y'all.
for hanging out. And I am definitely hoping to see you in the after party. Take care. All right, CT, my boy, let them know what you gotta let them know.
I thought this conversation was productive. It needs to happen more in a non-confrontational way, because there is a problem. There is a disconnect when it comes to generational gaps, when it comes to gender gaps. We're not on the same page. We're just not. So yeah, this was fun. It went for 4.5 hours. It was definitely and I'll end with this. There's nothing wrong with fucking Cheesecake Factory. That chick.
Shout out to the Cheesecake Factory.
There's everything wrong with the Cheesecake Factory.
See you later, guys.
Yeah. All right, but all right. Well, he's gone. Thank you so much for hanging out, and I will see you hopefully in the after party. Dr. Evil Genius, you made this show, my brother. You made this show. I was dreading this. Sounds like that podcast is boring as fuck.
All right, check this out, y'all. I'm gonna let y'all in behind the curtain. Okay, guys. I get this text at 7:48 p.m. I had just turned on the Knicks preseason game. I was eating a grilled cheese sandwich that I failed to finish because my appetite is in the dumpster. I've been in a really bad mind space, just in life, right? And I get this text, and he goes like, "Yo, I'm covering the podcast with Cheesecake Factory lady. The podcast is kind of mid, but I'm just not trying to talk about war again.
Yup.
Gonna be a very laid back stream. If you're willing and available, your presence would definitely punching up that quality of the commentary. No pressure, of course. MTR is also doing a second stream about this at the moment. I don't know what other new information there is, but there may be more to talk about. Either way,
yeah, we gotta check that out. That's gonna be in the after party.
Now, my response was this. I'm not in a great space for a live stream, so I'm going to show up for you as long as my tolerance can go. So understand, the fact that the white of my eyes now match my shirt is not the thing is, people, like, I'm never going to be angry with you for expressing your opinion that differs from mine. So this is one of the reasons why me and Lutch get along, despite being divergent when it comes to a lot of socio-political topics, right? We don't really agree on a lot of things, but you're my brother in arms because agreeing with my point of view is not the fucking point, okay? The willingness to have the goddamn conversation and stay on topic without attacking other people is what I always set out to do. I'm very careful with the words that I choose to use, so I can keep people focused on the point. And I hope that a lesson was learned here where we can have this kind of public discourse and have it be what it's intended to be, which is introduce people to thought processes and premises that they were originally not privy to. If we all had all the answers, there would be no reason to have these live streams in the first place. But we don't know everybody's position on everything unless you're actually studying it. So if you're a man and you're listening to women talk about things and you're hearing more than one woman say the same thing, start doing your research on the claims that they're making. Do not immediately say that what they're experiencing is not what they're experiencing. And this is something that men have fallen short of. And I'm trying to make sure that when women are talking, that I'm hearing them for what they are saying. And if I don't understand, I ask clarifying questions that don't accuse the person making the statement so that they get defensive and derail the conversation. So these are things that me and you have talked about. We've had some contentious discussions on my platform, on your platform. We had to kind of reel each other back in, right? We've had to do it. You've had to do it with me.
Me being reeled back in? I think you're talking about somebody else.
Yeah. But the thing is, I'm always honored and I always want to respect Lutch's platform. And guess what? You, the viewer, you are part of Lutch's platform, and I have to respect you. You are spending time with us that you could have been spending anywhere else. I am not going to get huffy and puffy because you don't share the same view that I do. The reason why this platform, the Indian Jesus, and the related platform, TSP, it exists, is to have these kinds of, to bring back the public square where everybody's opinion can be heard, even if only one person agrees with themselves. That's the point.
True.
You need to understand that other people have other experiences, even though you're not seeing them. It's important. And so I really do want to thank you, Lutch, for kind of forcing me to get on and, you know, kind of move my conversational.
I said no pressure. I don't want to hear the word.
No. You do you know what negated the no pressure? When you said your presence would definitely be punching up that quality of the commentary.
Yeah. You think
no,
I
that's pressure, motherfucker. That's pressure, mofo.
All right.
But anyway, I'm very
trying to
grateful.
gas you up.
Yeah, I'm very grateful for the, you know, again, like you kind of pushed me to do something I didn't want to do. And it made me better for it. I got to meet some ladies. I'm going to leave that alone. I'll talk to her back channels. I'm going to shut the fuck up on that. But, you know, by and large, I kind of, you know, I kind of got a chance to hear some other perspectives from people that don't quite understand our perspective. And we're also working on ways to more effectively communicate our perspective so the conversation doesn't get derailed. Anyway, I encourage you guys to go to the TSP channel. I don't know if you guys have the link, but again, you know, you can watch our full review of Thon Lexi and the Blacklight podcast review of this entitled woman who definitely overrates herself. Also, I want to give a big shout out to a woman who's trying to sleep in the other bedroom, Mrs. Evil, and the other one as well. She doesn't want to be on camera. She's more introverted than I am. I'm willing to get out in front of the camera. She not so much. So when you look at our review of this Jada Pinkett Smith bullshit and also this cheesecake bullshit, understand that I'm basically forcing her to appear on the podcast against her will. That's a joke. But please show her some love because she's not really confident being in front of the camera giving her opinions. And definitely show her some love if you come by and watch one of those try to show a little bit of love to the lady. And if you want to drop by the Filthy Casual MMA watch party, which has a really big fight card at UFC 294. Okay, even the replacement fights are fire. Or you're just curious about combat sports, definitely come over to the Talking Shit podcast. We're going to get started. I believe we're getting started at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Eastern Daylight Time. It's still Eastern Daylight Time. We haven't hit Standard yet. 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. We got some really crazy fights that are going to be over there. Mrs. Evil will be here. And if you guys want to get more of her opinions on our relationship where pretty women will not break up our home, no matter how much they fear that they're going to break up our home. You're not going to break up our home. Definitely come by if you have any questions for her. We do talk about relationship stuff during the stream and all of that stuff. She's fucking incredible. She's been ultra good to me. I would not be where I am in life without her. And that's not some simp shit. That's some real shit. She earned that platitude. Trust me.
There's a difference. There's a difference
Yeah.
between saying shit when it's earned and saying shit when it's not. So
it's different when LeBron James said it. LeBron James was going to be a superstar without Savannah. He was going to be a billionaire without her. So he's just talking shit when he's talking about, oh my God. But I can tell you where I was coming out of homelessness when I met her, I would not be in this position today without her. So you know, thing two, we call her the disembodied hand because she only shows her hands on camera. You know, she does a lot to support the podcast as well. You know, she makes almost all of our thumbnails on the channel. She edits almost all of our videos. You know, she does a lot of gopher work to help the Talking Shit podcast actually run. And of course, Mrs. Evil handles our social media and, you know, helps us make shorts and tries to make us more palatable. So again, thank you so much, Lutch. I really do appreciate you. Let me do my thing. I hope that you pop in and say hello.
Absolutely.
With this Abu Dhabi fight card, because it's going to be a banger.
Oh, it's that card.
Yes,
Yeah,
that card. That's why it starts at 10 a.m. That's why it starts at 10 a.m.
All right, I might have to get
The
up.
main card starts at like 2.
Okay.
So,
all right. Definitely be for the main card. I'm not making any promises about the prelims, but definitely.
And I'm going to go visit the Cheesecake Factory now to see what all the fucking fuss is about.
Hell yeah.
All right, let's get fit, man. Let's get some muscle on you, man.
Yes, that needs to happen. That needs to happen. We need to. I need some triceps. There's nothing there. It's a negative space. But yeah, that
his arm is concave.
It is, and we gonna work on that. But thank you so much, man. You really did punch this up. I didn't mean to pressure you. I specifically said no pressure, but I guess words don't matter anymore.
But people just put no pressure, and when you see no pressure, that means there's pressure.
Okay, well, when I say no pressure, I mean no pressure.
Shout out to Dr. Roxo, the rock and roll clown. He does cocaine.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, brother. I am going to make sure that I'm part, whenever I can get in. That Filthy Casual is a nice, tight crew. Everything you guys are doing over there on Talking Shit Podcast, it is awesome. Definitely, I dropped the link multiple times. Please go check them out.
Thank you for having me, man.
Take it easy, brother. All right, guys, almost 5 hours, like the early days. Holy shit! So I figure. CT, I didn't, he was kind of in his thing. I believe he can correct me if I'm wrong in the Discord, but I believe they are not officially married by law. I think they're just they're together and they're doing their thing. I mean, I don't think it's legal to marry two people outside of a religion thing, like polygamy or anything. But either way, 17 and 11 years, that is nothing to scoff at. And it really shows that there's dynamics. There's dynamics going on. And you can try to pretend that they're not real, or you can just accept that they're real. It's easier. It's easy. If you're a tall, jacked, handsome, smart, funny dude, it's easier to accept, oh yeah, well, I'm smart, jacked, tall, and handsome, so that's the way the world works. If you're not as smart, if you're not as attractive, if you're not as tall, then life's not going to be as easy when it comes to women as other dudes. Get the fuck over it. Max your shit out and do what you can do. We're all people. That's all oh my goodness. Coming in at the end of the show. The fucking dog is passed out, but a double for not only hanging out with the super chat. Said, thanks, chat. Okay. So he said, I was married to Mrs. Evil legally, dissolved. So she could marry the other lady. So the ladies are married and he's just chilling. Shout out to Dr. Evil Genius. Evil Genius indeed. But shout out to all of you guys. Like, this has been one of the most engaging, the most engaging streams that I've done in a long time. And you know, even though like we got heated at points with each other in the chat, with people on the panel, this is what this has always been. This has been the goal the entire time, to build a space where we can come and get heated and maybe be a little bit out of pocket. But okay, maybe I got a little out of pocket. But I've built up enough with you guys that it's like, oh, okay, let's just yeah, he's been a little whatever. Let's bring him back. Let's reel him back in. And in the same way, we can share that. And I think that's beautiful. So I don't know. I don't know what to say about anybody else, but I think what we have is amazing. And it is only that much tighter in the Discord. And so I implore you, please join this community. Help me build what can really be something that changes at least our country, if not the world. It sounds cringe as fuck to say that, but I'm dead ass serious. I'm changing shit, but I can't do it alone. So big shout out to our new member, Ron Southall. Make sure you join that Discord. If you're not sure how or anything else, you can email me at TheIndianJesusOfficial@gmail.com. I'll get you all set up. Thank you so much for signing up. Shout out to our late chat and our co-host Dr. Evil Genius, and of course, oh, I apologize, brother. I didn't even see this. I apologize. But our $22 sponsor, Unwanted Foe. Thank you so much, brother. This is huge. It's amazing. And whether it's $20, whether it's $2, whether it's 99 cents, every single cent that you spend, I know that you could just keep that in your pocket and enjoy the show for free. I know that. I'm not stupid. So the fact that you're not only spending your time here, but you're actually spending money on this. I know you guys don't like when I get mushy, so I'm not going to do it, but it means the fucking world to me. So I really hope to see you guys over in the Discord channel. Let me know in the comments below, what did you think of this? Replay gang, I'm especially looking at you. Thank you so much for hanging out. We are live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and clips come out every single day. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Be here. This is where you want to be, right? Exactly. Until next time, guys, I have been your host, Lech, a.k.a. The Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, guys, I am out of here. Peace. Shit.